Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
What's going on? He called us Mom and Dad the moment he walked in. Since when are our daughter and this boy so close? Father Lynn and Mother Lynn exchanged a doubtful look. Could it be their daughter had secretly been dating him all this time? Everything she told them before. Was that just a cover? Both turned sharp, questioning gazes toward Lin Xiaoan. Flustered, she finally snapped out of the daze Jason Liu's rock-breaking greeting had thrown her into. Her face burned, and she scolded coquettishly. "Jason Liu, what on earth are you shouting for?" Jason realized his slip and bowed awkwardly. "Sorry, Uncle Auntie. I was too nervous just now. Hello, nice to meet you both." He quickly offered the gifts in his hands. "This is my first time visiting, so I brought some fruit and milk for you." Mother Lin blinked, surprised, but accepted the offerings with a polite smile. "Oh, you didn't have to bring gifts." Father Lin glanced at the bag. A box of apples, a carton of milk. He coughed lightly. Simple, maybe too simple, but at least the young man had brought something. Come in, come in." Jason forced a dry smile and followed Lin Xiaohan inside, head lowered. The apartment was spacious, 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, modern in style, neat and spotless. "I'll just go change first," Lin Xiaohan muttered, fleeing into her room, leaving Jason alone with her parents. He sat stiffly on the sofa while the household registry check began. "Jason, may I call you that?" Mother Lin asked gently. "Yes, of course, Annie. You and Xiaohan are classmates." "Yes, we went to college together." Father Lin leaned forward. "Strange. Xiaohan never mentioned you before. After graduation, you worked here in Zheng City." Jason nodded. "Yes, but I resigned earlier this year to start my own company." "Ambitious, very ambitious," Father Lin commented, clearly approving. Mother Lin immediately took over. "Jason, how old are you?" "I'm 24. Only a year older than Xiaoan." "That's perfect." Jason blinked, unsure what she meant by perfect. Mother Lin pressed on. "What about your family? Do your parents live in Zheng City?" "They're farmers back in Zhou City. My sister's married and settled there too. Wouldn't it be nice if they moved here to live with you? Especially since you've already bought a villa." Jason nodded politely. "Yes, Auntie. I plan to discuss it with them soon." The questions kept coming. "You're young, already running a business. Do you have a girlfriend?" Jason coughed lightly. "I've been too busy with work. Haven't found the time." "Young people can't just chase careers," she lectured. "A happy family is just as important. Look at our Xiaohan. Never dated in school, still single now. We're worried sick. Aren't your parents anxious?" Back in the countryside, people married much earlier. Jason could only smile helplessly. "My mother nags me often, but I'm not in a rush." Mother Lin leaned closer, voice relentless. "Well, don't delay too long. When you plan to marry? How many children after? Will you settle here in Zheng City for good?" The barrage left Jason sweating bullets. It was exactly the same way his own mother grilled him. Thankfully, Lin Xiaohan reappeared, now dressed casually in a white t-shirt and denim shorts. She immediately intercepted. "Mom, stop with the questions already." Jason exhaled in relief. "Saved. Dinner's ready," Father Lin announced, leading them toward the dining room. On the way, Lin Xiaohan tugged Jason to the bathroom to wash up. Standing beside her, Jason tried not to stare at her long legs outlined by the hot pants. He whispered, "Xiaohan, is it just me? Or do your parents seem different tonight?" Her cheeks flushed. She avoided his eyes. "W, what are you talking about? You were chatting just fine." Jason chuckled bitterly. "Fine? I feel like your mom just went through my entire household registry. Is this a family dinner or a blind date interview?" Lin Xiaohan turned her face away, handed him a towel, and muttered, "Don't overthink it. They're just curious. Hurry up, my parents are waiting." Jason pressed the soft pink towel to his face. It smelled faintly of her perfume. Way better than my own old rag, he thought wryly. Back at the dining table, 7 or 8 dishes were laid out, fragrant and inviting. Jason, have a couple of drinks with me tonight, Father Lin said heartily, producing a treasured bottle of Wuliangye and pouring him a glass before he could refuse. To him, drinking together was the best way to judge a man's character. Mother Lin had secretly approved the plan too. Get him drunk and squeeze the truth out of him. She still didn't quite believe her daughter's insistence that they'd just recently reconnected. Dad, don't push it. Jason can't drink much, Lin Xiaohan interjected, worried. Jason quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Uncle, I drove here. And honestly, I don't handle alcohol well. Father Lin chuckled, unconvinced. That's fine. You don't need to drink much. Just a little to keep me company. If you can't drive later, we'll call a chauffeur. Jason gave a helpless smile. Resistance was futile. Tonight, it seemed, he had no choice but to drink. Jason Liu tried to steady his mind. Stay sharp. Passing out after just 2 glasses would be pathetic. But Father Lin, determined, lifted his glass and clinked with him again. Mom, aren't you going to stop Dad? You usually never let him drink, Lin Xiaohan said helplessly, watching the 2 men, neither of them good drinkers, egg each other on. Mother Lin only smiled and slipped a rib into Jason's bowl. It's fine. Today's a special occasion. Let him drink a little. Jason can keep him company. Moments later, both women regretted their leniency. Jason Liu could barely hold his liquor. Tu Liang of strong baijiu left his head spinning. Father Lin wasn't much better. With his face flushed and eyes half closed, he slumped beside Jason, arm thrown over the young man's shoulders. Brother, you're amazing, so young, already so successful. You're better than me. Father Lin slurred, reeking of alcohol. Jason, red-faced and barely conscious, leaned back against him with equal drunken fervor. No, brother. I'm nothing. But in the future, bigger business, you'll see. Brother, I'll make it big. Of course you will. Father Lin roared, raising his glass. Come on, another one. Another. Jason echoed, fumbling for his cup. And just like that, the 2 brothers downed the rest of the bottle between them, leaving Mother Lin and Lin Xiaohan staring in disbelief. Neither man had eaten much. The carefully prepared dinner sat untouched, while the 2 fools laughed and drank themselves into a stupor. Lin Xiaohan pressed her forehead with one hand, rice bowl forgotten. Unbelievable. I finally understand why Mom usually forbids Dad from drinking. Mother Lin's face darkened. Useless old fool. I told him to get this boy tipsy and question him properly. Instead, he got himself drunk too. Worthless. Wait, Mom, why were you trying to get Jason drunk? Lin Xiaohan asked, startled. Mother Lin faltered, embarrassed. Well, as soon as he walked in, he called us Mom and Dad. Your father and I thought maybe you 2 had been secretly dating for a long time. We wanted the truth, so we came up with this plan. She glanced at the table, annoyed. And what did we get instead? Them calling each other brother like lifelong drinking buddies. Hopeless. Exasperated, Lin Xiaohan snatched away their glasses. Enough. No more. Mother Lin quickly gathered the empty bottle, sighing. Lin Xiaohan leaned down and shook Jason's shoulder. Hey, Jason Liu, are you okay? He could barely keep his eyes open, his body swaying before collapsing sideways. Ah! Lin Xiaohan gasped, catching him just in time. His head dropped squarely against her stomach, his face burning hot, breath warm through her thin t-shirt. Jason Liu, she whispered, pushing lightly, but he was completely out cold. Her face flushed crimson. Frozen in place, she didn't know whether to shove him away or hold him steady. A quiet cough sounded behind her. Lin Xiaohan turned guiltily, only to see her mother standing there, eyes unreadable, gaze flicking between Jason's head on her daughter's waist and her daughter's blushing face. Mom, what are you staring at? Come help me. Lin Xiaohan pleaded, embarrassed. Without a word, Mother Lin stepped over and lifted Jason by one arm. We'll put him in the guest room. He can't go home like this. It's too dangerous. Lin Xiaohan hesitated. Shouldn't we send him back? Mother Lin shot her a glare. In this state? What if something happens on the road? He'll sleep here. All right, Lin Xiaoan muttered, conceding. Jason lived alone anyway. No one would look after him if he stumbled back to his villa like this. Together, they half-carried, half-dragged Jason into the guest room and laid him on the bed. Mother Lin reached to untie his shoes, but Lin Xiaohan was faster, slipping them off, removing his coat, and neatly tucking the quilt over him. She even grabbed a towel to wipe his flushed face. Mother Lin paused, watching quietly. Something about the way her daughter moved, familiar, practiced, intimate. Lin Xiaohan felt her mother's gaze and turned quickly, only to meet those deep, probing eyes. Her heart jumped wildly, and she flushed even deeper. Lin Xiaohan subconsciously hid the towel behind her, lowered her head and blushed, and asked in a low voice, "Mom, what's up? What's wrong? You look at me like that?" For the first time, Ma Lin felt that she might not be able to keep the cabbage she raised at home. It was hard to understand the feeling in her heart. "No, I'll just see that you're quite skilled at this one," Lin Ma said quietly. "Oh, I don't think you were taking care of my dad like this." "I will too," Lin Xiaohan said in a low voice, the tips of her ears turning red. Shaking her head, Ma Lin said, "I'm going to see your dad." She walked out of the guest room, and she was more certain that her daughter had completely fallen. I used to think about asking my daughter to find a boyfriend quickly, but when I suddenly saw my daughter bring someone back, I felt a little reluctant. How strange. Lin Ma returned to the bedroom with these thoughts 533 in her heart. Lin Xiaohan looked at Jason Liu, who was sleeping on the bed, and couldn't help but chuckle on his red face, thinking that this guy was quite cute after he fell asleep. Today's dinner ended unexpectedly with Dad Lin and Jason Liu drunk. Lin Xiaohan helped her mother to clean up the dining table, wash the dishes, and then took a shower and returned to her room. In the evening, I couldn't help but complain with Mi Jiang Chu Chu that my father and Jason Liu both got drunk. As soon as it was mentioned that Jason Liu actually stayed at Lin Xiaohan's house drunk, Jiang Chu Chu suddenly became refreshed, laying in the bed and constantly exchanging messages with his good sisters to find out the latest situation. Jiang Chu Chu. "Okay, sister, is this the rhythm of taking Jason Liu to see his parents and then planning to get the marriage certificate in one step?" Lin Xiao. Knock on the head /F***KU. They all said that the two of them are poor in alcohol and won't drink so much. I have to take care of him. Jiang Chu Chu. Then be careful, don't take care of the bed. Save a day next year when I suddenly have a little nephew, and it will be funny. Lin Xiaohan really couldn't stand such a large-scale Tao chat. She rolled her eyes and sent an emoji that ignored you. Lin Xiaohan turned off her phone and got ready to sleep. The next morning, Jason Liu was woken up by Lin Xiaohan with a bewildered face. Looking at the unfamiliar room, I touched my clothes, took off my coat, and everything else was fine, so I could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaohan stared at him with rage. "I'm not worried about bringing wolves into the room. I'm worried about what the hell are you?" Jason Liu scratched his hair and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Lin Xiaohan. I didn't expect that I drank a little with my uncle yesterday, but I drank too much, and I stayed at your house for one night, by the way, after I got drunk yesterday." "Say what?" Jason Liu looked at each other nervously. He was still slightly dizzy, and he didn't remember much about what happened after he was drunk yesterday. The corner of Lin Xiaohan's mouth twitched slightly, thinking of this Tai Hanin hooking up with his father last night, his brother and brother calling him affectionate, trying to escalate the embarrassment of being his uncle, and he couldn't help complaining wildly in his heart. However, on the surface, Lin Xiaohan simply blinked and pretended not to know. "No, I remember that after you and my dad got drunk, they both fell asleep and couldn't even wake up." "Oh, that's fine, that's fine." Now Jason Liu is relieved. He was worried that he had exposed his biggest secret just now. "It seems that I will definitely not drink so much alcohol in the future." At this time, Lin Ma called them for breakfast in the living room. Jason Liu got into the bathroom to wash under Lin Xiaohan's mocking eyes. When he got back to the restaurant, he awkwardly greeted Lin's mother. He didn't see Lin's father, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where's my uncle?" Lin's mother's expression was as kind and warm as last night, as if the drunken incident had never happened last night. When Jason Liu asked about Lin's father, she smiled. "Oh, leave him alone. He couldn't drink so much yesterday. I haven't woken up yet. Let's eat first. Don't delay you going to work in the company." Jason Liu didn't dare to say any more and decided to just finish the breakfast and walk away immediately, to save the embarrassment of meeting Dad Lin again. Soon after the steamed buns and the porridge, Jason Liu and Lin Xiaoan left their house. When he got into the car, Jason Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two of them didn't say a word along the way. Jason Liu was very embarrassed. After all, it was the first time to visit someone's house, and he got drunk and stayed there. What a shame. Lin Xiaohan turned her head and looked out the window, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, thinking in her heart. 0. In this way, Jason Liu drove Lin Xiaohan to the downstairs of the company, but Lin Xiaohan sat in the co-pilot and it did not move. Jason Liu was very puzzled and had to remind him, "Hey, Lin Xiaohan, it's time for the company." Of course, Lin Xiaohan knew that she had arrived at the company, but at this time, she was fighting fiercely in her heart. Should she ask the question? Gradually, even if Jason Liu was slow, he could feel the difference of Goddess Lin, and the atmosphere in the car became more and more strange. Jason Liu swallowed, feeling that the atmosphere gradually became a little ambiguous. He blinked, coughed lightly, and was about to speak to let Lin Xiaohan get out of the car. Instead, Lin Xiaohan turned her head. Bai Chuan's delicate goose egg had a blush on her face, looked at him with some dodging eyes, and whispered, "Hey, Jason Liu, what do you think of me?" After speaking, Lin Xiaohan turned her head blushing and looked in front of the car, not daring to look at Jason Liu. Her ears were stained with a layer of pink. Gollum. Jason Liu looked at Lin Xiaohan's shy appearance. His heart was lifted, his throat was dry, his heartbeat was thumping. He couldn't help thinking, what's going on? Does Goddess Lin really like herself? Want? The more Jason Liu thought about it, the more he felt that this was not his own illusion. He clung to the reverse disc in front of him with both hands at a loss. His face flushed slightly, and he said, "When of course, it's very beautiful. 5.6 is bright. You were the school flower of our school back then, and the girlfriend of all boys in our class dreamed of." Lin Xiaohan's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Do those boys include you?" Jason Liu hesitated, thinking that if he said yes directly, would it be too direct? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Xiaohan turned to look over. Stared at by Goddess Lin's beautiful eyes, Jason Liu blurted out, "Yes." After he finished speaking, he immediately turned his head with a heartwarming expression, not daring to look at Lin Xiaohan again. In my heart, I was shouting, "I can't stand it. I can't stand it as expected of the Goddess Lin. I can't bear it at all as a single dog. The charm of the other party at this time. I'm afraid today is not the end of the dog birth, right? The 154th chapter medal dress has arrived." I felt a little helpless, but I couldn't help but give birth to a trace of anticipation. If you can let Goddess Lin be your girlfriend, would it be really nice? I was startled by this thought that suddenly popped into my mind. Is I so swollen now? There was a time when the transparent little hanging silk in a class actually had the opportunity to make the boys in the class think of their goddess as their girlfriends. It felt a little unreal. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but show a foolish smile on his face. Research. The sound of the car door opening and closing directly brought Jason Liu, who had fallen into a beautiful fantasy, back to reality. I saw Lin Xiaohan standing outside the car window, looking at him with a smile on his face. Hee. What were you thinking just now, laughing so sly? Saliva is flowing out. Hey, no. Jason Liu wiped the corners of his mouth subconsciously, but found that there was no saliva at all. Lin Xiaohan laughed, even more happily. Lin Xiaohan, are the things you asked me about just now. He looked at Goddess Lin expectantly, hoping to get an answer from the goddess. Lin Tin Xiaohan wrinkled her upturned nose, hummed twice, and said softly, "Is it what?" "That's just be me, my daughter, female." Jason Liu blushed and couldn't speak shyly. Lin Xiaohan looked at his blushing appearance and smiled slightly. "If you want me to agree, it depends on your performance." After speaking, She trotted into the science and technology building with a smile, leaving Jason Liu looking at her back. He couldn't help thinking, how should he behave to make Goddess Lynn agree to be his girlfriend? This is a question worth pondering. Jason Liu, a pure man who has lived for more than 20 years and has never experienced such a thing, couldn't figure out what to do for a while. Shaking his head, he lowered his head and sniffed the clothes that still smelled of alcohol, and Jason Liu drove back to the villa. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, I finally felt much more comfortable. Jingle. The phone rang, and Jason Liu answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Liu? We are the manager of the creative clothing studio. The 4 sets of clothes you ordered from us last time have been delivered. The colleagues in our studio are now heading to number 7, Forest Peninsula. Go to the villa. Do you have time to receive it now? There was a sound of goosebumps dropping from the phone. Jason Liubu couldn't help thinking of the ponytail pseudo-girl manager with a ponytail and heavy makeup. Yes, I'm at home now, and when he arrives, I'll let the doorman let him in. Jason Liu replied. Okay, I'll inform my colleagues now then. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Jason Liu sat on the living room sofa and waited for the clothes to be delivered. By the way, I searched for the news of the Guardian auction and found that the other party was promoting the news of the National Day special auction. Presumably my piece of doghead gold should be sold at a good price. After more than an hour, the employees of the creative clothing studio finally delivered his 4 custom-made, full sets of aristocratic metal dresses. 2 of the sets are white, and the other 2 are black. The whole set of metal dress includes jacket, shoulders, gold and red belt, saber belt, trousers, black leather boots. Each set is supported by a special human-shaped hanger and packed in 4 long suitcases. Jason Liu took a look and took the 4 long suitcases with noble clothes to the warehouse of the small castle in Westeros, and then returned to the modern age. Tomorrow, he will personally go to Sioux City to see the 5 large 4-wheel carriages that are about to be completed. This is what GoT Carriage Factory sent a message to inform him. When all the carriages are finished, all the outfits that Jason Liu has prepared to advertise himself as the Earl of Starfire City will be finished. At that time, he will visit Winterfell himself. After all, after nearly 3 months of delay, if he doesn't visit Winterfell again, I'm afraid Ed Stark himself can't help but come to him. Who let Jon be fooled by him into his own vassal knight? As the apparent father and de facto uncle, Ed Stark couldn't have asked about it. Just as Jason Liu thought, Ed Stark didn't want to wait any longer. He directly sent Winterfell's chief Vianper Dash to Jason Liu's small castle in Winterfell town and brought the Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North. Invitation by Ed Stark. On the 10th day of the month, Winterfell hosts the Harvest Celebration Banquet in the north, celebrating the completion of the wheat harvest. At that time, the vassals and nobles of the Stark family in the north will also come to Winter City to attend the banquet. Of course, celebrating the harvest is just an obvious excuse. In fact, at this banquet, in addition to Ed Stark, he has to communicate with his vassals and nobles. More importantly, the news of the death of Prime Minister Jon Arryn from King's Landing and the nobles in the north, thousands of miles away from King's Landing, have also received letters from the Raven one after another. Such a big thing, everyone must discuss it. After all, they fought side by side with Duke Jon Arryn more than 10 years ago. Since they are reasonable, they must express their sadness and memory for Duke Arryn's death. Although the Northerners were ridiculed by the lords of the South for being rude, since they are nobles, they must also pay attention to the etiquette of nobles. After all, everyone is of the same class, and consciously abiding by the etiquette rules of the entire aristocratic circle is safeguarding their own interests. 533. In any world, there have always been individuals who betrayed the class, and no class betrayed their interests. Westeros North Winter Market Town. After notifying the staff in the Easter family shop, and waiting for Lord Jason to return, and informing him of the invitation of the Stark family for the Harvest Celebration Banquet, the manager of Wei Pool left and returned to Winterfell. Theon Greyjoy looked at the departing Wei Yong in charge of them, and he smiled slightly and walked toward Jon, who was beside him. Hey, Jon, I heard that you became the knight of the very good businessman, Lord Jason Easter from the Empire of the Far East. Theon is 18 years old, older than Rob and Jon. He was lean, with the dark complexion of the Iron Islands, with the usual cynical smile on his face, black eyes staring at Jon, his eyes undisguised for his illegitimate child. Then, the illegitimate child has become a noble knight. Will I be honored as a jazz master when I meet you in the future? Theon said with a smile, looking at Jon playfully. It's a little strange in my heart that the clothes Jon is wearing is definitely not from the north, or even from Westeros. Because the fabric was very dense, it was better than the fabric of the clothes he was wearing. This reminded Theon of the strange clothes he had heard from the soldiers in Winterfell, about the hundreds of soldiers recruited by Lord East, the Earl of Starfire City. Come to think of it, this is what Jon is wearing. Well, that's right. Jon was wearing the field camouflage suit Jason Liu bought from Hyundai, and he was wearing a black stab suit. No wonder Theon looked weird. Jon's face was solemn and indifferent, like a stubborn rock in the north, and his black eyes stared at Theon Greyjoy, who was full of playful smiles. With my left hand on the hilt of the saber at my waist, I tightened my fingers slightly. Jon pressed his lips, a trace of anger in his eyes, but he was well suppressed by him, and said indifferently, "Greyjoy, if I came here to say this to me, to express my congratulations, then I can tell you clearly that I have received your congratulations." Congratulations? Ha ha. Theon seemed to have heard some funny joke, and the whole person suddenly burst into laughter. It attracted McCann, D***K, and Bud, who were training in the distance, and they couldn't help but look here. Marbu gestured at Jon and asked if he needed help. As civilians in the territory near Winterfell, Marbu and the others naturally knew Theon Greyjoy, the son of the Duke of Balon of the Iron Islands. Of course, they're just lowly commoners, and they have no chance to get in touch with such a big aristocratic young Master Theon. I just heard that this young master of the Greyjoy family, who is a proton in Winterfell, has a very arrogant personality and is a servant of Winterfell. Talking about him is often in a distasteful tone. Jon gestured towards them, saying that he could handle it without their help. Theon naturally noticed the little movement between Jon and Marbu just now, and naturally looked at the open space in the distance, all wearing the same clothes, training the soldiers who were walking in line. Seeing that these hundreds of young soldiers have gradually been able to keep pace, inadvertently revealing the unique momentum of the army, Theon couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he looked at the soldiers in the distance in surprise and said hesitantly, "I heard that these soldiers of the East family were recruited from the farmers' homes nearby, and a group of soldiers who can only wave a hoe and a wooden fork, a peasant boy who has never touched a sword?" Jon followed his gaze to the soldiers in training and said blankly, "Not anymore. They'll be great soldiers, and after more than a month of training, I'm more and more convinced of this." From the tone of Theon's illegitimate child, he could hear an unprecedented confidence. This kind of self-confidence, inexplicably exuded from the illegitimate child, made him very unhappy. "Hey," Theon sneered, "it just looks a little interesting. In actual battles, these arrogances can't handle it." Jon didn't want to talk to him. He didn't bother to argue with the arrogant guy, just like he didn't bother to talk about it before. "I have to continue training with the soldiers, so do it yourself." Jon finished, turning and walking towards the soldiers. Being ignored by Jon naked, Theon's face was stunned for a moment. Then his face quickly flushed, and his eyes were fixed on the back of Jon's departure. Burning with anger, how dare he ignore himself? This be ********D? Late? Yes, the other party is now the knight of the Lord Earl of the Empire, who knows where he is. He is already a noble at the bottom, and he is no longer an illegitimate child with a humble status. And it's just a knight of an earl who is not recognized by Westeros. There was fire in his heart, and the aggrieved Theon glared angrily. Jon, who had already commanded the training of those soldiers, wanted to rush over to teach him a lesson like he did when he was a child. But looking at the soldiers, he was stunned. "I dare not." Unwillingly, he kicked a stone on the ground hard, and with a bang, He felt a sharp pain in his foot, which made Theon couldn't help jumping, and finally he could only limp back to Winterfell alone. In my heart, I have given Jon, this illegitimate son, a hard note. Rumble. A long line of carriages stopped in front of the store, carrying a flag of a burning tower. A middle-aged man wearing a delicate silk robe with a neatly trimmed short beard under his jaw stepped out of the carriage, and immediately a subordinate helped him get off the carriage. He looked up at the spacious and tall east shop below, nodded at his subordinates, and walked in first. Lena, Martha, and the others who were standing behind the counter naturally noticed the motorcade that appeared at the door, but they were not surprised to see more carriages brought by businessmen from all over Westeros. Sutan put down the rag to wipe the seat, turned around, and greeted the middle-aged man walking towards him. "Hello, how can I help you?" The middle-aged man glanced at Susan, then looked around the entire store, and nodded slightly before saying, "I am Calvin, the housekeeper of Lord Gerald Graff's son, Earl of Seagull Town in the east, and I have been ordered to come to Jason I. Lord Sturt purchases gel pens, white paper, soap, and soap, which are said to be peculiar goods from Lord Jason's hometown." As the Graffson family's head, Calvin said. He turned his head and looked around. "Is Lord Jason Easter in the store at this time? If possible, I will represent Lord Gerald and express my greetings to Lord Jason." Hearing that she was the largest port city in the east and the butler of Earl Juro, the ruler of Seagull Town, Lena hurried out from behind the counter and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Calvin Lee Howe is in charge, Lord Jason. He is not in the store at the moment. He has temporarily left the winter market town due to some business. It is a pity that you can't send greetings from Earl Gerald to Lord Jason in person." Hearing that Jason East, a noble from a foreign country, was not there, Director Cavan was a little disappointed, because he came this time not just to send greetings from Lord Gerald. More importantly, the Graffson family wanted to talk to the Lord East about the right to sell these goods in the Eastern Territory. However, I didn't expect that the master was not there, which caught Director Calvin by surprise. If you can't negotiate the right to sell with Lord East, then the market for this magical commodity in the East will be occupied by those small businessmen who don't know where they came from. Seeing so much money slip away in front of us, the Graffson family in Seagull Town, which is prosperous in trade, is almost heartbroken. Therefore, when Earl Gerald Graffson learned that these best-selling products came from the winter market town outside Winterfell in the north, he immediately dispatched his manager to personally come to the north to make a large purchase. He even hoped to join hands with this Lord Jason to monopolize the entire market in the Eastern Territory. Even if you double the price of the purchase, you will not hesitate. But what made Director Calvin depressed was that Lord East was not there. He looked anxious, looked at Lena expectantly, and hurriedly asked, "So, when will Lord Jason be back?" "I have something very important to discuss with Lord Jason. This is about the Graffson family and the Iraqi family. A big event for the Sturt family. Very important." Director Cavan finally emphasized it again, hoping to hear from the maid that Mr. Jason will return soon. From the other party's words, Lena probably guessed what the big event of the Graffson family and the East family was said by the manager of Calvin. It is nothing more than wanting to negotiate with Mr. Jason and propose a high price in an attempt to monopolize the market. This kind of thing has been mentioned by many small nobles for a long time, but they were all rejected by Master Jason. According to Lord Jason, the nobles who really have the power to monopolize a place can only be the dukes of the 127 kingdoms, and the other nobles are not enough. Lena apologetically told Director Cavan she didn't know when Master Jason would come back. Maybe one day, maybe 2 days, it's hard to say. Director Calvin didn't have time to wait here for the return of Mr. Jason, so he tentatively asked Lena about the exclusive sale of goods in the East. "I'm sorry, Director Calvin. This matter is not something I can do as a maid. It needs to be decided by Mr. Jason himself." So, you see, Lena pretended to be apologetic, very helpless. Her big eyes were innocent and innocent. Look at each other. Manager Calvin couldn't do anything. After all, such a big thing, of course, cannot be decided by a maid. So, he had to give up this idea temporarily and began to buy goods on a large scale. After being recommended by Lena, a new product toothpaste and toothbrush. The manager of Calvin was very moved and immediately placed an order. 20,000 gel pens and 200,000 refills. 300,000 sheets of A4 paper and 20,000 sheets of Al paper. 30,000 pieces of soap and 200,000 pieces of soap. 10,000 toothbrushes and 1 ointment. Bah. It cost 2,950 gold dragons in total. As expected of the Grafson family who started their business in Seagull Town, they are really generous. It seems that the other party is really eager to go back and seize the market in the east. After paying the money, Director Cavan immediately ordered the goods to be counted and loaded into the carriage. Without taking a rest, they immediately drove the carriage back to the port. Their merchant ships in Seagull Town were parked in the port of Bygang. When they rushed back to load the goods, they could set sail back to Seagull Town. Seagull Town is much closer to White Harbor than the old town of the Reach at the southernmost tip of Westeros. Lena brought the nearly 3,000 golden dragons she received back to the castle and stored them in the big iron cabinet in Mr. Jason's bedroom, which is the safe that Jason Liu bought from Hyundai. Use the method that Jason Liu taught her, follow the password to open the safe, and store all the golden dragons in it. After doing all this, Lena let out a sigh of relief. With hundreds of soldiers guarding, there's no need to worry about the safety of this small castle. After all, Winterfell was not far away, and no daring robbers dared to attack Winterfell Market Town. Hyundai, Jason Liu drove to the GoT carriage factory in Sushur. The 5 large carriages he ordered had been completed. After driving for 2 hours, we successfully entered the territory of Sioux City. However, he did not rush to the GoT carriage factory, but opened the mobile phone software and contacted an intermediary to rent a small warehouse. Because he only rented for 1 month, the intermediary asked for 10,000 yuan and found him a private house in the suburbs of Sioux City. This house has been unoccupied for a long time. The yard is about 300 square meters, and the houses in the back are full of various debris and old furniture. Jason Liu took a look and decided to rent it here. Anyway, he didn't use the house in this mansion, but only temporarily used the open yard to park the 5 large carriages. After getting this temporary storage place, Jason Liu drove to the GoT carriage factory. At the gate of the factory, Director Zhao had already greeted the uncle who was the gatekeeper. After Jason Liu identified his identity, he drove his car directly into the factory. Welcome, Mr. Liu, to our GoT carriage factory. It's really hard for you. Director Zhao shook hands with Jason Liu, who got out of the car with a smile on his face. Hello, Director Zhao. Jason Liu smiled and shook hands. After a few casual greetings, Jason Liu offered to see his custom-made carriage. No problem. We have already transported all 5 carriages to the test road behind the factory, Mr. Liu. Let's just go and see how the actual road is. Director Zhao was very happy and took the lead and led the way to the experimental section. It is said to be an experimental road section, which is a playground of thousands of square meters, with repaired cement roads and potholes and dirt roads. 5 large 4-wheeled carriages with a net length of 5 meters and a carriage length of more than 6 meters were arranged in sequence and parked on the side of the road. Several employees of the GoT carriage factory got 2 police horses from nowhere. The 2 were putting a carriage on the 2 horses. Jason Liu followed factory director Zhao and walked directly over. Mr. Liu, this is the chief engineer of our factory. Chong Liu director Zhao introduced their chief engineer to Jason Liu. Hello, Chonggong. Jason Liu shook hands with the other party, then looked at the 5 4-wheeled carriages that were taller than large SUVs, and said with a smile, I have to trouble Chonggong to introduce these to me. Carriage performance. Chonggong nodded without saying much, and took Jason Liu to check the whole carriage in person. Mr. Liu, because the carriage you want is large in size and requires high shock absorption performance, we gave up the single crankshaft support under the carriage of an ordinary 4-wheeled carriage and switched to a flat steel frame support similar to a car chassis. In order to improve the shock absorption performance, the hydraulic shock absorber widely used in the automobile suspension system is specially selected, and the shock absorption performance is close to that of the car, which fully meets your needs. The tires on all four wheels are widened, and the solid tires used are also very resistant to wear. This large four-wheeled carriage has a total length of 6.5 meters, a width of 3.2 meters, and a height of 3.2 meters. The side and supporting structure are all made of alloy steel, carbon steel, spring steel, bearing steel, etc. for automobiles, which can reach the impact resistance of ordinary cars. Ability. This kind of structural performance is already excessive for a four-wheeled carriage. After all, a four-wheeled carriage can't run the speed of a car no matter what. Speaking of this, the chief engineer Chong is also depressed. In fact, it is not necessary to make such a good steel for this carriage, but since Party A's father has asked for it, they will put the best steel upwards. Instead of paying, can earn more. Hearing that the steel used in this four-wheeled carriage is all automobile grade, Jason Liu is very satisfied. Such strength is absolutely amazing. In Westeros, let the horse run casually, and there is no fear of the axle breaking. Very well, we should use this kind of steel. We must be more careful about the safety of our customers. Jason Liu said with satisfaction. The director Zhao, who followed them, nodded with a smile and said yes, but in their hearts, as long as Party A's father is happy, it's fine. After talking about the structure and shock absorption performance of the carriage, Chief Engineer Chong introduced the steering function of the first two wheels. In general, because of the large size of this large carriage, the steering can also be turned within a certain range, and it is impossible to turn as much as a car. This point, Jason Liu understands. After all, the structure of the four-wheel wagon wheel is simple, and it can't do the steering system like a car. Anyway, at least it's much stronger than the wooden carriage in Westeros. The carriages of the carriage are all black, the windows are all tempered glass, and there are curtains inside, which can block the view from the outside. The four corners of the carriage are equipped with a cover of white and transparent lead horse lamps. The shape is very beautiful. It looks like a crystal lamp, but it is actually plastic. The switch of the horse lamp is installed under the groom's seat in front of the carriage. The two sides of the two carriages are engraved with the golden crowned stag family emblem of the Baratheon family, and several golden crowned stags are also engraved on the top of the carriages, making a galloping jump. The other two carriages are engraved with the Stark family's silver direwolf family emblem, and there are also several running silver direwolf statues on the top. As for his own carriage, the two sides of the carriage were unsurprisingly engraved on the Starfire flag, a circle surrounded by 6 flaming golden 5-pointed stars, and a phoenix-shaped flame pattern inside the circle. The top of the carriage is also a blazing golden flame sculpture. Jason Liu circled his carriage twice and felt pretty good. Opened the door of one side of the car and put down 2 steps of folding steel frame. Jason Liu did not step on the steps, but raised his long legs, stepped directly to the bottom of the 0.5 m high car, and boarded the carriage. Chong Gong and director Zhao followed closely. It is 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2.7 meters high, covering an area of 15 square meters. The space looks quite large. Behind the carriage is a 3M*2M sofa bed with a height of 50 centimeters. The space under the bed has been transformed into 3 large drawers with a width of 1 m and a length of 2 m, which can store a lot of things. The area occupied by the bed, the first half of the 3M*3M space, is placed in the middle of an oval, smooth chestnut wooden table with a length of 1.5 meters and a width of 1 meter. The 4 legs under the wooden table are stuck by the buckles at the bottom of the carriage. Shaking while driving. The long oval table is flanked by the seat benches that are close to the carriage. The seat cushion and backrest are made of high-grade leather, which is simple and easy to clean. The top of the carriage is decorated with a large crystal chandelier, and the light and shade of the chandelier can be controlled by turning on the switches installed on both sides of the carriage. The 4 covered horse lights outside the car, as well as the crystal lights on the top of the car, are powered by the batteries installed in the car. When the wheels of the carriage turn, it will drive the small generator fixed on the site to generate electricity and store the electricity in the battery. When the battery is full, the storage will stop. Then at night, the 5 lights on the carriage are powered by batteries. According to Changong, as long as the battery is fully charged, it is enough for the 5 cover lights to illuminate continuously for 20 hours at the same time. After reading the interior decoration, Director Zhao said with a smile, "Mr. Liu, the horse has been set up. Why don't we sit on the carriage and experience it for ourselves?" "Well, then, let's feel the feelings first." Jason Liu smiled and sat on the sofa bed at the back, while Director Zhao and Changong sat on the benches on both sides of the carriage. The employees of the GoT carriage factory led the 2 horses to walk around the flat concrete road, and then they reached the position of the groom and drove the 2 horses to run slowly and quickly. Rumble. The wheels of this large 4-wheeled carriage ran over the concrete road, making a low, crushing sound. Fortunately, the sound was not too loud. Jason Liu and the others sitting in the carriage could not feel any bumps. Jason Liu peered out through the glass window and said, "Director Zhao, let your employees drive the carriage down that dirt road to try it out. -0 for flowers." Director Zhao nodded with a smile, and then shouted to the employee who was sitting in front of the carriage. Rumble. Slightly. Because the dirt road was very uneven, the carriage began to vibrate up and down, and the 3 people sitting in the carriage felt it. But because there is a shock absorption system comparable to a car, and the speed is not too fast, the bumpy feeling in the cabin is not large. Fully in line with Jason Liu's psychological expectations. Director Zhao and Chief Engineer Chong looked determined, for fear that this bump would make major customers dissatisfied, but this was the best they could do. Oh, fortunately, Jason Liu didn't say anything dissatisfied, but made Director Zhao and Changong breathe a sigh of relief. After getting off the carriage, Jason Liu finally said the words that made Director Zhao and the others wait for a long time. "These carriages are no problem. I plan to transport them today. You can help me transport the carriages here." With that said, Jason Liu sent him the location of the yard he rented in the suburbs of Sioux City today. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. We will definitely deliver it to you." Director Zhao, who saw that the address was in the suburbs of Sioux City and consciously saved a lot of transportation costs, was very happy. Then he suddenly remembered something, and he said, "Mr. Liu, the small 4-wheeled carriage you want with a 3M*2M carriage can be made this afternoon, or else we will bring it to you in the afternoon." Jason Liu heard that the small carriage was also ready, so he nodded. "Okay, let's transport it together in the afternoon." Factory manager Zhao and the others were very happy and said that they would invite Jason Liu to dinner today, and as the host, they would definitely entertain this big client. Jason Liu refused to resign, and at noon, he followed Director Zhao and the others at a farmhouse in Shusher and ate the famous chicken in a nearby pot. The taste is quite good. It is said that it is a free-range chicken in the farmhouse, which is completely different from the hormone chicken that is fed with a large amount of feed. Jason Liu refused to persuade factory director Zhao and the others to drink alcohol on the grounds that he had something to do in the afternoon. The wine he drank yesterday has not passed, and he will not drink anything today. 7. After eating, I walked around the farmhouse again, watching the other side's ecological farming, native chickens, native ducks, and fish ponds. Indeed, in recent years, everyone has become rich, not only eating and drinking, but also pursuing healthy and green food. Like the free-range chickens and ducks of this farmhouse, with the slogan of pure natural, green, and pollution-free, it attracts a large number of people in the city to drive here on weekends for consumption. No wonder business is so good. After a short rest, Jason Liu and director Zhao returned to the GoT carriage factory. Finally, this small carriage was also sprayed with paint and decoration, and Jason Liu asked them to follow his own spark pattern. I tried it with 2 horses, and the comfort is also very good. But take it to Westeros, and it's enough to attract those ladies and ladies. 5 large 4-wheeled carriages and 1 small 4-wheeled carriage were loaded onto a large truck and transported to the location designated by Jason Liu. Jason Liu added the remaining money for the carriage, plus the deposit he paid before. For the 6 carriages, he spent a total of 570,000 yuan. Director Zhao expressed his gratitude and hoped to have the opportunity to cooperate again. Jason Liu agreed, and promised that as long as there was no problem with the carriage, he would continue to order from the GoT carriage factory in the future. After sending away the people from the GoT carriage factory, Jason Liu turned around and entered the small yard that he rented. 5 large carriages covered with black tarpaulins and a small carriage were parked in the yard. Jason Liu walked over, put his hand on a carriage, and transported all the carriages to the warehouse of the castle in the Winter Market town. The originally empty warehouse was instantly occupied by 6 carriages. Jason Liu just glanced at it and then went back to modern times. After driving the commercial vehicle parked outside the yard, Jason Liu returned to Zheng City. Finally getting everything ready, Jason Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. All the way back to Zheng City, back to the company. Meeting Jiang Chu in the company, Jason Liu asked her to notify several other managers to come to his office for a meeting. Jiang Chu watched him walk into the office quickly, shook his hairstyle, called several other managers, informed them that President Liu was coming to the company, and asked them to go to the general manager's office for a meeting. Lin Xiaohan from the finance office was notified, put down the statement in her hand, and asked Wang Lin to sort out yesterday's purchase order. She went to the general manager's office by herself. She was still surprised that Jason Liu suddenly wanted to hold a meeting. When Lin Xiaohan entered the general manager's office, Ma Jing, manager of the personnel department, and Zhou Yunheng, manager of the purchasing department, were already sitting on the sofa in the general manager's office, and Jason Liu was also there. She hurried over and sat down on the sofa next to Jason Liu. Jiang Chu held a coffee pot in his hand, poured a cup of coffee for everyone, and then sat down with his best friend. Jason Liu took a sip of his coffee and said, "I called everyone here today because I'm going on a business trip in the past few days, and the company's affairs may not be able to be dealt with temporarily, so I'll leave it to the 4 of you in the next few days." "Already? Are you going on a business trip? Where are you going? Are you going abroad?" Jiang Chu asked curiously. Jason Liu pretended to be expressionless and serious, and stared at Jiang Chu. "I'm the boss and you are the boss? Do I still have to report to you about my formation? Listen to me and don't interrupt." Being stared at by Jason Liu Majestic's eyes, Jiang Chu couldn't help shrinking his head and didn't dare to ask anymore. Lin Xiaohan, who was also curious at first, rolled her eyes when she heard the words and didn't plan to speak anymore. Ma Jing and Zhou Yunheng didn't dare to ask anything. They would do whatever the boss said. Xiaohan, Jiang Chu, and Chunsheng Wood Industry will leave it to the 2 of you to watch. Let the wood processing factory resume operation as soon as possible and replace the aging and damaged machines with new ones as soon as possible to ensure normal operation. Jason Liu looked to Lin Xiaohan and Jiang Chu. "Okay, Mr. Liu, Manager Jiang, and I will take care of that side." Lin Xiaohan glanced at him and replied with a serious face. In fact, she was very surprised. It was the first time that this Tai Hanin called her Xiaohan so closely. He used to be called Lin Xiaohan, Lin Xiaohan. It seemed that this guy was really enlightened, and it was not a waste of her time. Less active. Jiang Chu also heard Jason Liu's intimate tone when he called Xiaohan. A pair of big eyes immediately glanced back and forth between me and the boss, and doubted in his heart whether the 2 people were hooking up when they didn't know it. "Humph, good you Lin Xiaohan. You 2 have made such rapid progress, but you are hiding it from me. Are you still good sisters? After the meeting is over, be sure to interrogate this daring young lady." After arranging Ma Jing from the personnel department and Zhou Yunheng from the purchasing department to work with peace of mind, Jason Liu ended the brief meeting point 0. When the others walked out of the general manager's office, and there were only the 2 of them left, Lin Xiaohan looked at him with a blushing face and said, "Hey, what did you call me just now?" Jason Liu coughed lightly with a smile on his face. "I'm calling you Xiaohan. What's the matter?" "It's nothing. Doesn't Jiang Chu call you that too? We're so familiar. Doesn't it seem like we're close?" "Someone didn't call it that before." Are you thinking of something bad?" Lin Xiaohan gave him a charming white eye. Since the 2 of them almost started talking that day, Lin Xiaohan already knew that this guy definitely liked him, and he was happy, but also complained a little because Jason Liu was too good He didn't take the initiative to say those 3 words. Why would he still? Let her, the girl, speak first. Well, what kind of bad idea can I make as a big man, right? Jason Liu's face was a little red. Could it be that he was too obvious, making Goddess Lyn dissatisfied? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, "If you don't want me to call you so close, then I'll call you back to what I did before." "No." Lin Xiaohan glared at her and immediately said loudly, "What?" Jason Liu looked at her in amazement. Didn't expect that the gentle, generous, intellectual, and beautiful Goddess Lyn would be so unreasonable like other girls. "This doesn't work? That doesn't work either. What are you going to do, miss?" He smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Hey, you are so unreasonable. You can't call you Xiaohan, and you can't call you Lin Xiaohan. So what do you want me to do? Whatever you call, I don't care about you. I have nothing else to do. I'll go first, big boss." Lin Xiaohan also felt that she was a little unreasonable. Her fair face turned red. She got up and walked towards the door of the office. Jason Liu looked at Lin Xiaohan, who had disappeared outside the door with a bewildered face, wondering if she was alone for a while, just to tell him this. Scratching his head, Jason Liu, who couldn't understand, simply stopped thinking about it, took the car keys on the table, and drove directly downstairs to the warehouse. Driving the van directly into the warehouse, Jason Liu went to Westeros. The company's affairs have been arranged, and he is very relieved that nothing will happen if he is not there. Once again teleported to the warehouse of the castle in the winter shelter, Jason Liu called Lena, Barlow, and the others to let them enter the warehouse and pull out his large 4-wheeled carriage. Looking at the 5 large carriages and a slightly smaller carriage that suddenly appeared in the warehouse, Lena and the others were all stunned. They don't know when Mr. Jason was transported in, but Mr. Jason has always been mysterious, and they know that this is not something they can intervene. Although they are curious, they all keep their mouths closed. "Barlow, go and call some people and pull this large carriage with the Easter family crest from the warehouse." Jason Liu instructed Barlow. "Yes, my lord. I'm going to call someone." Barlow ran to the soldiers who were training in the open space far away from the store. "Baron, you go and lead 2 horses here." "Yes, my lord, I'll go." After sending Baron to lead the horse, Jason Liu let the curious Lena, Vanessa, and Bella board the carriage to visit again. "Wow, what a big car. The crystal lamp on this is beautiful. But how should this be lit? What do you pour the lamp oil in? This bed is so soft, just like the one in Lord Jason's room, and it bounces when you sit down." Several girls babbled, looking at the decorations in the carriage, exclaiming incessantly, "The lights here don't need to burn oil. As long as the switch is turned on, the lights will turn on." Jason Liu said, turning on the switch of the crystal light on the top of the carriage. The battery has been partially charged and can fully support the lighting of the crystal lamp. Bright, bright. What a bright light. Much brighter than an oil lamp. "Sir, how did you do it?" "You can make this lamp so bright without burning oil." The 3 girls blinked and looked at him in amazement. Jason Liu blinked, not knowing how to explain electricity to these girls for a while. So he directly responded, "Because this involved a very deep knowledge in my hometown electricity. You can simply understand it as, when the carriage runs, it will create a substance called electricity through a device, and then the electricity will emit light through a device, so the crystal lamp will light up." Although they don't know what the unfamiliar word electricity is, it does not prevent them from thinking of candles and lamp oil that can burn and illuminate. Electricity may also be like candles and lamp oil, but it can illuminate without lighting. They don't care what's going on, as long as they know that this kind of electric lighting is very bright. Barlow walked in with John, McCann, D***K, Bud, Marb, Kent, and Reuben. Grown-ups. After a few people saluted, they were very happy to see their adults come back. "Come on, let's push this carriage out of the warehouse together." Jason Liu waved to them, and then instructed everyone to push the 4-wheeled carriage out of the warehouse. Fortunately, although the weight of this large carriage is nearly 1,200 kilograms, which is more than 1 ton, but because there is lubricating oil between the wheels and the bearings, it is not difficult to push, but rather easy. John, the 8 of them, easily pushed the big guy into the small school field. Baron brought 2 horses to pull the cart. These 2 horses were bought to pull the wood when the house was built. After the house was built, the 2 horses were kept in the horse country for feeding, and they were rarely used. Arrive. Barlow helped his younger brother Baron to put the 2 mottled horses into the carriage. Then, at the direction of Lord Jason, Barlow, who had driven the carriage before, sat on the groom's seat in front of the carriage, holding the reins in his hand, lightly. Shake slightly. Baron gave a soft drink, and the 2 horses trotted at once. Rumble. The carriage was pulled by 2 horses and began to circle around the small schoolyard. This is such a big carriage. Is it so easy to run with 2 horses? Jon couldn't help being surprised when he looked at the ease with which the 2 inferior horses ran the large carriage. McCann listened carefully and said in surprise, "Listen, when such a large carriage runs, there is no squeaking sound of the wood wheels turning, which is much smaller than that of the heavy wooden carriage. How is this done? I see that the underside of the carriage is made of steel, and such a heavy carriage can run so fast. It's my first time seeing you." Bud, Marb, Reuben, Kent, and the others couldn't help but talk about each other, and their faces were full of surprise. Barlow stopped first. Jason Liu stopped Barlow, who was driving the car, and then let everyone board the carriage. "Come on, let's try it out for yourself. I promise this is definitely Westeros' best carriage ever." Jon and the others followed curiously and got on the carriage. Seeing the large space inside and the luxurious layout, they couldn't help but stare around, feeling that everything was so novel. Lena, Vanessa, and Bella sat on the back bed, and Jon sat on the seats on either side of the long oval table. There were 12 people squeezed into the car at once, and it still seemed quite spacious without the feeling of being crowded at all. Seeing that everyone was seated, Barlow made a whiplash in the air with a whip in his hand and trotted the 2 horses again. Even with 13 people, including the groom Barlow, the 2 horses ran the 4-wheeled carriage supported by modern bearings and ran extremely smoothly. Compared with the wooden carriage of Westeros, which has 4 solid wood wheels like discs, the carriage is hung on the axle by fitting, and the rolling friction between the axle and the concave seat in the lower part of the carriage is used so that pull the carriage forward. It is similar to the kind of rack trucks used in some remote rural areas in modern times. The modern bearings used in such large carriages have far less rolling friction, making it easier to pull up horses. Soon, Jon and the others discovered that the large carriage brought by Mr. Jason was not only as simple as saving effort, but also had such good shock absorption. Sitting in it, he could hardly feel the bumps caused by the carriage. If they were sitting in a Westeros wagon with wooden wheels, if the seats weren't padded with thick soft fur, they would have been jolted and vomited. "How's it going?" "This carriage has the best shock absorbers, so even on rough roads, you won't feel too much bumps." Jason Liu smiled smugly. Compared with McCann, Bud, and Marbu, who don't know big characters, they can only shout loudly. "It's very good." Jon from Winterfell is naturally more knowledgeable. At this time, Jon's face was full of admiration. "It's unimaginable to what extent the technology in your hometown has reached. I am afraid that the best car-making skills in the entire Westeros are far behind." Having said that, Jon turned his head to look at Lord Jason, and said with a look of longing, "My lord, your country must be a very powerful country. From these exquisite and magical goods you brought to Westeros, sharp the steel sword, the light and sturdy stab-proof suit, and this large and labor-saving carriage are all testaments to the strength of the Tsena Empire." After thinking about the modern Lena, Jason Liu said as a matter of course, "Of course, my country is the strongest in the world. There is no doubt about it. However, although we are powerful, we love peace and will not invade other countries. So I'm here to bring trade, not war, to Westeros." These words made Jon and the others nod again and again. Indeed, if such a powerful empire really invaded the 7 countries that were scattered like Westeros, I am afraid that it would be really easy to win. Just like Aegon Targaryen, the conqueror who came across the sea on a dragon over 400 years ago. Fortunately, Lord Jason came alone and did not bring other kind of people, which means that Lord Jason has no malice towards Westeros. Otherwise, Jon and the others would not dare to imagine that an extremely powerful empire invaded Westeros. And with the backward weapons of Westeros, can it be stopped? For a time, everyone present was in awe of Kai Empire, who had little sense of existence in the original impression. At the same time, they are also proud that they can become the vassal knights of such a powerful empire count. Once again gathered a wave of loyalty and awe from his subordinates. Jason Liu and the others finally got off the carriage. Barlow, you did a good job driving the car just now, so you could be my groom in the future. Jason Liu praised Barlow. Since this guy has no talent for fighting and doesn't know big characters, he should be his full-time groom and drive for himself. The carriage is ready. Hearing that Master Jason appointed himself as his groom, Barlow immediately bowed excitedly. Thank you for your trust. The villain will definitely drive the carriage for you. No wonder Barlow was so excited, because the position of the nobleman's groom was actually quite high. If you don't believe me, look at the modern drivers who drive for big people. Which one is not a dog, a bully dog? Barlow considers himself lucky to be appointed as a groom by Master Jason, which shows how much Master Jason trusts him. He must do his best to not fail Lord Jason. Even Barlow had already planned in his heart to find an opportunity to invite Mav Sizer, who was driving the carriages of the Stark family, to drink a drink in Winterfell, so as to learn more experience in driving from him. Looking at Baron looking at his brother with admiration, he unhooked the two bad horses and brought them back. Jason Liu suddenly realized that he should buy a batch of good horses. In addition to pulling the carriage, his soldiers also had to train some cavalry. Otherwise, the traffic conditions in Westeros are so backward. If you don't ride a horse, it will be really slow to death. Thinking of this, Jason Liu asked Jon and the others, "Where can I buy a large number of good horses in the winter market town?" Jon said without thinking, "Sir, every family in the north has their own horse farms. If you want to buy a large number of horses, you need to go to the horse farm." Hearing that these nobles in the north actually have their own horse farms, Jason Liu couldn't help being a little surprised. But after thinking about it, this is also very normal. If anyone makes the northern border too large and empty, if they communicate with each other and do not ride horses, it will be too slow. In addition to pulling carts and arable land, horses are also extremely important armament resources. Although the climate in the north is colder, and there is only one harvest of grain a year, there are many grasslands in the land. The more grasslands there are, the more horses can be raised. The cavalry army in the north relies on the mass production of horses in the north to make its name in Westeros. With that in mind, Jason Liu asked, "Does Winterfell also have a horse farm?" Jon answered honestly, "Yes, not counting the one closest to Winterfell, there are several large horse farms in other places." "Then contact Winterfell and buy horses from them. I think, buy 50 horses first, and let your soldiers be cavalry after they can ride, and infantry if they can't." Jason Liu decided. Jon nodded. "I'll get in touch with Hulun, the head of the stables at Winterfell, and I'll get an answer soon." "Very well. I'll leave this to you, Jon." Leave the horse buying to Jon, and Jason Liu doesn't care. He also instructed Barlow to recruit people in the yard between the main castle and the storefront, build a carport against the wall to park the carriage, and temporarily put the carriage back in the warehouse. McCann and the others saw several other carriages covered with raincoats in the warehouse, and couldn't help but muttered in their hearts, "It seems that Mr. Jason is going to prepare for the carriage business." Of course, their ideas are right. Except the carriage here is a gift for the Stark family and the Baratheon family. As long as the carriage is famous and someone asks him to order it, he will send the order to the modern Gamay carriage factory and start it on the two. Get its sides. The carriage business. Come on, move these 3 big boxes out. After trying the carriage, Jason Liu finally had time to install the solar lighting equipment that had been in the warehouse for a long time into the castle. Bud and the others heard Lord Jason's instructions, and they didn't ask anything, and they worked together to carry the 3 large cardboard boxes out. In the courtyard in front of the main castle, Jason Liu personally opened one of the cardboard boxes to the curious eyes of the crowd, revealing the solar photovoltaic panels wrapped in plastic foam. as well as controllers, switches, wires, and 3 LEDs to save energy. Light. Bud and the others brought a ladder, carefully climbed to the gentle roof on the side of the main fort, and placed the 1.64 m * 0.67 m solar photovoltaic panel on the roof facing south. Then pull a wire from the solar panel all the way to a room in the main fort. The gel battery is stored in this room, and above the battery is the controller placed on the table. The wire pulled out from the solar panel is connected to the controller first, and then connected to the battery with a wire, and the battery can be charged through the adjustment of the controller. Then, pull out 3 wires from other interfaces of the controller, and pull these 3 wires into 3 rooms respectively, and close the wires to the wall and fix them with limit pins. Jason Liu's bedroom and bathroom were each installed with an LED energy-saving lamp, and the remaining energy-saving lamp was installed in another guest room on the 2nd floor of the main fort. For the convenience of serving Lord Jason, Lena lives in this room on the 2nd floor of the main castle, and the others, such as Martha, Susan, and Venisabella, all live in the guest room downstairs. Jason Liu personally instructed Baron and several young male employees to connect the wires to the interface of a controller and fix the wires against the wall with limit pins. These male employees were all young boys who were eliminated from soldier training and had no warrior talent at all. Jason Liu put them all under the management of Barlow and Baron, helping to carry the goods in the store and obeying Lena and their commands. Now, Jason Liu intends to teach Baron and 120 of his 5 young men to master the whole process of installing solar lighting equipment. This thing is too simple. First, place the solar panel in a place where it can be exposed to sunlight, and then connect the wires pulled from the solar panel to the specific interface of the controller. Then the gel battery is also connected to the specific interface on the controller, so that the charging function of the solar panel is completed. Then, from the 3 side-by-side LED light excuses on the controller, pull out the 3 wires, stick the wires close to the wall, and fix the wires with the limit nails on the wall, and pull the wires all the way to the room where the lights need to be installed. Finally, stick the wire close to the wall and fix it to the position where the LED energy-saving lamp is installed at the top of the room. The wire is connected to the energy-saving lamp socket, and the energy-saving lamp socket is smashed into the wall with a nail, and the energy-saving lamp is installed. Finally, on the wall on the right-hand side of the door, cut the wire, connect a switch the size of a palm, and fix the switch on the wall. Repeat this work 3 times in a row, so that a set of lighting equipment is all installed. If there are many rooms and many LED energy-saving lamps are needed, install more sets of solar lighting equipment. Jason Liu's main castle used almost 3 sets of solar lighting equipment, a total of 9 LED energy-saving lamps, to complete the installation of all rooms. By the time these were all loaded, it was already 3 p.m. Barlow and 5 people have been under the guidance of Jason Liu, bit by bit. In the end, Jason Liu simply divided the 6 of them into 3 parts. 2 people are responsible for the installation of solar photovoltaic panels, and 2 people are responsible for the wiring of the controller, gel battery, and LED energy-saving lamps. The last 2 people are responsible for pulling the energy-saving lamp wires into the room, fixing the wires, installing switches and lamp sockets. In this way, their installation speed is a lot faster all at once. After all, this thing is really simple. The remaining 20 barracks for the soldiers, as well as storefronts, kitchens, warehouses, weapon depots, laundry rooms, toilets, and the hospital that Boris is renovating next door, the installation work of these places was handed over to Baron by Jason Liu. 6 people do it. After 3 consecutive sets of installation procedures in the main fort, the 6 of them have become proficient in cooperating. For the future sales and installation of solar lighting equipment, Jason Liu asked Lena to recruit more than 20 young people, plus 6 of Baron, to form a 30-person solar lighting equipment installation team to prepare for future orders. The 6 Barons worked very hard and felt that it was important to them that Master Jason entrusted them with the installation of such a magical lighting device. In the afternoon, Baron and the others chose the most convenient 10 soldiers' barracks to start work. It took half the time, less than a morning to finally install all 10 barracks with energy-saving lamps. Because it was getting dark, they were going to continue installing the rest of the room tomorrow. In the evening, when the soldiers returned to the barracks and saw a white light that was almost as bright as the day, they were all stunned. Baron and the others ostentatiously told the soldiers that this was the solar lighting device that Mr. Jason brought from his hometown. These soldiers, who didn't even know a word, didn't know anything about solar power. They only knew about their own adults. Fantastic lamps. Lamps 10 times brighter than oil lamps and candles. In the main fort hall, because of the installation of a whole set of 3 energy-saving lamps, this hall is brightly illuminated. Lena, Boris, and Jon, who were sitting at the long table for dinner with Lord Jason, were 7 Easternites. Everyone looked up in shock at the top of the hall, the energy-saving lamps emitting white light. They don't know what words to use to describe their shock. Even the most knowledgeable Boris here, and then to the energy-saving lamps of electric lighting, is sluggish and speechless. No matter how he wants to break his head, he can't understand how Mr. Jason's hometown can store sunlight and use it for lighting at night. Electricity. This unfamiliar word left Boris with no concept at all. Not to mention what electricity generates magnetism. Magnetism generates electricity Mr. Jason is talking about. 7 gods above, what the hell are these? Boris, who had a headache thinking about it, didn't want to think about it in the last breath. I'm just a high-level medical researcher, and I haven't even obtained a bachelor's degree. I can't understand the advanced subject of electricity, which is related to mysticism. Slip away, slip away. Boris, go back and study medicine. After dinner, Boris returned to the hospital next door with a hopeless expression. The 5 apprentices couldn't help but match each other when they looked at Master Boris's stricken kidney deficiency. Didn't Mr. Boris go to the main castle to attend Lord Jason's dinner? How did you get this shit done? The small castle of the East family, which was bright at night, also attracted the attention of the townspeople in the winter shelter town who lived nearby. However, because of the high fence, they didn't know what was so bright and thought they had lit more butter candles. Anyway, everyone knows that Lord Jason Easter is rich. Mr. Jason, who is considered to be rich, can't help but fall into contemplation when he sees that I am the golden dragon coins piled high again in the safe. In addition to the ones he put in the modern villa, the golden dragon coins he has accumulated in his hands are already close to 20,000. If not strictly converted, it is almost 200 million renminbi in modern times. Of course, compared to those big nobles, such as the Stark family in Winterfell, it's actually nothing. You must know that even if the Northern Territory is not rich, the Stark family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, must have more than 100,000 gold dragons in total cash assets. Not to mention the Lannister family, the wealthy guardian of the West. For more than 10 years, Duke Tywin has successively lent his son-in-law King Robert millions of golden dragons, and there are at least more than 1 million in the family. After all, they all know that the Western region is rich in gold. There are even rumors that what Duke Tywin pulls out every day is gold. The entire Westeros can be richer than the Lannister family in the West, and only the Tyrell family in the High Court of the Reach. And he's super rich. If King Robert is willing to let Duke Mace Tyrell of the Reach enter the Imperial Council and become a Minister of Construction in charge of construction affairs, maybe the Tyrell family is willing to lend him millions of golden dragons for him to spend at will. It's a pity that King Robert knows the deep and terrifying heritage of the Reach and would rather borrow the usury of the Iron Vault of Bravos than give the family a chance to meddle in the political power of Tyrell. It made the Tyrell family look at the direction of King's Landing every day, coveting the power of the government and not getting it. Compared with Lannister Tyrell and the two families, Jason Lou's money is at best a little country noble class that has been passed down for hundreds of years. So, the market in Westeros is still very promising. The money he makes is nothing at all. Gotta keep trying. So, let's start with the 4-wheeled carriage and solar lighting equipment, and start cutting the non-vegetables of Westeros. Lena told him that the Stark family had sent him a banquet invitation to celebrate the harvest, and Jason Lou planned to pay a formal visit on that day. By the way, While the northern lords were all around, he would sell his horse-drawn carriage and solar-powered lighting equipment. The next day, Lena released the news of hiring employees according to Lord Jason's instructions, which once again aroused the excitement of the townspeople in Bidong Market Town, scrambling to send their children over. More than 20 places were filled quickly. Lena asked Mr. Jason how to arrange these newly recruited young boys. The store can't use so many people. Jason Liu looked at the big boys standing in a row. Their green faces were full of awe and confusion, nodded slightly, and told Baron, who was following him, "Take them to take a good bath first, and then give them one, and give them to the 6 of you to carry, Sunshine, and teach them well, Baron." Although he felt that the number of people was too many, Baron did not dare to question the decision of Lord Jason, and immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, sir," the villain remembered, and he must teach them to install solar lighting equipment. All night yesterday, Baron was lying in bed meditating on the unfamiliar phrase solar lighting, and he was finally able to say it fluently. Watching Baron and the other 6 take this group of ignorant teenagers to the bathroom, Jason Liu asked D***K, who served as the captain of his bodyguard, "Has Jon returned from Winterfell?" After nearly 2 months of training the soldiers, Jason Liu released his new appointment. First of all, D***K, a 17-year-old boy who is almost 2 meters tall, has been able to eat well every day since he became his subordinate, and his physique is even stronger. Just standing there is very deterrent. Although his character is honest, and his reaction is slow, but he is tall and strong. After putting on a stab-proof suit, he wields a long sword in his hand. Even Jon, who is skilled in swordsmanship, is not an opponent. This is the real one. In addition, D***K is loyal to himself, and honest people are also at ease when using it. Jason Liu promoted him as his captain of the bodyguard. Kent and Reuben, who were also canonized as knights by him, and who had made rapid progress in swordsmanship, as well as another boy named Chris, were all selected by him into his bodyguard. That is to say, his current bodyguard has a total of 4 people, namely, the captain of the bodyguard, Sir D***K, Sir Kent, Sir Reuben, and Soldier Chris. Jon, Bud, McCann, and Marb were appointed as the 4 captains of his 100 soldiers, each leading 25 soldiers to help him take charge of his small army. When D***K heard Master Jason ask about Jon, he showed a simple and honest smile and replied in a low voice, "Master, Jon is not back yet." Zero asked for flowers or To tell the truth, being as big as D***K looks intimidating from a distance. But as soon as this guy smiles, he suddenly becomes a little silly, and his voice is very low, very gentle, completely in line with his beast-like size do not match. This is also very weird. No way, D***K thinks slowly and has a simple and honest personality. He was one of the children in Bidong Market Town who was teased since he was a child. He was so angry that his father, Old Road, was angry when he saw this big, stupid son, cursing all day long, saying that this fool with a helmet as stupid as a cow is definitely not his Old Road's kind. Jason Liu doesn't mind D***K, who is honest, but he admires this bully boy who usually wears a stab-proof suit, picks up a long sword, and rampages like a tank with a gentle and honest smile on his face. Zero. This is definitely a powerful warrior. If the protection on his body is made more stringent, it is simply a real humanoid war weapon. Jason Liu has already started to ponder in private to get D***K a high-grade stab-proof suit that can protect all parts of the body, and to get the best modern riot helmet on his head. In this way, D***K, who is tall, can not only protect himself better, but also crush the enemy. Faced with a sword that can't cut, a spear can't penetrate, and no matter how the attack is ineffective, D***K can only be beaten passively. Even if the opponent is Gregor Clegane, the first warrior of the Seven Kingdoms, who has a great reputation and Megatron throughout Westeros, I believe that D***K also has the power to fight. After all, both of them are tall and strong. although D***K is a little shorter than the Magic Mountain, and his strength is not as strong as the Magic Mountain, but the lightweight full protective equipment on D***K's body, the Magic Mountain, he certainly does not have. In this case, if the two really fight, it is a bit uncertain who will win and who will lose. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it is good to have a humanoid tank and super thug like D***K by my side, not only to save face, but also to make those arrogant knights suffer a little bit. This is really killing two birds with one stone. Yes, Jason Liu can already imagine that when his title of Earl of Starfire City is recognized by Westeros, there will inevitably be a lot of jealous nobles and knights looking for trouble. According to the rules of Westeros, those bastards who look at him and want to teach him a lesson will definitely apply to challenge him or his knights. Of course, it is impossible for him to fight. This generation will not fight. How can I compete with a little knight as a dignified Earl of Starfire City? What a shame. He is definitely not following his heart. He simply doesn't like fighting. Want to challenge yourself? Well, first defeat my bodyguards. If you really screw up all my bodyguards, I still have hundreds of soldiers under my command. You can pick them up one by one for me. No? If you can't do it, don't BB. The Earl looks down on you, a parallel importer. Hatue. With an idea in mind, Jason Liu decided to act. Instructed D***K, Kent, Liu, 120 Bing, and Chris to stay in the store, and then return to the warehouse behind the main castle, and then return to the modern age. He dug out the phone number of the manufacturer who bought the stab-resistant suit last time from his mobile phone. Jason Liu called and ordered a full set of protective equipment. He had 4 guards and ordered 4 sets in total. This set includes a riot helmet, stab suit top, stab suit pants, and stab boots. The whole set will cost nearly 3,000 yuan. Jason Liu paid 12,000 yuan directly and bought 4 sets. The other party was very happy and said that it will be shipped immediately and it will be delivered within 2 days. Having done this, Jason Liu returned to Westeros. Jon had returned from Winterfell and happily told him that he could go to Stark's horse farm outside Winterfell today and pick 50 horses to buy. Hulin, the head of the stables at Winterfell, will accompany them to the stables. Good, let's go now. Jason Liu is very interested in horse farms. He has never seen a horse farm in modern times, but he is curious about how many horses there are in this horse farm. Let Barlow put his own carriage. Jason Liu took D***K and the 4 of them into the carriage, which became the gate of the castle. Jon rode his horse, a name-day gift from Lord Eddard when he was 14, to Winterfell to inform stable master Hurin. Hulawan rode a horse, and Jon followed behind the carriage, heading towards a racecourse. This horse farm is the closest to the Stark family in Winterfell. It is very large and houses more than 2,000 adult horses. Lord East, please come with me. We'll go to the fence for sale and pick the horse you want to buy. The head of the stables at Winterfell led the way to one of the small wooden fence stables. On the open grassland in the distance, hundreds of horses were leisurely nibbling on the green grass on the ground. The servants of the horse farm rode their horses with bows and arrows, constantly patrolling the horses. There are many wild wolves in the north. If you are not careful, these beasts will get into the horse farm and attack the lonely adult horses or the ponies that are several months old. Therefore, the horse farm needs to be constantly patrolled to prevent wild wolves from entering. Approaching this small wooden fenced horse farm, a strong stench hits my face. The smell was so rushing. Jason Liu covered his nose with one hand. He didn't move forward. He had no interest in picking out such a strong smell. Jon, Kent, Barlow, 3 of you, pick 50 horses out. Pick it as soon as possible so we can get out of here. Hey, I have to say, this smell is really terrible. Jon took care of his own horse since he was a child, and was used to the pungent smell of sweat and urine on the horse. Hearing this, he nodded to Jason Liu, and then walked into the racecourse with Kent and Barlow. Buluan saw that Lord East couldn't stand the strong smell of the horse farm, so he opened his mouth and led him and a few guards away. Although this smell is diffused throughout the racecourse, it is much lighter here. Rubbing his nose, Jason Liu turned around and jumped to see the entire racecourse. Except for the house built with a piece of wood not far away. These are the residences of the servants of the horse farm. Other places are open fields. The grassland stretches far. The north is sparsely populated, and the temperature is low, suitable for pasture growth, but it is a horse-raising great place. According to Hulun, the head of the stables, most of the horses produced by the Stark's horse farm every year, except for the soldiers under his command, go to the livestock market in the south and sell them to the nobles in the south. This is a fortune in Winterfell. Important income. Jason Liu and the manager of Huluan stood here chatting, while Jon and the manager of the racecourse picked horses. It didn't take long for Jason Liu to select 50 good horses that could be used as war horses. 0. When it was time to pay, the manager Huluan discussed with the manager of the horse farm and gave the price of each horse. For 5 gold dragon, you have to pay 250 gold dragon. Hearing this goddamn number, Jason Liu's mouth twitched slightly, but it was only for a moment. After all, Jon and the others didn't understand it. Count out 250 golden dragons from the purse that he brought, and pay them to Director Huluan. These 50 horses that look fat and strong are his own. Fortunately, in peacetime, the price of war horses is still cheap. If there is a war, the price of each horse will at least double or triple. Let Jon and the others choose a few horses with a more docile temperament. Jason Liu intends to take his 4 guards and learn to ride. Jon spoke to the steward of the stable, who generously gave him 5 saddles. Jason Liu asked Barlow to give the food and wine stored in the 3 cabinets under the bed in the carriage to each other as a thank you. The steward looked at the white bread, sausage, and wine that Barlow had brought, and was very happy, thanking him repeatedly. Compared to the simple saddles they make in their spare time, these don't look like fine food and wine that ordinary people can enjoy, but they are really precious. Next, under the guidance of Jon, Jason Liu carefully mounted a black horse and rode on it. D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris 0.7. With the help of the horse farm servants, immediately got off their horses and walked slowly on their horses with excitement and timidity on their faces. Jason Liu rode a horse for a while under Jon's guidance, and it was an addiction. But soon he felt a little hot in the inner thigh. Presumably the skin was torn. Barlow drove his carriage over. Jason Liu got off the horse, got on the carriage unnaturally with his legs, and then killed him and stopped riding. The 4 of them, D***K, had already ridden in a good way. Maybe they were rough and fleshy, or they wanted to show off in front of Lord Jason. Even the inner thighs of the 4 of them were hot and painful, but their faces were a little bit hot. Can't see it either. Jon looked at the 4 dicks who were grinning from time to time, and couldn't help but the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. When he first learned to ride a horse, he also suffered a lot. On the way back, the 4 of D***K didn't dismount. They still rode the one they had chosen, followed behind the carriage of Lord Jason, and planned to ride to avoid Wintermarket Town. Jason Liu didn't stop him. After all, his bodyguards must be used to horseback riding, which is the fastest way of transportation in Westeros. When they returned to the castle in the Wintermarket Town, Baron and their 30-person solar lighting installation team, because they were fully staffed, had already installed the shop, warehouse, weapons store, kitchen, laundry room, toilet, and next door Boris. All hospitals are equipped with energy-saving lamps for lighting. This kind of simple work, as long as you do it once, you can learn it quickly without any difficulty. Some of the new recruits today are as skilled as Baron. Boris looked at the white energy-saving lamps lit in various rooms of the hospital and was very happy. With such bright lights, it would be much more convenient to read, write, and even treat patients at night. This 2-story wooden house hospital is about to be renovated, and Boris decided to start accepting patients tomorrow, making the name of Easter Hospital in the entire north. Easter Hospital, these 10 are the names that Boris came up with. After all, his allegiance is to Lord Jason and the Easter family. The medicines used in the hospital are also provided by the Easter family, so it is normal to name them. 50 horses were brought back at once, and there was no place to put them in the castle. As a last resort, Jason Liu had to ask his soldiers to enclose a fence with wood outside the winter market town and temporarily lock the 50 horses inside. At the same time, the acquisition was carried out again. In a place slightly far from the store, an abandoned house was bought and directly transformed into a horse house. Because these 50 horses are raised together, the smell is very strong. So Jason Liu specially asked Barlow and the others to build the stables away from the castle. Because the house that I bought near the outside of Bidon Market Town is very large. In addition to the stables, several barracks can be built. So Jason Liu planned to let Marbu bring his 25 soldiers to live in the barracks that will be built on the other side of the stable. One is to look after the horses in the stable, and the other, the 20 barracks in the castle, can accommodate more than 100 soldiers. Still a bit crowded. After all these arrangements were made, Kent immediately contacted the mason who helped build the house last time and asked the other party to organize people to build the new stables and barracks. These don't need Jason Liu to worry about it. He was pulled by Boris to the hospital next door to see what else needs to be prepared. If not, he decided to start treating patients tomorrow. Standing at the door of the hospital, looking at the Easter Hospital sign above the door, Jason Liu dinged, and in Boris's slightly interested eyes, he didn't say much and walked into the hospital. Polly and Camilla, who were cleaning the hospital with 3 other apprentices, saluted when they saw him and Boris come in. Jason Liu let them go on with their own business, and then followed Boris downstairs and upstairs to see the rooms. I agree. The hospital can officially start accepting patients tomorrow. Jason Liu looked at Boris, who was looking forward to it, and finally nodded, agreeing to his proposal to start treating patients tomorrow. Early the next morning, I heard that the place called Hospital Today, which can accept the medical treatment of Bachelor Boris, began to receive patients. The townspeople of Baidongji Town, who had been paying attention to this place, surrounded the gate of the hospital. They have told those from the nearby villages who were cured by Master Boris and his assistants. Master Boris's medical skills are very miraculous. After taking the medicine he gave, many people's illnesses were cured the next day. Cured, because the medicine used by Bachelor Boris is the magic medicine brought by Mr. Jason from his hometown, which can cure various diseases. Anyway, as more patients were cured by Boris, the faster these rumors spread, and the more they passed through evil. To the end, these ignorant and foolish people believed that there was something in the hands of Maester Boris that could cure all kinds of diseases. Magic medicine. Even some minor nobles in the north have heard of this incident. Some noble masters who are ill and have taken the medicine prescribed by their own bachelors, but have not improved at all, have already wondered in their hearts, are they right? Go and try this Maester Boris who has the magic medicine. Maybe the magic medicine in the hands of the other party that is rumored to be able to cure all diseases can cure his own disease. In this regard, the bachelors who serve as advisors to the nobles in the castle can't sit still. They don't believe that an assistant bachelor who doesn't even have a bachelor's qualification will surpass them in medical skills, and even have a cure for all diseases. Magic medicine. Just kidding. However, when the news that more and more people were cured, those who stayed in the bachelor tower of the castle and waited until the bachelors became more restless. If a person who does not have a bachelor's qualification can cure a disease that even a genuine bachelor can't cure, doesn't that make him seem incompetent? Will his knowledge be questioned by the lord he serves? As a result, many scholars in the north who were assisting the noble lords began to pay attention to this sudden appearance of assistant Bachelor Boris. They want to personally verify whether the other party is really as skilled in medicine as the rumors say. Therefore, when Winterfell held a feast to celebrate the harvest, the scholars who used to stay in the castle to guard the castle and assist the northern lords in handling affairs in the territory all asked their adults to bring themselves to Winterfell city for a banquet. Although it was strange, the lords of the north also agreed. After inquiring privately, I also heard rumors about Mr. Jason East, his assistant bachelor, Boris, who is very skilled in medicine. Doctors with excellent medical skills are definitely welcomed by all nobles in this era of Westeros, where medical care is extremely backward. After all, no one knows when they will get sick, and they all want someone to treat their sickness. Therefore, The bachelors who have mastered the medical skills and part-time doctors will be highly respected in the castles of the major nobles. The art of medical treatment is also an extremely important aspect for the Academy to expand its influence in Westeros. Mastering excellent medical skills is equivalent to indirectly mastering the health and life of most nobles, and thus has the detached status of the Academy. Otherwise, how do you think the Citadel got the entire Westeros nobles to agree that, in their own fiefs and castles, the maesters assigned by the Citadel came to assist in the governance of the fiefs? This is equivalent to showing the strength and secrets of his family clearly in Shueching's eyes. To say that those noble lords do not feel pain in their hearts, it is definitely a liar. Fortunately, Shueching swore an oath to remain neutral forever and would not participate in political struggles in various territories. That is to say, the bachelors sent by the Academy are only responsible for assisting the master of the castle, and whoever inherits the title of the castle will serve whomever they will serve. Whatever your own clan or other clans can get involved in order to fight for power and position, I will just stay in my bachelor's tower and wait for you to kill whoever, and sit in the castle by yourself. Lord, I will obey whoever commands. This is the life of the Citadel maesters, to serve the lord of the castle, not the lord's family. But principles are principles after all. This is a cold, dead thing, and human beings are complex creatures with 7 emotions and 6 desires, of course. It is impossible to act according to cold rules. Many bachelors have become members of the family because they have served the family for decades, and their feelings are so deep that they have become members of the family. When the family fights with other families, such bachelors often try their best to help the family they belong to, rather than choose neutrality. In this regard, the major nobles of Westeros have a tacit understanding. They will not pierce the practice of the bachelors, which obviously violates the rules of the Academy, but will encourage them. Because the maesters are loyal to their family, it is to their advantage and it is easier to gain their trust. So, rules are just rules, and in a sense, rules are meant to be broken. After receiving a letter from the Raven from the Stark family, the Lord of Winterfell, the nobles in the north immediately began to prepare carriages, bring the taxes to be handed over to Winterfell this year, and go with guards. For example, the Amber family in the last Hearth City, the furthest away from Winterfell, after receiving the letter, in order not to miss the time, they had to set off half a month in advance in order to miss the harvest celebration banquet they had missed this time. The Sywin family in the nearby Seven City and the Tauha family in Tornfang City can drive their horses and carts to bring wheat and other grains to Winterfell as tax revenue in just 3 days. Of course, if you ride directly, you can get there in a day. As the day of the banquet approached, on the way from the castles in the north to Winterfell, the villagers who lived nearby would always see horse teams and motorcades of noble men with flags passing by. For a time, the originally empty and sparsely populated northern trail became lively because of the guards and motorcades brought by these nobles. On the King's Road in the north, the Amber family's team was heading south along this road, and the Amber family's broken chain giant flag was hunting in the north wind. Get it? There was a sound of hoofs, and Big John Amber, the eldest son and heir of the Earl, known as Little John Amber, who was patrolling for the convoy in front, rode back into the convoy and rode towards the ranks of the convoy. Line father. Big John is almost 2 meters tall, with a strong body, well-developed muscles on his limbs, a thick gray beard on his chin and cheeks, and looks very brave and fierce from a distance. The people of the Amber family were born tall, and it was said that they were born with the blood of giants, so they were born so tall. As if to prove it, the flag of the Umber family, above, which was a roaring giant holding a silver broken chain. At this time, he was wearing a brown leather armor, riding on the back of a horse, followed by the guards of the Amber family. Because of his tall stature, Big John rode on a horse, but the horse under his crotch seemed to be a little small. Father, I saw the flag of the Bolton family 3 kilometers ahead. It seems that we have met the Bolton family, so should we speed up to catch up with each other and go to Winterfell together? Little John the horse stopped beside his father's horse and asked. As the son of the Big John, The little Jon is equally tall, and his physique is not inferior to his father's. Hearing that there was the Bolton family in front, Earl Jon, who was riding on the horse, could not help frowning, and his voice was thunderous. It's really bad luck. This time Lousy set off a day earlier. How could he still meet that old Skinner? Of course, little Jon knew who his father was talking about, old Skinner. Like his father, he didn't like to use skinning to intimidate the enemy Bolton family. However, since they are nobles in the north, and their territories are still close to each other, Xiao Jon felt that since he met on the way, it would be rude if he didn't say hello. If you don't want to go with the Bolton family, you should at least send someone to say hello. After all, everyone is neighbors, little Jon suggested. Although Big Jon was upset, he still nodded, raised his chin slightly, and instructed his son, "Go and say hello to Earl Luce Bolton, saying that our team is moving slowly in order not to delay. Slow down and let them go first." Little Jon nodded, then turned his horse's head to join his guard, and then headed straight for the Bolton family's convoy in front. Looking at the back of his son leaving, Big Jon couldn't help but think of Roose Bolton's pale, beardless, seemingly calm, yet sinister and cruel face inside, and felt a burst of nausea and a little bit of fear. Like him, a brave warrior with developed limbs and a relatively simple mind. The most hated is the guy who is good at conspiracy and calculation. The old skinny Roose Bolton is such a sinister and deceitful guy, Rin. Really don't want to see the hypocritical and sinister pale face of Lao Foppy. Big Jon stopped his horse, directly ordered the team to stop advancing, and found a flat, open space nearby to start camp. Since you don't want to go with the Bolton family, then set up camp in advance and sleep here tonight. The guard soldiers beside him got the order of the count, and immediately rode in the convoy and shouted loudly, conveying the order to stop and set up camp. Just as the soldiers, grooms, and followers of the Amber family started to set up camp according to the orders of their adults, little Jon got the order of his father and led 2 cavalry soldiers under the guidance of the Bolton family soldiers to find the front of the team and ride on horseback. Roose is Earl of Bolton. The Count of Terrorfort Ruth Bolton is of medium stature, not strong at all, pale and beardless, a pair of pale eyes, and a gentle appearance. Only those who are really familiar with him will know what kind of insidious, cunning, and cruel heart lies beneath this plain face. Even the tall, nervous little Jon, stared at by the calm gaze of the Count of Terror Castle, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. He hurriedly lowered his head to avoid the sight of the other party, and saluted Lord Bolton. Roose Bolton naturally recognized little Jon, the heir of the Amber family. After all, only the Amber family had such a tall and strong stature among the princes in the north, not to mention that the Castle of Dread and the last Hearth City were close neighbors. "Jon, where's your father, Lord Amber?" Roose Bolton nodded calmly. In response to the other party's salute, his tone was neither slow nor slow, and his voice was always soft. Little Jon listened carefully, because the adult's voice was too soft, far from his father's broken drum voice. Hearing the other party asking about his father, little Jon said, "Lord Bolton, my father is with the Amber family's motorcade. We had to slow down after a day's drive today, and my father said he didn't want to slow down your progress. So send me to inform you and let your team go first." With that said, Jon's eyes couldn't help but turn to Roose Bolton's exposed skin, and it was rumored that it was as pale as Dashia's. "I heard that this adult believes that leeches can suck blood and can remove the dirty blood from the body. After a period of time, let the leeches suck the dirty blood out of the body, which can keep the blood in the body clean, so as to achieve the purpose of health and longevity." Because he was often bled with leeches, Roose Bolton's skin was always pale. Because of this strange hobby, he was also privately referred to as Master Leech. Thinking of the black and soft stuff like leeches, little Jon couldn't help shivering, feeling that if he put these disgusting things on himself, he could be deceived to death. As he was thinking about this, he heard Lord Ruth Bolton's whisper again, "It's a pity I originally wanted to go with Lord Amber. At least there is someone on the road to chat to pass the boring time. Forget it, since Lord Amber is walking slowly. Then we will take a step ahead." Hearing what he said, little Jon nodded quickly. "Then I'll go back and reply to my father." With that said, Little Jon turned his horse's head and was about to leave with 2 cavalry of the Amber family. Roose Bolton's indifferent eyes swept across Little Jon, nodded silently, and said softly, "Don't forget to say hello to your father for me." Little Jon agreed again, and then rode his horse away from the Bolton family's team and returned to the Amber family, team behind. Roose Bolton gave an order with a blank face, and the team continued to move forward. The Bolton family is known for skinning their enemies alive, and the family motto is "My blade is still sharp." But they actually prefer another popular saying, "Naked people have few secrets, but skinned people have no secrets." Skinning the enemy alive and causing the greatest fear to the enemy has been a tradition of the Bolton family for thousands of years. What they need is the awe and fear of others, not intimacy, because fear is the best weapon of domination. The Bolton family believes in this. He knew very well in his heart that Big Jon, that rude man, didn't like to deal with himself very much, but he didn't care. In fact, not only the Amber family, but also the other families in the northern region were in awe of them and even slightly alienated them. After all, few people like a family that does a lot of dry skinning. It doesn't matter, the Bolton family wants to make everyone fearful, and this is the foundation of their foothold in the north. The Amber family and the Bolton family were just 2 of the many nobles in the north, and the other north families were also rushing to Winterfell at this time. As a result, the merchants on the road, watching the teams of various families passing by, hurriedly directed their motorcade to pull the carriage to the side of the road to make way for the adults, and curiously asked other merchants why all these nobles from the north go to Winterfell. A well-informed businessman told the story of the harvest banquet that Winterfell will hold in the near future. The news quickly spread among all the merchants who went to the north, making everyone very happy. Because these nobles are gathered in Winterfell, it means that the goods they bring to Winterfell are easier to sell. As a result, more merchants sped up their pace and prepared to rush to the winter shelter market town outside Winterfell earlier, occupy a good position, sell all the goods they brought, and then go to the Easter store to buy some scarce paper pen soap, shipped back to hometown for sale. The news spread, attracting more merchants to gather at Winterfell. Jason Liu, who was also busy attending the banquet at Stark's house for a few days and made an official visit, took time to return to Hyundai, signed the 4 sets of full defense equipment sent, and brought it back to Westeros. This is the full set of protective equipment he ordered specifically for his 4 guards, including a riot helmet with iron bars and transparent rigid plastic face shields, a stab-resistant jacket, stab-resistant pants, and stab-resistant boots. This riot helmet can greatly resist damage to the head and face, and its shell is made of PC alloy, which is light in weight and high in strength. There are iron bars on the front cover of the helmet, which can give better protection to the face. The outside of the iron fence is a plastic lens, which has the advantages of good light transmission, comfortable wearing, firmness, and easy to put on and take off. The stab-proof jacket and trousers also fit the body tightly, with outstanding protective performance, easy to put on and take off, and very light in weight, dozens of times lighter than the full body armor in Westeros. There's a thin steel plate at the bottom of the stab-proof boots, and the surface of the shoes is also made of materials that are cut and stabbed by swords. After getting these 4 sets of full protective equipment, Jason Liu immediately asked D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris to put them on. Wearing stab-proof jackets, trousers, and boots, and wearing riot helmets on their heads, the 4 men held wooden swords for training and beat the 30 soldiers who were besieging them. Because there's no need to worry about the protection of the head, upper body, lower body, legs, and feet, D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Karis, they just attacked furiously with wooden swords and beat the 30 soldiers who only wore upper body stab-proof suits. Wow screamed and lay down. Clap, clap. Jason Liu clapped his hands and felt very relieved. He really didn't waste the full set of defense equipment he bought. With such a powerful and lightweight protection capability, a single soldier can almost deal with 3 or 4 enemies. With such a powerful fighting force, Jason Liu was so excited that he had decided in his heart that he would continue to buy more sets of full protective equipment in the future. Sir, the protective equipment you brought is really powerful. It's even better than the full-body iron armor. More importantly, this kind of protective equipment is much lighter than full-body armor and doesn't affect activities at all. Kent's face was full of joy and admiration, shaking his arms and blowing rainbow farts happily. My lord, when will you bring back some more? My soldiers and I also want to wear full-body protective equipment like this so that we won't be worried about being injured in future battles. Marbu looked at D***K and the others warmly. The equipment on the four of them can't wait to pull them off immediately and put them on themselves. Jon, Bud, and McCann are also shocked and envious. They also want such full protective equipment. After all, wearing such a set of equipment, to a large extent, you don't need to worry about the enemy's sword slashing as long as you hold a weapon to attack. It's a life-saving weapon. Don't worry, you will all have them in the future. Jason Liu opened his mouth to appease the other subordinates, but finally warned, this kind of protective equipment only reduces the probability of you being slashed by swords and can't really prevent you from getting hurt. So, even if you put on such protective equipment, you must be careful in battle, and you must not be careless. Yes, my lord. Jon, McCann, Mar, Bud, D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris replied respectfully. They also know that such protective equipment is not omnipotent. It can only protect against sharp weapons, but cannot block blunt weapons. Even agile swordsman masters can seize the opportunity to pierce the sword through the connection gap of the stab-proof suit. So the stab-proof suit is useless. What's more, if the enemy uses more people to besiege you, your fists are hard to beat with four hands, and you can easily be taken down by the opponent. Therefore, wearing such a full set of protective equipment is really not invincible. Let Jon, Bud, McCann, and Marb continue to train with their soldiers, while Jason Liu, with 4 guards, went to the warehouse to prepare gifts for the Stark family. After all, the banquet was about to be held soon, and he had to make preparations. He only had to wait 2 days later to officially announce his appearance as the Earl of Starfire City in Winterfell, where the nobles gathered in the north. The business is getting bigger and bigger, and the reputation has been spread to the 7 territories by the merchants from all over Westeros, with the goods he brought from modern times. Presumably, even the nobles in the castle have more or less heard of it, or they have used the goods they brought. I just don't know how many nobles have heard his name. After all, many people only care about whether the products they use are good or not, but they don't care much about where the products are bought from. In this regard, Jason Liu also does not care. Compared with being shipped by the rich and powerful of Westeros, he hopes that he can keep making a fortune in silence and do business with merchants all over Westeros in a low-key manner. It's just that this is basically impossible because the goods he brought from modern times are too popular, and he makes more and more money and becomes more and more famous. His earnings will grow in an even more horrific way as he presents his well-prepared wagons and solar-powered lighting for the aristocrats of Westeros. Fat sheep, if you want to keep a low profile, you can't hide it. Those who are jealous of his ability to make money will not be indifferent. Wealth has always moved people's hearts. Capital theory says that with 20% profit, it will be active. With 50% of the profit, it will take the risk. With 100% of its profits, it dares to trample on all human laws. With a profit of 300%, it dares to commit any crime in the world and even risk hanging its head. Money wealth has always been accompanied by greed and blood. Jason Liu will not overestimate the integrity of the powerful and powerful people in Westeros. This thing is like a chamber pot. Take it out and use it when you need it, and throw it away when you don't need it. He has always not only speculated on others with the greatest malice, but was even a little worried in his heart. If he made more money, would even the noble Stark family give birth to the heart of a triumphant ship? This question Jason Liu couldn't be sure of, and didn't have an answer to until it happened. What he can do now is to continuously expand the strength of his subordinates and ensure that all evil thoughts are interrupted. It's just that now his storefront and small castle are too close to Winterfell. So close that he doesn't dare, and the Stark family will not allow him to continue recruiting troops. It's too taboo to engage in military power under the Stark family's nose. -0 for flowers. He didn't want to give the Starks an excuse to get them on him. Therefore, if you want to continue to develop and have the power to protect yourself, it seems that it is absolutely impossible to continue to stay on the side of Winterfell. Perhaps he should seriously find a piece of his own territory and develop his own power. Such a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Lu Jie was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing bitterly. He is a businessman who wants to do business and make some money. He is just thinking about setting up a site. Own power? Am I making more money and getting more and more inflated? Well, it is. And this is not a problem of inflation or not, but a person who has stepped into a different class will naturally encounter different problems and challenges. In order to deal with these and protect their own interests from being damaged, of course, they will take the initiative to find ways to solve them. Oh, this is the same as those who start a business, and the goal of starting a small business may be profit. After the company made a profit, he wanted to make it bigger and stronger and make more money. When the company became bigger and stronger and made a lot of money, he began to think about how to keep the company alive. At this time, the company began to continuously invest, develop new businesses, invest everywhere, spread more and more booths, and finally became a large group. Step by step from a small company to a large group at the end. This is because the level is different, and it is pushed forward by the new problems and challenges encountered. Jason Liu also has a bit of this feeling of being pushed forward, unless he can give up the huge profits of the goods in his hands. Otherwise, it is impossible to dispel others, especially in this feudal and barbaric society with weak laws. If he doesn't want to be robbed of his interests by others, or even slaughter the people around him, he can only accumulate strength to protect himself and resist. In order to protect oneself and even have the ability to resist, it is necessary to continuously strengthen one's own strength, specifically to expand military strength. Only when he is strong, others will be afraid and dare not attack him. Thinking like this, Jason Liu couldn't help lying in the chair, stretched out his hand and pressed his forehead, smiled wryly, and said to himself, "Mom, the more you think about it, the more complicated it becomes. I actually just want to do some business. No one knows the troubles of Jason Liu. The entire Winterfell is like a machine, turning at high speed, ready to welcome the arrival of the princes of the north. The merchants of the Riverland drove the carriages and brought vegetables and wheat from the Riverland. Westbound merchants brought jewelry and bacon and fish from Lannister Harbor. The fleet of Qingting Island docked at the port of Baigang, unloaded the wine in oak barrels, and then transported it to Winterfell by carriages by merchants. They were all well informed and learned that Winterfell had invited the nobles from the north to hold a grand celebration banquet. More importantly, they have already seen that some businessmen brought back the best-selling items such as paper, pens, and soaps from the Easter store outside Winterfell, and they also thought of buying a batch of 120. Take it back and sell it. Don't think about big cities. This place is usually dominated by big businessmen with strong strength and rich financial resources. These small businessmen can only go to more villages and towns below. Compared with the lively Winterfell in the north, the royal capital, June's Landing in the far south, was also shaken by a piece of news. His Majesty the King intends to personally go to the north to invite his good brother, Ed Stark, Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North, to come to King's Landing as the former Prime Minister to assist him in governing the government. As soon as the news came out from the Civ like Redford, it was like a big stone was dropped in a turbulent lake, causing a lot of waves. I knew it. Renly Baratheon sat in his office of the Minister of Justice, reached out and patted his forehead with a helpless expression. Compared to my two brothers, Stannis and my brother, His Majesty trusts the one who was with him more in his heart. Jon Arryn grew up under his command and fought side by side with the good brother Ed Stark, the 100 flowers guarding next to him. Knight Loras Tyrell heard this. His handsome face couldn't help showing a smile. sir, although it hurts to be honest, but I still have to say that for the king to choose Ed Stark, you are not the one who is most disappointed in being the prime minister. Renly was at a loss for words, knowing, of course, that even if his eldest brother, His Majesty Robert, did not elect Ed Stark as prime minister, he would never elect him. Compared with the other two candidates, Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock, the Guardian of the West, and Stannis Baratheon, Prince of Dragonstone, his second brother, he has no advantage at all. But even so, being so bluntly spoken by Loras, Renly gave him a sullen look. My dear Sir Loras, it's so merciless of you to say that. I was just sad. Woolen cloth. Loras wasn't at all worried about his own making Renly angry, because their relationship was so close that it didn't matter to say something offensive. Walking behind Renly, Loras skillfully stretched out his hand to massage Renly's forehead and chuckled, rather than being sad for something hopeless. I think you're more concerned, sir. How should you deal with our new boss in the future? Let's deal with the Prime Minister. Even in the Reach, I have long heard that Lord Stark is very tough and not an easy person to get along with. I know this better. Renly closed his eyes comfortably, enjoying Loras' massage, and muttering, Ed Stark, the great nobleman known for his integrity and nobility, has a direct and rigid personality, just like my unpleasant one. The second brother is exactly the same. I can't help but feel a headache when I think of working with such a stubborn rock in the north in the future. The future life is simply boring. As he said that, Renly couldn't help but curled his lips. Stannis was finally sent to Dragonstone by Brother King, and now I have another one. It's even worse than imagined. Stannis, who led the royal fleet at Dragonstone, was indeed disappointed that his brother Robert chose Ed Stark as the former prime minister instead of himself. This made Stannis, whose face was cold and solemn, even more ugly. He knew that Robert didn't like his stubborn and old-fashioned character, just like he always described himself as a stinky and hard rock. But he didn't expect that in the choice of such an important position as the prime minister, he actually chose to trust that a good brother, Ed Stark, does not trust his own brother. Point zero. Thinking of this, Stannis' heart is full of fire. In the Battle of the Usurper, if he hadn't led the army in Stormland, he had been besieged by the army in the Reach and held Storm's End fortress for more than a year. Because of the siege, more than half of his subordinates suffered casualties, and they were hungry enough to catch mice for lack of food. At the risk of starvation, he did not choose to surrender to the enemy, but staunchly defended Storm's End, keeping the armies of the Reach in check for Robert. In the end, Robert Jean captured King's Landing, completely overthrown the Targaryen dynasty, and sat on the Iron Throne. After making such a big contribution, what did he get in the end? A tiny piece of Dragonstone where birds don't shit. The title of Duke of Storm's End, in the order of succession, should have been inherited by Stannis. As a result, Robert gave Stormland to his younger brother Renly, the kid he preferred, and instead sent him to command a fleet to pursue the remnants of the Targaryen family, and have been stationed at the desolate and remote Dragonstone. Loyal and dedicated to his brother Robert, he did such a great service, but the reward he finally got was not as good as a little boy who could only hide in Storm's End and cried, which made Stannis extremely angry. This is not the reward you deserve. However, Robert, who sat on the Iron Throne, didn't care about these, or he didn't care about himself. He was appointed as the commander of the royal ship 0.7 Team and the Minister of the Sea. He stayed on Longshore Island for more than 10 years, and he felt the sea breeze the most every day. The cold sea breeze. Originally thought that this time Jon Arryn died. In terms of merit, qualification, status, and ability, he would take over the position of the former prime minister. But in the end, he told Stannis that he really thought too much. His brother, no. His Majesty the King, who has sat on the Iron Throne for more than 10 years, but only drinks and finds women to have fun all day, has completely forgotten about him. Forgot to take the credit he had made. Forgot his work as a sea minister who was loyal to his duties, and forgot his brother's contribution to the kingdom. And the only thing that hasn't been forgotten is probably only himself, Robert's least likable character. This made Stannis very uncomfortable. If the king was not his own brother, he would definitely be like those vulgar fishermen, swearing a few swear words, venting the injustice he has suffered over the years. Yes, it is unfair. Robert, he shouldn't have done this to me. Undoubtedly, the anger and unwillingness in Stannis' heart was already prepared in the Red Castle of King's Landing, and His Majesty Robert, who invited his good brother Ed to come to King's Landing as the Prime Minister to assist him, did not know at all. I am afraid that even if he knows, it will not mean anything, because Stannis' tough and ascetic personality is really unsuitable to be in charge of country's Prime Minister. This is the judgment made by Robert after being king for more than 10 years. God knows when he was the Minister of Justice in King's Landing, how could he have thought of enacting a decree to ban all women's branches, prohibiting the opening of women's branches in the Seven Kingdoms, and doing such a reckless act that almost made the entire Seven Kingdoms aristocrats jump? A large number of nobles sent letters to refute Stannis' policy, and the dignitaries in King's Landing also criticized it more, which made Robert embarrassed at the time, and had to order Stannis to be changed to see Lord Ten and drive him to Dragonstone. The island led the royal fleet to go fishing. To be honest, Robert himself is very dissatisfied with this law. If Westeros does not have the women's branch, wouldn't life be a lot less happy? Even King Robert couldn't help but wonder if Stannis' ban on the women's ward was a silent objection to his frequent access to the women's ward for pleasure. After all, the second younger brother, who had a stone-like temper, advised him back then that he should not indulge in women's lust, but should be diligent in political affairs and how to manage the country well. 7 layers of hell, this guy who hates people, actually babbled in front of him about how to govern the kingdom for a long time. Isn't he pointing at his nose and calling him a foolish king? Get him out of here at once. Since you are so diligent in your work, then go to the sea for me and take good care of you. Isn't it enough for the Prime Minister and the important ministers to handle the affairs of the kingdom? The important ministers who were chosen by me to share the king's worries, if you can't handle government affairs well, then why do I choose you to sit in my imperial conference hall? As decorations? The king rode on a sturdy white horse with pure white fur and watched his wife directing the servants to move the big boxes and boxes to the carriage. In order to pull the clothes of her and the princes and princesses, more than 20 carriages were used alone. Such a dragging speed made His Majesty's heart take heart. Come on, tell the queen, and let her hurry up for me. We are traveling to the north, not moving. Don't bring those useless things. 7 gods are on top. Women are really troublesome if you grind again. I'm afraid I will stay at the Red Fort for lunch today. The king waved away Lancel Lannister, the sommelier beside him, the queen's young cousin, to urge them to hurry up. He also planned to go out to King's Landing early and ride a horse to enjoy the scenery along the way. Or if you're interested, you can take your accompanying nobles and guards to go hunting or visit the women's branch in the towns along the way and feel the enthusiasm of the beautiful girls in other areas. Feel happy just thinking about it. He couldn't wait to leave. It's just the slow pace at which the woman at Cersei is dragging its feet, which is irritating. The king's attendant Lancel received the order of His Majesty and did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly ran to urge His Majesty the Queen. Cersei was instructing the servants of the Red Keep to carry his velvet quilts onto the huge wagon wheel palace, which is short for palace on wheels. Hearing Cousin Lancel conveyed the words of His Majesty's urging, the queen's beautiful blue eyes suddenly burst into anger, her nose upturned and steaming from her nose, who was drunk again yesterday and got up so late in the morning. Or we would have left already. Be careful. It's Tommen's favorite wooden horse toy. Don't bump it, you idiots. Suddenly, Her Majesty the Queen screamed at the 2 servants who pointed at the wooden horse, her beautiful face full of anger. Lancel opened his mouth, looked at the queen's cousin cowardly, and finally did not dare to talk nonsense anymore, closed his mouth, and said nothing more honestly, until the impatient roar of Her Majesty the King resounded again in the Red Fort. Her Majesty the Queen finally let the servants carry all the things that she was going to bring. Dozens of nobles accompanying King's Landing and hundreds of fully armed cavalry, escorted the King and Queen's Majesty's huge carriage will palace slowly out of the gate of the Red Fort. More than 20 carriages in the back followed closely. For lightly armored cavalrymen marched ahead with the crowned stag banner of the Baratheon family. In the middle of the team, in addition to His Majesty the King's crowned stag banner, there are also the Lannister family's Golden Lion banner and the family banners of the nobles accompanying the King's domain. In general, there are more crowned stag and Golden Lion banners. It's not easy. After tossing for a long time, I can finally go. Tyrion rode a smaller docile mare, and beside him was his elder brother Ser James, who was riding a tall horse and wearing golden armor. I thought we had to have another dinner at the Red Fort today before we could set off. Fortunately, His Majesty the King and Queen understand the chefs of the Red Fort, so we don't need to bother about dinner. Tyrion held the reins in both hands, and while looking at the crowd of people on both sides of King's Landing Street with interest, he chatted with James while laughing. Ser James was handsome and tall, with short blonde hair that gleamed in his eyes, which attracted the women who crowded the street to look at him with fiery eyes, and some daring girls even waved and greeted him, hoping to arouse his attention. Jaime Lannister is as handsome as his Kingslayer nickname, which is widely circulated in King's Landing. With a relaxed and free-hand smile on his face, James could not help laughing when he heard Tyrion's ridicule beside him. I believe, my dear brother, instead of worrying about those cooks in the Red Fort now, you should worry about the next journey. I can guarantee that this trip will definitely not be as pleasant as I imagined. Who knows? But no matter how hard it is, our Majesty Robert will always find some fun. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly. Compared to a letter from a raven that can call Ed Stark out of Winterfell, he has to invite him personally, obviously. This time he found out about going north. Just a reason to have fun. After all, I always stay in King's Landing City, or go hunting in the Imperial Forest. After so long, everyone will get tired of playing. Changing to a new environment will always be more fresh and exciting. The champion shook the blonde hair on his head, showing a cowardly expression on his face, and said with a lack of interest, "As a king, as long as you want to find a lot of reasons, who can stop him? The Prime Minister who died not long ago can, but when everyone is dead, no one can persuade His Majesty. So, do you hope that the incoming Prime Minister, Lord Ed, can persuade His Majesty the King?" Tyrion blinked one green and one black eye, then looked up at the king who was walking in front, protected by the Kingsguard in the middle, and received the cheers of the people and chuckled, "I don't think that except for the dead Jon Arryn, who else can persuade him? We can only pray that our new Prime Minister has the courage to face the King's advice." "Ha! I believe that Ed Stark must have a lot of courage. How can we say that we had a few dealings back then? Although that guy has a tough temper, he is a very principled man," Jean Moose said with a smile. "I can't help but think of more than 10 years ago, when he cut the neck of Mad King Aerys Targaryen from behind. Because of violent ups and downs, he inadvertently sat on the Iron Throne gasping for breath. It happened to be seen by Ed Stark, who led his troops into the throne room and demanded that he step down from the Iron Throne. He was still blinded for a while, but soon realized that he was sitting on the Iron Throne. In order to hide his uneasiness, he deliberately put on a smile. Ed said to Stark, "Don't worry, Lord Stark. I just tried this chair ahead of time for King Robert to see if it's comfortable to sit on. That was the first time the two of them met, but it didn't turn out well. My arrogant elder brother in the Seven Kingdoms can see. Our Lord Ed is indeed very special." Tyrion looked at his own elder brother, who had always regarded himself very highly. He seldom heard him praise others from Jaime's mouth. Even the fearless Ser Barristan Serle, the captain of the Kingsguard of the Seven Kingdoms, and his elder brother's immediate superior, was only told a little by him. Just a capable old guy. The king's team walked very slowly in King's Landing, and the road was crowded with people who came to watch. His Majesty Robert, who often held contests to entertain the residents of King's Landing, had a very high reputation among the commoners of King's Landing. At least the cheers went all the way. Have not stopped. As Jaime said, the journey from King's Landing to the north of Winterfell, over thousands of kilometers, is definitely not that easy. According to their speed, considering that His Majesty the King will definitely be hunting and having fun with the accompanying nobles, they can reach Winterfell within a month, which is very fast. At this time, Winterfell, which was about to hold a harvest banquet, did not know that King Robert entrusted the government to his former imperial minister, and he personally brought his family and accompanying nobles to the north to invite the Duke of Winterfell to the south to serve as the former prime minister. After all, it would take several days for the Raven carrying the letter released by the Red Keep to arrive at Winterfell, even if it went smoothly. After all, the Raven's letter delivery is not so reliable, and it is possible to be injured halfway or encounter extreme weather, resulting in the letter not being delivered. Therefore, the great scholar of the Red Keep, Pycelle, can only send a few more ravens to Winterfell. 2 days later, all the northern princes who received the invitation from Winterfell had arrived. The northern lords and the guards and entourages they brought couldn't live in Winterfell at all. Therefore, except for the personal guards of the nobles, other guards and entourages had to go to the Winterfell market town outside Winterfell to find a place to live. As a result, the entire winter market town suddenly became lively, and the taverns and hotels were filled with knights and soldiers from various families in the north. Are these guys roaring with laughter all day long in the tavern sipping ale? Drunk, because a few words are wrong, fights are more common. Not only did the noble knights and soldiers take it as a surprise, but even the townspeople in the winter market town happily watched the drunken soldiers fight each other every day and regarded it as a daily pastime. It's just that the owners of the tavern suffered. Their tables and chairs were often damaged by fighting soldiers. But there is no way, can't provoke these rude guys. The boss can only secretly add the table and chair money to their drink money to make up for the loss he suffered. Because Boris's hospital has begun to treat patients, and its reputation is very large within 100 miles of Winterfell, these soldiers who were injured in the fight were also carried by their companions to East Hospital to bandage to stop the bleeding. As a result, soldiers in white bandages lie on hospital beds every day, groaning in pain after sobering up. In addition to these soldiers who were injured in the fight, the hospital was more of a group of middle-aged or elderly bachelors in gray robes and various metal necklaces around their necks. These scholars all came to Winter City with the nobles of various families in the north. Their purpose is the same. That is, they want to personally verify Boris, who is boasted by the common people as a master of medicine in the north, and see how this assistant bachelor, who has not even obtained a bachelor's degree, is as good as the rumors. When Maester Luwin saw that the maesters of the northern lords came to Winterfell, he thought that something important had happened. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the bachelors would not follow the lords they served to leave the fief, because they had to stay to help deal with the affairs in the fief. As a result, I found out that these bachelors came to Winter City just to personally test Boris's medical skills. In this regard, Maester Luwin wanted to personally entertain them. But because of the banquet, the entire Winterfell was too busy arranging accommodation for the nobles, arranging food, arranging servants to serve, etc. Most of these matters he is all responsible. Therefore, Maester Luwin could only send a servant from Winterfell to take this group of maesters to Boris's hospital. After sending the maesters to the place, even this servant of Winterfell turned back to the castle to help. It was the first time that Boris saw the scholars of the northern princes gather together, and the goal was himself. But soon, the questioning voices of these bachelors broke Boris's beautiful illusion. Is it okay to use this white tablet for a fever? What is this tablet made of? This kind of thing called a syringe with a sharp needle like a needle injects medicine into the body. Can it really cure disease? What is the composition of the medicine injected into the human body? Can it cure any disease? Why use alcohol? Oh, no alcohol to smear the wound before bandaging. Is the thing called alcohol that smells like wine extracted from wine? The maesters looked at the medicines on the counter with the Westeros text on them, took the bottles and the white pills in the bottles, and smelled, and some even tasted them with their tongues. In short, many people have a lot of questions, and Boris is also a big head. Even his 5 little assistants were surrounded by these scholars, asking questions, making these little guys scratch their ears, and they didn't understand many questions. At any rate, he told these bachelors the explanation about drugs he had heard from Lord Jason, but he did not expect that instead of solving the confusion of these bachelors, it led to more questions that even he did not know. 120, that is, Lord Jason is not here at this time, but has been invited to Winterfell to attend the banquet. Otherwise, Boris will definitely bring him to deal with the various problems of these bachelors. At this time, he was busy bandaging the wounds of the 2 knights of the Seven and Horwood families whose arms were scratched by swords in the competition. He also explained the medical knowledge of disinfecting with alcohol to the bachelors, and explained all the medical principles of bacteria and viruses that can cause wound infection and decay, which he heard from Jason Liu, to the bachelors. When asked, since those bacteria and viruses are so small and invisible to the naked eye, how do they know the wound infection caused by them? Boris can only follow the gourd and draw a scoop and repeat the words of Lord Jason. If you want to see things as tiny as bacteria and viruses, you must use a tool called a microscope that can magnify tiny objects. Arrive. As for what the microscope is, where it can be found, Boris can only infer that it is a very precious and advanced tool in the hometown of Lord Jason, which is not accessible to ordinary people at all, and can only be obtained by nobles like Lord Jason. It's just that Mr. Jason is busy with other things for the time being, and he doesn't have time for the family to bring the microscope from his hometown, maybe later. The maesters nodded incredulously, and if microscope were real, such a powerful tool would indeed be very precious. Just like some precious instruments in the academy, they are very rare, and even the great nobles may not be able to obtain them. They now hope that Mr. Jason can bring such a rare tool from his hometown to let them see with their own eyes whether the tiny things called bacteria and viruses really exist. Jason Liu doesn't care about the microscopes that the bachelors have in mind. He will officially visit Stark's house today, and he is not ready for this visit. The first is in the warehouse, from a modern to buy women's long dresses in various colors, gorgeous evening dresses, beautiful silver crystal high heels, cosmetic foundations, lipsticks, designer perfumes, designer bags. Anyway, as long as it's something women like, Jason Liu asked Lin Xiaoan and Zhang Chuchu to buy 2 copies last time. One of them was for Mrs. Caitlin. Early this morning, Barlow took a few lads and began to brush the horses, feed the horses forage, and then put on 3 carriages. Except for one of the large carriages with a spark pattern in Lord Jason's carriage. The other 2 carriages were covered with black tarpaulins, which were gifts for the Stark family. In order to show the style, the 3 carriages are all driven by 4 horses, and the first 4 horses of each carriage, are good horses of pure color, carefully selected from the 50 horses. John, Bud, McCann, Marb and his bodyguards, D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris, with sword around their waists, in camouflage, with black stab suits on the outside. A total of 8 people riding horse guards flanked his carriage. Behind the carriage were soldiers holding and carrying gifts, but in order not to cause misunderstanding, these soldiers changed out of their usual field camouflage uniforms and wore expensive silk clothes. Jason Liu asked Lena, Martha, Susan, and the others, holding women's gifts wrapped in exquisite gift paper in modern times, and also followed behind the convoy, alongside the soldiers holding the gifts. At the back of the procession were 2 large carriages with black tarpaulins covering the carriages as gifts. Because Jason Liu's small castle is less than a kilometer away from Winterfell. So, in addition to him sitting in a luxurious 4-horse carriage, Jon and his 7 Easter Knights, plus a bodyguard Chris, a total of 8 people riding horses is escorting the carriage around. The other people carrying gifts is walking. When Jason Liu's large 4-wheel carriage with a length of nearly 10 meters appeared with the 4 horses in front, it immediately aroused the amazement of people on both sides of the road in the winter market town. Look, what a great and luxurious carriage. The pattern on it is exactly the same as Lord Easter's Starfire flag. This is the carriage of Lord Jason Easter. Hey, this carriage is really stylish. The old god is above. This big carriage is not made of wood, but made of steel. How is this done? Wouldn't it be so heavy that a horse could not pull it out of steel for such a large carriage? But why does it seem that the four horses are very relaxed, and the carriage is not cumbersome at all? The townspeople watching the lively on both sides of the road pointed to Jason Lou's carriage and talked a lot, and the businessmen were even more surprised that this carriage was actually made of steel, which was the first time they had seen it in Westeros. "Hey, look, that's my son D***K. Ha, that idiot boy is riding a horse now, and he really looks like a knight." Old Rhodes' loud voice sounded in the crowd, with a happy tone in his tone. "I heard that John, Bud, McCann, and Marb were all made knights of the family by the Earl of the East. These young people are now nobles." Many people looked enviously at John, who was riding a tall horse and guarding the 8 people beside the carriage. The news here quickly spread throughout the winter town, and more people came here to watch Lord Jason Easter go to Winterfell to attend the banquet. Those merchants who came from all over Westeros paid more attention to the large carriage made of steel. Other townspeople and nearby villagers who came to the market were more interested in the gifts that the young soldiers and young girls in the back held, carried on their shoulders and carried by 2 people. "It's so beautifully packaged, I don't know what's inside. I heard that these are gifts that Mr. Jason brought from his hometown to the Stark family in Winterfell. I don't know what it will be. It must be more precious than the pen and paper and soap sold in the Easter store." As expected of a great nobleman, the battle that Lord Jason has created is really big. People crowded on both sides of the road, pointing at the soldiers and girls carrying gifts, chatting and laughing, while lamenting the wealth of the East family, while guessing what those beautifully packaged gifts were. On the short road of less than 1,000 meters, because of the crowd of onlookers, the road was crowded, and the crowd shouted so that Bud and McCann, who were riding in the front, had to shout to let people get out of the way. The East family team walked for a full 20 minutes before finally arriving at the gate of Winterfell. Hundreds of thousands of people watching the lively behind surrounded the gate of Winterfell far away, unwilling to disperse. Robb Stark, the young lord of Winterfell, personally greeted him at the gate, which was enough to give Jason Lou face. "Open the city gate." Seeing that it was indeed the East family team, Robb ordered the soldiers. Creak. The tall wooden door of Winterfell slowly opened, and then Jason Lou's carriage passed through the gate and entered the courtyard behind the gate. The young girls with gifts and dozens of soldiers who serve as servants also followed into Winterfell. Such a large and luxurious 4-wheeled carriage made of steel, as soon as it stopped in the courtyard in front of the main castle of Winterfell, it immediately attracted the busy castle servants in the courtyard, as well as the nobles waiting in the courtyard. The attention of the guards. The gifts wrapped in beautiful gift paper held by Lena, Martha, and the others attracted the attention of many maids. After all, no matter where they were, women always favored beautiful and delicate things. More and more people got the news that the Lord Jason East, the Earl of Starfire City, who brought magical goods from his hometown, came to Winter City to attend the banquet. He was riding in a huge luxury made of steel, 4-wheeled carriage. In addition, he brought the Stark family beautifully packaged gifts carried by dozens of people. In the hall of the main castle of Winterfell, the recent events in King's Landing have been discussed, and Ed Stark, who is involved in the affairs of the North, has also heard from the attendants around him that Mr. Jason East has entered Winterfell. There is nothing left or right, and Ed is very curious about this foreign nobleman who is famous for Winterfell and Winterfell Market Town, and even in the entire 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Of course, there is also Jon's reason for this. He wants to see in person whether this man who can make Jon willing to allegiance is really as noble, kind, and generous as the rumors say. Go and invite Madam and the others. We want to welcome this guest from a foreign country. Ed instructed the attendant beside him. The princes of the North, sitting on the seats on both sides below the hall, heard the words of Lord Ed, and couldn't help but look curious, guessing who the guest was, and Lord Ed would bring his family to greet him in person. These aristocrats whispered one by one, and asked in a low voice who this foreign guest was and what his identity was. For a time, the originally quiet hall was buzzing and noisy again. Ruth Bolton, the Earl of Dreadfort, narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was calm, and he didn't seem to hear the buzzing conversations of the other adults around him. Among them, Earl Jon of the Amber family is the loudest. Does anyone know who this foreign guest is? Even in the far north of the north, I have heard that, recently, Winterfell has there's some really interesting stuff popping up here, and the merchants have brought it to my hearth city. Wyman Mandalay, Earl of White Harbor, who was sitting opposite Big John, twisted his fat body in the chair, and a smile appeared on his fat face. Haha, Lord Amber is right. Those are very convenient. Paper and pens, soap and soap. These things came from the winter market town near Winterfell. Those merchants with very smart noses sent these goods to my butler. In hand, I still know these things from the housekeeper. -0 for flowers. However, to be honest, these pens that don't need to be dipped in ink and the white paper are indeed much more convenient to use, and I can handle government affairs faster every day, which is really a good thing. Earl Wyman raised his sturdy fingers and gestured, "Chow. My hand can't hold the thin quill pen before, but now I can hold the gel pen stably. Aside from those pen and paper for easy writing, my wife and children prefer bath soap. I've spent a few gold dragons just for these." Speaking of this, Lord Miki VII, Earl of Seven City, couldn't help laughing bitterly. Although it is really useful, those black-hearted businessmen are asking too high a price. I'm afraid my wallet will soon be taken by those group greedy, and cunning merchants are hollowed out. Giggle. Lord Seven is really a joke. How can women and children use things that empty your count's purse? Countess Dustin covered her mouth and chuckled. The Dustin family is the lord of the northern wasteland. In the Battle of the Usurpers, the Countess' husband, Count Willem Dustin, and Ed Stark, together they faced the Dawnsword Sir Arthur Dane in the Tower of Bliss, Sir Gerald Hightower and Sir Oswell River, and the White Bulls died in battle. As a result, the Dustin family lost their lord because the Earl of William had no heir, and William Dustin's wife, Barbara Leswell, began to take charge of all the affairs of the deserted fief. The Countess Dustin attended the banquet at Winterfell this time. Mrs. Ballet is right. It doesn't matter if a good thing like soap is a little expensive for a noble like us. It's not worth mentioning at all. Is also a widow who is a woman in charge of the fief. Countess Leshan Flint, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Different from Barbara Leswell, who ruled Huangjiaten with the Earl's widow wife. Leshan Flint is the widow Earl Wong, who inherited the title from her father and is a real noblewoman with respected status. Like Countess Roseanne Flint, Maggie Mormont, Earl of Bear Island, was also a countess. Originally, the Earl of No Island was Jeor Mormont, the current commander-in-chief of the Night's Watch, the older brother of Maggie Mormont. But because Jeor Mormont wanted his son to inherit the title, he voluntarily put on black and became a night watchman, and passed the title to his son Jeor Mormont. Then something happened that Jeor Mormont absolutely regretted. In order to please his wife, his dog-licking son violated Westeros' Rule 120 that prohibits the sale of slaves, and was arrested by Eddard, Duke of Winterfell. Stark was found guilty, and Yura fled Westeros with his wife in order to escape punishment. Therefore, the Earl of Bear Island was finally succeeded by Jeor Mormont's sister Maggie Mormont Dash. This is normal in No Island because Bear Island is cold and remote, and the women on the island are as strong and capable as men. So it is normal for a woman to be the Earl of No Island. Maggie Mormont is a short and stout woman warrior with thick calluses on her hands who can fight with 2 axes. Her eldest daughter and heir, Daisy Mormont, was tall and equally agile. Because No Island is an island, isolated overseas, and not connected to the northern land, Mrs. Maggie didn't know much about the soap they were talking about. She turned her head to look at Mrs. Ballet of the Dustin family beside her, and asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about, paper or pen and soap?" Mrs. Ballet explained it to her in a low voice. Daisy Mormont's eyes lit up again and again, and felt that the fragrant thing called soap that could be bathed was really good, and she was already planning to go to the winter market town to buy some when she was free. Earl Herman Tauha of Torrens Square rubbed his bushy beard, nodded and said, "Those goods are indeed very convenient and interesting. It is said that they all come from Jason Easter, who claims to be the Earl of Starfire City in Winterfell Market Town. Man, I heard that the other party is not from Westeros, but from a country in the far east that called the Empire. Because it is very close to Winterfell, Torrent Square City knows more about the news of Winterfell Market Town. The Lord of Caho City, Count Ricard Ca Stark, with white beard and hair, frowned upon hearing this. Count of Starfire City? This kind of thing only depends on his mouth. Who can prove that his title is true? No one can prove it. Located in the northwest of Winterfell and deep in the Wolf Forest, Earl Gabbert Glover of Deepwood Castle shook his head and said that he had also heard rumors about this foreign nobleman. The other side is obviously different from Weiss. Judging from his appearance, there is no doubt that he must be a foreigner. Moreover, according to his own words, he came to Kai Bay through the endless sea of paint. Saying that, Earl Gabbert sneered. As far as we know, no one in Westeros has been able to cross the terrifying sea known as the Boundless, so no one can prove whether the Kai Empire, he said, is actually not. If he exists, no one can prove whether his title of Earl of Starfire City is true or false. Harris Horwood, Earl of Horwood City, has a different opinion. It shouldn't be fake because those magical goods appeared in Westeros for the first time and even got to Esso across the sea. The mainland has never seen it either. In addition, it is said that the other party has a magic medicine that can cure dying patients. This magic medicine may be too exaggerated, but it is said that the effect of the medicine is really very good, and it has cured many people's diseases. This must have spread all over Winterfell. I only learned about these things from the chats of the servants in Winterfell last night. Earl Harris Horwood added. For a time, the nobles in the north were even more curious about this foreign country, Earl Jason East. The discussion became more lively. Cough, cough. Suddenly, sitting at the front of the seat next to Lord Eddard on the high platform, the nearest Earl of Dreadfort, Roose Bolton, coughed twice. He immediately attracted the attention of Earl Horwood, Earl Tauha, and others who were sitting beside him. They all stopped talking and looked at Roose Bolton with curiosity and a trace of .0. Others gradually noticed the low voice of discussion here, and couldn't help looking over curiously. Roose Bolton raised his head, his pale face and pale eyes looked at the people present calmly, and said softly, "Instead of discussing meaninglessly here, it is better to follow AI together later. Lord, go and have a look. I'm a little interested in this foreign noble who can bring so many interesting goods." "What do you think, Lord Ed?" said Roose Bolton, turned to look at Ed Stark, who was sitting on a high platform. Ed Stark glanced at Roose Bolton, and then his eyes swept across the faces of his vassals in turn, and then said, "Since everyone is curious about this Lord Jason Easter, then come with me. Go meet him. In any case, I think that the title of Earl of Starfire City claimed by Lord East is likely to be true. Now that Lord Fongjun Eddard has spoken, and other nobles in the Northern Realm are not discussing it, they decided to follow Lord Eddard to see for himself whether this foreigner has the aristocratic temperament. You know, it's hard to pretend to be a real noble. After all, every noble family in Westeros has been passed down for more than hundreds of years. Family inheritance and upbringing are all things that are branded deep in the blood. This kind of family pride that has been passed down for hundreds of years is nothing. Anyone can fake it. Soon, Mrs. Catelyn came to the hall with the Stark children. Ed Stark rose from his seat on the platform and walked to his wife and children. Seeing Lord Ed stand up, all the nobles in the Northern Territory sitting below also stood up one after another. Let's go. Let's go meet the Lord Jason Easter together." Ed smiled at his wife and children, and then walked out of the hall first. Catelyn was a little weird, not understanding why her husband would personally welcome a foreign noble. However, although she didn't understand, she would not ask her in front of the Northern Lords, because this time it affected the majesty of the Northern Guardian. Catelyn held her youngest son Rickon in her right hand, followed by Sansa, Arya, and Bran, and walked out of the hall after Eddard. Then the nobles from the north in the hall filed out. Therefore, when Jason Lou's carriage stopped behind the courtyard in front of the first castle of Winterfell, he just got off the carriage door opened by Kintra and saw Chi-Chi, the Prince of the North, headed by Ed Stark from the main castle. A scene out of the hall. Seeing that they were about to walk towards him, as if the nobles in the entire northern region were welcoming him. Jason Lu looked confused. He doesn't think he, a foreign nobleman who has not been recognized by Westeros, can receive such courtesy from the princes of the north. Although he didn't know what was going on, Jason Lu quickly got out of the carriage and headed towards Ed Stark and the princes of the north. Ed and the princes of the north saw the scene, where Jason Lu got off the large four-wheeled carriage, which was all made of steel, and everyone's eyes couldn't help being attracted by the luxurious carriage. Without him, because compared to the clunky wooden wagons of Westeros, this wagon is so beautiful. Ed quickly withdrew his surprised eyes from the carriage, and then looked at Lord Jason East, who was walking quickly towards him. Young, yes, this is Ed's first impression of Jason Lu, younger than he imagined. With his handsome appearance, tall and straight body, and fair skin, just by looking at his appearance, he had to admit that he was definitely a young master who came from a big noble family and lived a prosperous life. Mrs. Catelyn, who was standing beside her husband, also looked at Jason Lu, who was approaching with her blue eyes. Jason East, the Earl of Starfire City, who took the illegitimate son under his command, accepted the illegitimate son's allegiance, and made the illegitimate son a knight. Thinking like this, Catelyn glanced involuntarily at the D standing beside the carriage. The other party looked a little taller and stronger than before. What made Catelyn want to be an adult the most was that this damn D's appearance actually more and more like her husband. The nobles in the north also turned their attention to the foreign noble earl who was walking towards them. Judging from the appearance and temperament of the other party, many people had subconsciously accepted that this young man must be of the same class as them. Noble. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the high-spirited and confident noble temperament exuded by the other party, and the metal dress that he wears, although the style is different from that of Westeros, but looks very luxurious and decent. Jason Lu was wearing a white metal dress with silver apron on both shoulders, a gold and red tie in front of him, and black zinc high-waisted leather boots on his feet. Invisibly added a bit of brilliance and extravagance. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he immediately shocked these dignitaries in the north who were swollen and looked like bears in heavy black and gray woolen sweaters, loose silk pants, and dull moccasins. Originally, everyone wore the same clothes, and they didn't feel any difference when they stood together, but compared with Jason Lu, who was wearing a slim and straight white and luxurious metal dress, they suddenly seemed unbearable. Many counts twisted their bodies subconsciously and kept their eyes on the slim-fitting dress on Jason Lu, feeling that the clothes they were wearing were a bit embarrassing. Even the Lord of Keho City, Lord Rickard Ka Stark, who originally suspected Jason Lu's identity as the Earl of Starfire City and the Earl of Deepwood Castle, Gabbert Glover, couldn't help but secretly feel ashamed. If this kid is not a big noble, then they are afraid. Not even the little country nobles. Unlike the barons who set their sights on Jason Lu's clothes, the female nobles were also surprised by the young Easter's clothes, but they were more interested in the behind the carriage, the young women packing stuff. Women are always attracted to brightly colored things. This also explains why most of the birds in nature are male birds with gorgeous feathers, while female birds are dull. Isn't it just to attract the attention of female birds? It can be seen that as long as it is female, it likes brightly colored things, regardless of age. Yes, I'm talking about the two little wolf girls of the Stark family who were standing beside their mother and looked straight. Sansa has been 13 years old for a few years, with long burgundy hair and fair and delicate cheeks. She has become a little beauty embryo. After a few years, she must be a girl even more beautiful than her mother, Lady Catelyn. On the other hand, Arya, because she is a boyish girl, doesn't pay attention to her makeup. Although she is pretty, she is not as good as her sister Sansa. In addition to the two little she-wolves of the Stark family and Mrs. Catelyn, a great beauty full of young women's charm, he also saw a tall and hot girl in the crowd with a somewhat beautiful face. Well, this guy Jason Lu is essentially a damn pure-faced dog. In the short period of time he walked past, his eyes have swept across all the beautiful ladies present. As for the other nobles in the north, Sorry, I didn't pay attention to them just now. We'll talk about it later when we get to know each other. Ed Stark must not know that within a short period of time, this be asterisk 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 D has actually commented on his wife and daughter 120. If he had known, Ed would definitely have a black face and pulled out his ancestral ice sword. Kill him. Jason Liu also knew that it was a formal occasion and could not be distracted. So he walked quickly to Ed Stark, put his right hand on his chest, and took the lead to bow and salute. Jason East, the Earl of Starfire City from the Xena Empire in the far east, guards Ed Stark, Duke of Winterfell, to the north. Sincere greetings and respect from your lord and your family. Gods old and new bless you, Lord Eddard. After the salute, Jason Liu raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Ed Stark is quite tall, about the same height as him. With long black-brown hair draped behind his head, his gray eyes are very calm, and there is no smile on his long face. Also salute you and your family, Lord Jason East. Ed Stark nodded slightly. His serious face melted a little, and his tone was gentle. You are welcome to accept my invitation. Come to Winterfell for a feast to celebrate the harvest. It's a great honor to receive your invitation, Lord Stark. Jason Liu bowed his head slightly and said with a smile. Looking at Jason Liu's graceful and courteous manner, showing good upbringing and etiquette, and the demeanor of a young master from a big noble family, Ed couldn't help nodding secretly in his heart, and he could be sure that this young man must be an aristocrat. With these thoughts in his mind, Ed Stark's face remained unchanged, then turned to introduce his family to Jason Liu. This is my wife, Caitlin. Ma'am, your beauty is really impressive. Jason Liu flattered, and at the same time reached out to take Mrs. Caitlin's left hand, lowered his head and touched it with his nose, then let go. With a reserved smile on Mrs. Caitlin's beautiful face, she showed the good manners of the Duchess. Welcome to Winterfell as a guest, Lord Easter. I wish you a pleasant stay in Winterfell. This is my eldest son, Rob, the second son, Brandon, the youngest son, Rickon, the adopted son, Theon Greyjoy, the eldest daughter, Sansa, the second daughter, Arya. Ed pointed to the children who stood beside him and introduced them one by one, get to know him. Although I met him in Baidanji Town 2 months ago, Jason Liu is also a master of acting. He acted as if we were meeting for the first time and greeted the Star Cubs with a neither warm nor cold smile. Of course, it was the first time he had seen Theon Greyjoy, the sad man. The two just chatted politely and didn't have the chance to say anything more. In this kind of formal occasion, Rob and the others also did not dare to talk nonsense. They just greeted Jason Liu politely. Only the naughty Arya and the fearless bear boy, Bran, winked at him. At an important moment, when the eyes of the princes of the north were fixed on him, and the mischief of Arya and Bran, Jason Liu just didn't see it. This is Lord Mickey 7 of 7 City in the north. Nice to meet you, Master Mechi 7. You are also welcome to visit 7 City. Lord East, my castle, is actually very close to Winterfell, so I have heard of your reputation before. It's a great honor to hear a little name in your ears. Jason Liu properly used the aristocratic etiquette he had learned from the modern times and Western medieval aristocratic conspiracy dramas, and greeted the lord of the 7th domain. This is Earl Herman Tahar of Torrhen Square. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Herman. Ed Stark introduced the more than 10 important vassals of the Stark family to him one by one. Jason Liu also greeted these real elites in the north with a smile on his face, and the smile on his face became stiff after a circle. Among them, Mrs. Maggie Mormont, Earl of Bear Island, and her eldest daughter, Daisy Mormont, who had a deep impression on him, was the tall, long-legged, and hot beauty who had just seen him. Then there is the burly man who is definitely 2 meters tall, who does not travel at all than D***K. And finally, the Lord of the Fireplace area, Lord John Amber. Big John and Little John, the 2 fathers and sons with the same name and surname, are called John Amber. At first glance, they are the biological father and son. After all, they're the most burly people in the field. Then there was the Earl of White Harbor, Wyman Mandalay, a short and fat man with a big belly and a weight of more than 200 pounds. He was very happy to talk to him about the experience of using gel pens and white paper, and expressed his hope able to buy a batch in his shop and bring it back to White Harbor. As for the door-to-door business, of course, he would not refuse anyone who came, and he discussed it with the Earl of White Harbor enthusiastically. At that time, Ed Stark looked at the big nobles who were talking enthusiastically like two small businessmen. Business, but now is not the time for you to discuss business. Just when Ed Stark couldn't bear to listen and couldn't help but want to interrupt Earl Wyman, who was talking incessantly, it was Jason Lew who observed his words and stopped the business with Earl of White Harbor. Lord Ed went to meet the next noble in the north. The last thing that impressed him was the Earl of Dreadfort, Roose Bolton, who was definitely the most sinister, cunning, ruthless, and cruel behind-the-scenes boss among the northern princes. The Bolton family loves to skin their enemies alive. Even the family flag shows a skinned and bloody man, and the family language is also made of "my blade is sharp." The translation is "my knife," but it has always been very sharp, naked threats to skin people. Roose Bolton absolutely inherited the skinning, spraying, wrong, is the skinning gene of the Bolton family, and will carry it forward. Jiangu people call it old peeling. When he met such a savage gangster who loved skinning, Jason Lew couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Well, he wasn't afraid, but he was a little conscientious, especially when he was stared at by Roose Bolton's pale eyes and a smile on his pale cheeks. Jason Lew's whole body got goosebumps. This is not what he is afraid of. This is from the heart. Under the skinny gangster's affectionate gaze, Jason Lew felt that his face must be stiff and his smile must be extraordinarily weird. Otherwise, the gentleman on the outside, who is calm and ruthless in his heart, would not narrow his eyes slightly and ask him suspiciously, "Master East, are you feeling uncomfortable? I see that your face seems a little wrong." Benevolence. Of course, Roose Bolton wonders, although he likes to skin his enemies alive, although he likes to crawl on his body with leeches to suck blood, and although he likes to rule cruelly, the fiefs who got it, he is a normal person. Jason Lew, pirate, UTMD call this normal? Especially with this foreign aristocrat who had no entanglement of interests and met for the first time, of course he would not think of plotting against each other. Seeing that the young Master East suddenly turned pale and stiff, he thought that the other party had a relapse of an old disease or something. So he subconsciously frowned slightly and asked with concern. Who would have thought that this slight frown almost made the young Lord Easter's heart jump out of fright? Roose Bolton would never have imagined that the cruel name of Old Skinner would be spread to another world, successfully deterring a large number of sand sculpture netizens, and spreading the fear of Skinners to such a wide range. This is true cross-border spread, so terrifying. Roose Bolton is definitely an Old Skinner. Being frowned by the Old Skinner, Jason Lew instantly felt a cold air coming straight to his brain and forced a smile. No. Sorry for making you laugh. Lord Bolton. After a few dry laughs, Jason Lew turned around quickly and continued to follow Ed Stark. Although Roose Bolton felt a little strange about the response of Lord East, it was not a big deal. Seeing Lord Ed taking him to meet other nobles, Roose Bolton also withdrew his gaze and recovered again. In different color. After such a circle, Jason Lew finally got to know roughly all the princes of the northern border present. It is a great honor to meet all the adults in the north today. Thank you again for the invitation of Lord Stark. With that said, Jason Lew turned around and beckoned to Bud and Lena beside the carriage, and continued with a smile, "I brought gifts for you, Mrs. Ed, Mrs. Master and ladies from my hometown." Seeing the gesture from Master Jason, Bud walked forward with a few soldiers holding swords and stab-proof suits, and Lena also walked over with a few young girls holding gifts. Hearing that the Lord East brought gifts to the Stark family from his hometown, the nobles in the north couldn't help looking curiously at the two teams of 120 young men and women who came with gifts. Not only the nobles in the north were curious, but when they heard that there were gifts for them, Ed Stark, Lady Catelyn, and Rob were also very interested. They didn't know what magical items the Lord Easter brought. First for Mrs. Catelyn and Sansa, Miss Arya, clothes from my own hometown. Jason Lew motioned for Lena and Martha to open the wrapping paper. Soon, two styles were completely different from the Westeros style, and extremely beautiful white and pink dresses appeared in front of everyone. Then Susan showed a crimson evening dress, red like a weeping rose, which immediately attracted Mrs. Caitlin's attention. Rose, this is her favorite flower, and even the hot spring flower room in Winterfell plan a lot. Wow, it's so beautiful. Arya looked at the pink dress in Martha's hand, which was obviously one size smaller, knowing that it was supposed to be for him, and couldn't help exclaiming with bright eyes. Then he twisted, got out from Mrs. Caitlin's side, ran to Martha's side, and hugged this dreamy pink dress. Touching, silky fabrics with hands, with stitches so finely detailed that they can't be seen, is by no means a Westeros tailor. Although Arya is a tomboy, she is only 11 years old, and she is still young and naturally has no resistance to beautiful clothes. Sansa was equally excited, her beautiful big blue eyes twinkling at the white dress, and she was also extremely happy. If it weren't for the good lady cultivation that stopped her, he would have run over to pick it up, just like Arya. The Countess Ballet of the Dustin family in Huangjiaton, the widow Count Lady Leshan of the Flint family, and even Daisy Mormont, the daughter of Lady Maggie, couldn't help being attracted by the gorgeous clothes, and her eyes showed intoxicated color. I am afraid that all women are fascinated by it, except the male aristocrats present who are not interested in this luxurious and beautiful lady's long dress. The maids who were hiding far away under the corridor of the castle were also very excited. Seeing the intoxicated expressions on the faces of Mrs. Caitlin and the ladies of the Stark family, Jason Liu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the gift was the right one. In addition to clothes, there are also the top perfumes, lipsticks, cosmetics, and the like that I brought from my hometown. These are high-end gifts that are sought after by all the female nobles. Jason Liu finished with a smile, glanced at the expectant ladies present and the impatient men, and coughed lightly. Since these things may be used differently from Westeros, I hope that find a time in private to show Mrs. Caitlin and the ladies one by one. Saying that, Jason Liu politely bowed his head to Mrs. Caitlin. So, ma'am, please allow me to introduce those cosmetics to you and the ladies in private. Of course, Mrs. Caitlin knew very well that in such a formal occasion, they couldn't waste time on their women's things, so she smiled and nodded understandingly. Then I'll trouble you, my lord. I have to say that your gift makes me very interested, full of anticipation. It is my pleasure, ma'am. With the consent of Lady Caitlin, Jason Liu immediately waved at Bud, then turned to face Ed and all the nobles in the north. Then now, please allow me to show. I will show Ed Delord. And a present from Master Rob. Bud led 4 soldiers to stand in a line, each holding a gift in both hands. Jason Liu stepped forward and opened all 4 fancy boxes containing swords and stab suits. Immediately, it was revealed that the 2 scabbards inside were covered with gems of various colors, and the hilt was carved with the Stark family's direwolf, which looked like a priceless sword. There are 2 other stab-resistant suits in silver glitter. Lord Edrob, please try the 2 swords I gave you first. Jason Liu took a step back and motioned for the 2 to pick up the swords in the wooden box. Rob looked at the exquisite and luxurious sword in front of him, and he was eager to try. To be honest, Ed was also shocked by the luxurious and dazzling appearance of these 2 swords. Just by looking at the large and small gems inlaid on the scabbards, he knew that these 2 swords were very valuable. This makes Ed Stark, who is upright in character, reluctant to accept heavy gifts from others for no reason. Very exquisite and luxurious. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell that these are 2 rare swords. A slight smile appeared on Ed's face, but his voice changed, and he said, "But precisely because these 2 swords are too precious, so I can't take it." Hearing Ed's praise for his 2 specially customized swords, Jason Liu was also very happy. But when he heard that Ed was not going to accept it, Jason Liu couldn't help but feel anxious. "What are you doing? This is a sword I specially made for you, father and son. Okay, if you don't accept it, isn't it blind? It's a good idea to dress people. Isn't it over before it starts? How does this work?" Jason Liu certainly wouldn't let his carefully prepared redeem plan fail. His face was a little stunned, and he quickly resumed his smile. "No, Ed adults, please do not reject a good faith from the distant East Earl, because in my hometown for the first time a visit is bound to send a gift if the gift was refused. Also on behalf of the other party, does not accept the kindness and friendship. Visitors even said that the relationship between the two sides against each other. Jason Liu pretending to worry, anxiety, and restlessness expression. Ed Stark looked worried and said, "You are to blame. Ed adults came to visit me. Your time is too late. So my dissatisfaction with it?" Ed Steele's serious expression did not live. Cannot help but stun the next. Then quickly explained, "No, Eastbourne adults, not what you said. I just dash." Ed, "Your Honor, you do not refuse my gift, okay?" Jason Liu ventured, interrupted the Duke of Winterfell. Then face all seriousness, said, "According to etiquette in my hometown, if you refuse me today, will be tantamount to clearly cut off contacts Stark family and the family of Eastbourne," said the two sides against each other, even between each other. "I'm an outsider, helpless in Westeros, and Westeros just want to do some business. Absolutely not the slightest want to offend Westeros of you noble lords mean. As a North Border Guard, if you reject me, I will inevitably anxious mind, no longer afraid to stay in the territory of your business. Do not even dare to appear in the Northern Territory. Ed adults, please do not reject me, so emphatic. Otherwise, in addition to already be familiar with some of the Northern Territory, I really do not know where else to go." Jason Liu, an honest stranger appearance of being bullied, enlightened them with reason, and emotionally moving to say such words. "The central meaning is that you, Ed Stark, if it does not accept my gift, and I just do not want good relations, is wanted against me and wanted me out of the Northern Territory go. I did a back Gentiles are not relying on the Lord your dignified Northern Territory of bullying, and that you are in West Lojuan young noble, upright character, but completely contrary to the, if you really do this to me, that we will relationship they might, came to be detrimental to your reputation, not? For such a little gift, you want to do we are not high, is not too much." To put it plainly, Jason Liu also is the face of Ed Stark, this principled, honest, kind-hearted aristocrat, dare, then inside, then outside to force him to accept a gift, or for large aristocratic territory of the other. He does not dare Thorn. That white goods, this is bullied Ed Stark is an honest man. An adult who actually put Jason Eastbourne, do you accept the gift, described the consequences so serious. His wife Caitlin also a little worried, and then quickly whispered to persuade her husband. She is definitely not a fancy Caitlin send Eastbourne adult dress, evening dress, as well as perfume empire that is said to come from mining barons sought after by women's cosmetics. Absolutely not. Rob also whispered to persuade his father to accept the gift. He is really hungry. That looks dazzling the sword, Speaking as the main heir of the Northern Territory, the Rob, such a high status. Nor should it have not seen anything good to see this so extremely luxurious sword, could not help but want to. It was Rob's father, Ed Stark, too harsh. This old-fashioned man, according to his childhood night, received formal education to teach his successor, and asked Rob and himself, not love of false splendor plaything, only seeking Gongping's Hangzi honor. Rob really have not seen since childhood lead to anything good, let alone a sword so luxurious. Tell the truth, although Ed Stark was a good father, but definitely not a qualified Stark family patriarch. He only taught chivalry on Rob Tall, but cannot teach him to play the Northern Territory's owners and the family patriarch of the most important art of trickery. When a great lord, intrigue is more important than chivalry. Furthermore, Ed Stark doesn't know what blocking is worse than sparse. The more suppressed, the more fiery these words mean. And the final ending of Rob in the original book also proves the correctness of these two sentences. If nothing else, let's talk about the fact that Rob was beheaded by the phrase of the Scarlet Wedding. The reason is very simple. In order to get the help of the Fry family, Rob agreed to marry the daughter of the Walder Fry family, and the two married. Of course, the Fry family was very happy to marry the Stark family, the Lord of the North, and generously sent thousands of soldiers to Rob to fight. For Rob, the Fry family killed several sons and grandsons. More Fry soldiers were lost. Zero seeking flowers. After making so many credits and spending a huge price to help Rob's Fry family, he did not expect that Rob's repentance of marriage was actually ushered in at the end. The reason for the repentance is also very simple. That is, when Rob attacked the western city, he couldn't help hanging a beautiful girl from a small family. And then the young man Rob, who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, fell hopelessly in love. Love, this thing we all know, very incomprehensible. Once someone falls in love, no one else can persuade them. That's how Rob was madly in love with that beautiful woman, even breaking his promise to marry the Fry family and marrying the woman he loves as his wife. Point 0. No one persuades anyone. As a result, after paying such a high price, Marquis Walder Fry, who had died of his son and grandson, was furious and deeply humiliated, so he joined the Lannister family to set up a blood-wedding conspiracy, bringing Rob, and the North's many nobles were killed. To be honest, what Rob did was so inauthentic, he deserved to die. But if you analyze the reasons in depth, you can know that this is still Ed Stark's strict discipline, or it is the fault of improper discipline. Because according to the way of cultivating heirs in orthodox noble families, when the male heir is 13 or 4 years old, or even earlier, the family patriarch will specially arrange for the heir to try the affairs of men and women, and keep him and many beautiful women in the affairs of men and women. The purpose is to let the heirs understand this kind of thing between men and women as soon as possible, and understand that the love between men and women is just like this, so as to avoid indulging in women's lust or falling into the enemy's beauty plan. This is to tell the family heirs that women, money, etc. are not important. The only important thing is the power in the hand. As long as you inherit the family title in the future and hold the power in your hands, what kind of beautiful woman can't be found and how much money can't be earned? To master the desire, not to be mastered by the desire. This is the orthodox way for each noble family to cultivate heirs. Instead of being like Ed Stark, he will only be strictly controlled, and he does not understand the truth that blocking is worse than sparse. 7. It would be fine if he could stay by Rob's side all the time. Once he leaves Rob's side, Rob, who has been suppressed for a long time and is full of curiosity about women, will inevitably burst into depression once he meets a beautiful girl who looks right in the eye. Long-lasting fiery emotions. It's hard to stop. Therefore, Rob insisted on marrying a beautiful girl from a small family as his wife, no matter who persuaded him. In the end, it led to a great tragedy. In the final analysis, Ed Stark has never received orthodox heir training and will not cultivate his own heir in that orthodox way. So, Ed Stark is the honest guy in the eyes of Jason Liu. Yes, compared to other wily family patriarchs, Ed Stark, who believes in loyalty, justice, benevolence, and noble chivalry, is definitely a moral model for the entire dimension. Father, please. Arya looked at Ed worriedly, for fear that he would reject Lord Jason's gift, but she liked this dress very much. Sansa also looked at her father with wide eyes. Ed looked at his wife and children who had been bribed by the young East Lord with gifts, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, turned his eyes to the carriage, and Jon looked at him anxiously. Jon is really worried that if Ed refuses to accept the gift, Master Jason will definitely be unhappy, and it may even cause conflicts between the Stark family and the East family, and he will be in a dilemma at that time. Ed also thought of this, and the gift is not strictly related to the principle of his own, so under the eager eyes of the children, Ed can't help but compromise. Well, Master Jason, I accept your gift and welcome you on behalf of the North and the Stark family, and sincerely hope that we can become friends. Ed Stark's ice-like cold face finally revealed a smile. Yes, my lord, that's what I want too. Jason Liu nodded with a smile, and he was really relieved, and then invited him and Rob again to try these two swords. With his father's permission, Rob couldn't wait to pick up one of the swords. Pulling out the scabbard, revealing the cold and sharp blade inside. Cast from modern high-carbon steel, it is much stronger than ordinary steel swords. Good sword, cried Earl Amber in a loud voice behind, looking at the steel sword in Rob's hand with interest. Ed also pulled out the sword in his hand, the silver-white body, the exquisite decoration, and the sharp blade. For someone who knew swords like him, He knew at a glance that this was a rare sword. "Sir, how about let me try it for you?" Earl Mitch VII came out with a smile and suggested that he was curious whether the sword was really as tough and sharp as it looked. Lord Ed looked at Jason Lew. Jason Lew certainly understood what Ed Stark meant and agreed with a smile. "Sir, please do it. I believe this sword will not disappoint you." "All right, Lord Mickey, let's try it out." Ed took a step forward, holding this gorgeous sword in his hand. "Order." Earl Mitch VII pulled out an ordinary iron sword handed over by the attendant, walked to the opposite side of Lord Eddard, and stood still. He didn't dare to try it with his own saber. If it was damaged, it would be too worthless. An ordinary sword would be enough. Dang dang. Ed Stark and Mickey VII tried their swords twice, and suddenly, with a click, the iron sword in Earl Mickey's hand was directly broken into two pieces. Lord Ed reacted quickly and stopped immediately. Looking at the half-cut dagger in his hand, Earl Mitch touched the gray beard under his collar and said with a wry smile, "Well, I admit that this is a rare sword. It is so sharp and tough. It is like a Valyrian steel sword. Perhaps only by holding the ice of the Stark family can this small competition go on. It is indeed a rare, good sword." Ed also praised, because a good sword is like another life for a soldier. It is the most loyal and reliable partner in battle. Seeing the iron sword that was cut into two pieces with his own eyes, the other northern nobles also nodded secretly, agreeing with the words of Lord Eddard. In addition to sharp swords, there are stab-resistant suits that are as protective as armor. Jason Lew handed two bright, silver-dyed, stab-resistant suits to Ed and Rob. "Stab-proof clothing? What kind of clothing is this?" Rob took it over. Looking at the shiny and light silver shirt in his hand, he couldn't help asking curiously. "This is a stab-proof suit woven with a special material from my hometown, which can effectively defend against the slashing and stabbing of swords. Compared with heavy iron armor, it is much lighter." Jason Lew explained a little bit, then he said, "You can try it too." Rob handed the silver stab-proof suit to two Winterfell guards with great interest, and then held the Silver Wolf sword given by Jason Lew. Well, the name was named after the Silver Wolf head handle of the sword. Holding the sword in both hands, he slashed straight at the silver stab-proof suit pulled by the two guards. Sigh. The sharp blade slashed through the silver stab-proof suit, without causing any damage to the stab-proof suit. The crowd was amazed. Rob smiled, held the sword in both hands again, and tried his best to slash towards the silver, stab-proof suit. Addicted to, the sword slid across the surface of the stab-proof suit, but it was not damaged in the slightest. "What? Well, what?" The princes of the Northern Realm exclaimed in amazement. It felt incredible. "What's going on?" Ricard Stark Earl walked to Eddard and bowed slightly. "My lord, if you don't mind, I could take a look at this silver stab-proof suit in your hand." The word stab-resistant suit was again coined by Jason Lew in Westeros, and Earl Ricard was a bit tongue-in-cheek. Ed 0.7 nodded and handed the silver stab-proof suit in his hand to Ricard Stark. "Of course, my lord." Earl Ricard took the silver stab-proof suit and stroked it lightly, with a look of surprise on his face. "It's like cloth. It's amazing." The other counts also crowded over, wanted to see this magical, stab-proof suit comparable to armor. If you can wear such a stab-proof suit on the battlefield, it is much more convenient than heavy armor. A wise man had already thought of something. Earl Herman walked up to Jason Lew and asked expectantly, "Master East, do you still have a stab-proof suit like this? I want to buy a pair too." When the other adults heard Earl Herman's words, their eyes brightened, and they all looked at Jason Lew. "Ladies and gentlemen, such stab-proof clothing is very treasured. Even with the strength of my family, I am afraid that it will not be too much," Jason Lew said, seeing the disappointment on the faces of the nobles in the north. He quickly changed his voice and said, "However, if everyone only buys one or two pieces, I must be able to satisfy everyone. I want one no, too. Sell me two. I want two sets too, Lord East. If I can pay you today." Several earls surrounded Jason Lew eagerly, wanting to buy two sets of stab-proof suits. Lord Ed watched this scene and couldn't help laughing bitterly. How could it become a business after doing it? Jason Lou appeased everyone and agreed that tomorrow everyone would have time to go to shop outside Winterfell to discuss in detail. Now he will continue to introduce the gift for Lord Ed. With assurances from Jason Lou, the nobles of the north were content. Ed, sir, in addition to the sword and the stab-proof suit, I have prepared 2 luxurious 4-wheeled carriages for you and your wife. Please see, Jason Lou said, and the soldiers of the East family immediately took the 2 cars, each by a 4-horse horse-drawn carriage drove over. Jason Lou motioned to McCann and the others to pull off the black tarpaulin covering the carriage, revealing the true appearance of the 2 4-wheeled carriages. The sides of the carriage are decorated with silver direwolf of the Stark family, and the top of the carriage has a silver wolf sculpture. It looks airy and luxurious. Bran ran to the carriage curiously, touched the silver direwolf pattern on the carriage with his little hand, and smiled happily. This is so beautiful. It's our family's direwolf family emblem. Rickon shook the hand held by his mother and wanted to run to the carriage just like his brother Bran. Only, Catelyn didn't let him go. Jason Lou invited everyone to board the 3 carriages, and then pleaded with Lord Ed, Lord Stark, please allow me to go to the school grounds in Winterfell and invite everyone to board the carriage for a test ride and experience the best craftsmen of the Origin Empire. An all-steel carriage. Ed, who was also intrigued by the big handsome carriage, nodded in agreement. So, Jason Lou took Ed Stark, Big John, Earl Herman, Earl Seven, Earl Roose Bolton Earl, and others to board his carriage. Lena and the others invited Lady Catelyn and the young lady of the Stark family, the Countess of the Widow Wong, the Lady Ballet of Wilgeaton, and Lady Mormont and her daughter of Bear Island, to join one of the carriages for the Stark family. The other northern nobles got into the last carriage. Fortunately, each 4-wheeled carriage was big enough that 3 carriages could easily carry dozens of people. Barlow sat on the groom's seat, shaking the tent rope lightly, for horses pulled the East family's carriage, led by the servants of Winterfell, to the main field. Ed and the others boarded the carriage, and Jason Lou immediately introduced them to the various decorations in the carriage, such as the large and soft sofa bed, the high-end leather benches on both sides, and the crystal chandelier at the top of the carriage. When they saw that, Jason Lou turned on the chandelier switch, and the crystal chandelier above his head immediately glowed white. The nobles in the northern border present were immediately stunned. No matter how they can't figure it out, without candles, without lamp oil, without torches, how does this exquisite crystal lamp illuminate? Yes, electricity, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Lou can only briefly explain the power generation and storage equipment that comes with the carriage, and especially emphasizes that as long as the battery is fully charged, the crystal lights in the carriage can be turned on for 2 days. 1 day in a row. Rumbling. The carriage drove into the wide school grounds in Winterfell, and the speed of the carriage increased. However, to the surprise of all the adults present, even though the carriage was running, they could not feel the slightest jolt in it. This is completely different from the kind of wooden carriage that can spit out human faces. You must have noticed that, yes, the biggest advantage of this carriage is its extremely superior shock absorption performance. Even if the carriage runs on rough roads in the wild, it will not make people feel too bumpy, and it can even make the carriage feel too bumpy. You can lie down comfortably in bed for a good night's sleep. Plus, the whole carriage is made of steel, and it runs at least twice as fast as a wooden carriage, or even faster. Jason Lou said, with a confused tone, and described, think about it, adults, compared to the bumps of a wooden carriage or the hard work of riding a horse. Riding such a stable, safe, and fast carriage travel. The journey will no longer be painful, but will become a kind of enjoyment. As long as you buy a hem ride this carriage, you are guaranteed to have a perfect travel experience. Fortunately, he changed his mind after reacting. He was almost excited and regarded it as a sales meeting. Sure enough, after listening to Jason Lou's introduction and taking a test ride in person, the nobles present were very moved. If you can buy such a carriage, you really don't have to worry about bumps and hardships in the future. I made up my mind that I must take the time to visit this young man's shop tomorrow, and the faces of several nobles were all smiles of satisfaction. Lord Ed seems to have come to understand a little now. No wonder the young 120-year-old adult introduced the gift to him so diligently. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Wyman Mandalay, Earl of White Harbor, who was sitting next to him with a cheerful face. It seems that this Lord East, like Earl Wyman, is a business family. However, Ed did not have any prejudice against this. After all, the commercial trade in the North, to be honest, it was because of the White Harbor that it was possible to communicate with the major territories in the South. Furs, ore, and horses from the North can be transported to the South, and grains from the South can also be transported into the North. The circulation of such goods is very important. Finally, the test ride was over, and the little guy from the Stark family who got off the other carriage was also excitedly talking with his mother, Mrs. Caitlin, about going out in such a carriage. Even Sansa and Arya were enthusiastically discussing where to go. Other nobles also surrounded Jason Liu, expressing their desire to buy such a carriage. Jason Liu told them again that tomorrow he would welcome all the adults at the store in the winter market town, and then everyone could sit down and have a good discussion. The nobles got an affirmative answer and walked away with a smile on their faces. The last thing to show is solar lighting, which is easy to do. With the consent of Lord Ed, Jason Liu asked the accompanying barons to disassemble a set of solar panels, install them facing the south, and then pull the wires into a room in the castle. Baron and the others were busy there, and Jason Liu was in charge of explaining to everyone, yes, as I just mentioned, electricity. This glass solar panel is irradiated by the sun, and after generating electricity, it will pass through the wires or stored in this battery. Having said that, Jason Liu pointed to the gel battery that was wired by an East family employee and continued, electricity is stored here, and it can be released at night along this wire until this energy-saving energy is released. And the light will come on, like this. Jason Liu let Baron hold the wired energy-saving lamp in his hand and flipped the switch himself. The originally dark castle room was suddenly illuminated by the white light from energy-saving lamps, which was several times brighter than candles and oil lamps. Call! He heard the exclamations of the northern nobles behind him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Ha! A group of local camps, see the high-tech from modern times. It's too bright. Such a lamp is much brighter than a candle. The Countess Barbette exclaimed, covering her red lips with her hands. Unbelievable. This is like magic in the legend. Earl Horwood grabbed his beard with one hand, stared at the energy-saving lamps with white light, and exclaimed. Even the old skinner, Earl Luce Bolton, who has always been calm, could not hide his shock in his pale eyes. Just by illuminating the black glass plate with sunlight, they can actually light this lamp in the house. Such a magical method. They can't think of how to do it except magic. Is this mysterious substance called electricity the name for magic in the Kai Empire? Thinking of this, everyone looked at Jason Liu's eyes and couldn't help but bring a trace of awe. In the backward feudal Westeros, people are still in awe of the wizards, pyromancers, alchemists, and other mysterious people who are connected with magic. In other words, people are in awe of all the unknowns they don't know. No, this is definitely not magic, but a natural phenomenon, like thunder and lightning and rainy days. This electricity and lightning and thunderstorms are the same thing. Jason Liu didn't want them to associate themselves with magic. After all, wizards and stuff are still very feared and hated. With his constant explanations, the northern nobles present finally felt relieved. As long as it wasn't a mysterious magic, it would be fine. Ed, sir, I have brought you 5 sets of 15 such energy-saving lamps in total. If you allow, my people can help you install them all today. You can use them at night. Bright and odorless energy-saving lamps. Jason Liu looked at Ed Stark and asked if he wanted to install energy-saving lamps in the main castle. Ed and his wife Caitlin looked at each other and nodded at last. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Easter. Thank you very much for bringing so many precious gifts to the Stark family. If there is anything I can do for you, please tell me. I will, Lord Ed. Of course, Jason Liu wouldn't say his request now. Otherwise, what would people think? Asking for a gift just after giving it. This is too quick for quick success and does not fit his generous and noble character. The matter of raising conditions, of course, should be discussed in person when no one else is present. Today, they saw so many magical items brought by the young Earl of Spark City, and the nobles in the north were very happy. After all, there were only so many entertainment programs at this time, and there were too few places to have fun. Today, they can also be seen to have gained some knowledge, and after meeting other nobles, they finally have a lot of capital to brag and show off. That's right, the life of Westeros nobles is basically to hold banquets, eat and drink together, and then brag to each other, show off and show off. The lack of entertainment life is pitiful. Of course, that's none of his business. He just wants to sell his wagon and solar lighting. However, these noble lords in the north are also very interested in the stab-resistant suits in his hands, and Jason Liu is also considering selling them 2 sets at a high price, no more. Because he regards stab-resistant suits as unique equipment for his soldiers, and he will definitely not sell them in large quantities. At this time, it was also the time for the luncheon, and everyone returned to the main castle hall. Compared to Jason Liu's small castle, this hall in Winterfell is bigger. Covering an area of 1,000 square meters, it can entertain hundreds of people at a time. At this time, on the stone wall of the hall, the flags of the princes of the north are hanging. The center is undoubtedly the gray and white direwolf flag of the Stark family, then the broken-chained giant flag of the Amber family, and the battle axe of the Seven family. Flags, the skinned flag of the Bolton family in Fort Dread, the Murloc trident flag of the Mandalay family in White Harbor, the Black Bear flag of the people of Bear Island, etc. Then, the Starfire flag belonging to his East family was also fortunately hung on the wall of the hall, indicating that the East family was also invited to this banquet. There are more than 10 long tables in the hall. The largest one in the middle belongs to the Duke of Winterfell and his vassals. Jason Liu was invited to sit on this long table because of his unique identity as a guest. Lord Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North, sits on the main seat at one end of the long table. The first on the left and right are Earl Rickard Karstark of Cahor City and Roosbow of Dread Fortress. Earl of Taunton. Jason Liu is in the back, followed by Earl Herman Tahar of Torrent Square and Lord Gabbert Glover, who has of Deepwood Castle. Mrs. Caitlin took the Stark children at another long table and was in charge of entertaining Mrs. Barbara, the Countess of the Widow's Hope, Mrs. Megmore Howe, the Earl of Bear Island, and her daughter Daisy Mormont. Eddard entertains the lords in the north, and Rob, the heir of Winterfell, is responsible for entertaining the heirs or heirs brought by the lords this time. At the other tables sat scholars from various castles, as well as guard knights from various families. With grilled meat, toasted bread, and various dishes on the table, the whole hall was filled with hot white air. When it came to the table, there was no need to talk about business. Everyone let go of eating and drinking. The counts, who were originally holding the shelves, took up huge wine glasses one by one and kept toasting to the people around them. Lord Ed, who was sitting on the main seat, was the object of toast by everyone. Soon, Ed Stark's cold and solemn face, after drinking several large glasses of wine in succession, also turned a little smoky red, and the stubborn stones in the north were melted by the strong wine. Come on, Lord East, let's have a drink to celebrate your first participation in the banquet of our northerners. Earl Seven was full of alcohol, and the clothes in front of him were covered with wine, and the whole person drank it. His face was flushed, and he was eager to toast again with Jason Liu. With a bitter face, Jason Liu had to pick up the huge wine glass, touched Earl Seven, and then closed his eyes and poured it into his mouth. Ha ha! Seeing Jason Liu's overwhelmed look, Earl Seven couldn't help laughing after he drank the wine in his glass. The knights of the various families present below, after drinking happily, did not care whether they were in the hall guarded by the north, and they sang vulgar tunes loudly, and bursts of laughter sounded from time to time. Servants kept serving dishes and removing plates that had been eaten. The maids were holding jugs in their hands, and they kept filling up the glasses for the adults. In the banquet hall, the atmosphere was very warm for a while. In a corner of the hall, Jon, D*****K, McCann, Marb, Bud, Kent, and Reuben were all arranged because they were knights of the East family. Although Chris was not a knight, he was the bodyguard of Lord Easter, sitting with other knights of the northern nobles from -120. Jon Snow, I didn't expect that your illegitimate son would be valued by the Lord East, and he was canonized as a knight. It's really good luck. A young knight from the Seven family. His face was flushed, and he squinted to see looking at Jon. He said sarcastically. Hearing this, Jon glared at each other angrily. D****K, McCann, and the others all glared at the Seven Knights. Hey, don't mind Jon. Yakir is drunk. He's talking nonsense. Another guard of the Seven family, looking at the 8 members of the large East family, hurriedly pulled a take the companion around you and motioned to the other side to shut up. Yakir 7, who wanted to continue to sneer at him, saw 8 people glaring at him on the opposite side, and his aura was suddenly frustrated. His mouth moved, but he still didn't dare to speak rudely. The knights of other families at the same table couldn't help booing as they saw that there was no good show to watch. Shoo, it's so embarrassing. Yacker, are you frightened? Yeah, don't be afraid. It's a big deal. You and Jon Snow are singled out. Yes, you continue. I'm still waiting to see a good show. Several knights who were also drunk were shouting, hoping that the two of them could work together, which would add a little different fun to the normal banquet. No way. There are few entertainment activities. The knights like to fight after drinking and watch others fight. McCann noticed that Jon's face was not good-looking, and also knew that the name of the illegitimate son of the Seven Knights just made Jon angry. So he approached Jon and asked concernedly, Are you okay? If it's uncomfortable here, I'm going outside. Waiting for Mr. Jason to be okay. Hearing McCann's concern, Jon's gloomy mood improved. He forced a smile, shook his head, and refused. Don't worry about me, McCann. This matter won't hurt me like it used to. McCann looked at him and found that Jon's face was indeed much better. So he nodded and said, Well, you'll be fine. Jon! Suddenly a familiar voice came from behind. Jon turned to look. Rob was holding a wine glass, and Theon Greyjoy was following him. Well, Theon Gregory is like Rob's tail, basically following Rob's side. Rob. Jon stood up and looked at the brother calmly. Now that he is loyal to Lord Jason, he is no longer obsessed with Stark's last name. Anyway, he can't make a real Stark in his life. Sometimes when I let go of my obsessions, Jon finds himself a lot easier. Therefore, when facing his good brother Rob again, Jon also looked away with a rare smile on his face. Raising his finger and pointing to the wine glass in the other's hand, Jon smiled and said, Is it really okay for you to drink like this, Rob? I'm worried that you'll be too drunk to get up on the table later. It would be too embarrassing. Don't underestimate me, Jon. I'm almost an adult now, and my father allows me to drink properly. Rob frowned, pretending to be unhappy. So, seriously, Jon, talk about the Wine King. You are really inferior to me. That's not necessarily true. I drank too much at Lord Jason's place. With that said, Jon picked up the wine glass from the table and touched the glass in Rob's hand. Let's have a drink, Rob. A smile appeared on Rob's face. Cheers. Seeing that the relationship between Rob and Jon suddenly became as close as before, Theon Greyjoy, who was standing beside Rob, clenched the wine glass in his hand unhappily, jealous and angry in his heart. Only an illegitimate child. Why Luo Bo wants to be so nice to him. Don't you know that this illegitimate child is your enemy? He made your father betray your mother, and may also take away your title and property. Even if he temporarily becomes a knight of the East family, there's a possibility that he will come back to fight for Winterfell with you and your descendants in the future. Theon had an arrogant smile on his face, but he was thinking viciously in his heart. Sometimes, Theon also finds it difficult to understand what the Stark family is thinking. Ed Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, took the illegitimate child back to the castle to raise him without hesitation. The humiliation of his wife. Then there is Rob, the heir of Winterfell, who is just as abnormal as his father, and has a close relationship with the illegitimate son who may snatch his title property in the future, like a real brother. This kind of thing will never happen to another family. The practice of all normal families is to do everything possible to get rid of illegitimate children and ensure the inheritance rights of direct descendants. How can it be so bizarre as the Stark family? In this regard, Theon is quite disdainful. Meg, are you still noble like this? This has made other families break out with siblings and fathers and sons for the sake of inheritance. How embarrassing it must be. That's right, it's the Greyjoy family. Theon's second uncle Greyjoy is because of the failure of the competition for the Lord of the Iron Islands, and his men suffered a lot of losses. He took the fleet away from the Iron Islands in a rage. What Theon didn't know at this time was that his second uncle would return with a larger fleet in the future, and then kill Theon's father, King Balon, and sit on the saltstone throne of the Lord of the Iron Islands. He also killed his nephew and niece Theon and Asha, so that they had to flee the Iron Islands. Really didn't want to look at the angry face of the B********************. After seeing Rob drinking, Theon whispered in his ear immediately, "Rob, don't stay here too long. You have to replace Ed." The adults entertain the heirs and sons of the various families in the north. Rob listened to Theon, nodded slightly, then said a word to Jon, and turned to go to the other table. Theon's mouth twitched slightly, glanced proudly at the B************, and left behind Rob. McCann, Marb, Bud, and D****K all saw it all, but they couldn't do anything. After all, Theon Greyjoy is the son of a great nobleman, and his status is as noble as Rob, and they are not qualified to interject. Jon's face was calm, and he had long been used to Theon's various targeting. The hilarious luncheon continued until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and by the end of the drink, most of the princes in the north had fallen. Ed Stark also sighed and arranged for Director Wei Yong to let the servants take the adults to rest in the guest rooms. But he couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Lady Catelli had to command Winterfell's servants to take over the arrangements after the banquet. First of all, the counts were helped by the guards and servants and returned to their guest rooms to rest. Jason Liu, who was also drowsy and lethargic, was also arranged by Mrs. Catelyn in a spacious room to rest in Winterfell. Although Jason Liu's small castle is just outside Winterfell, Lady Catelyn arranged for him to rest in Winterfell out of courtesy. Jon and Lena helped Mr. Jason, who had fallen asleep drunk, into the guest room arranged by Mrs. Catelyn. Lena and Bella brought water, towels, and wiped the wine stains on Mr. Jason before letting him lie down on the bed and fall asleep. A few people discussed it, and Jon, Bud, McCann, and Marb took the East family back to the store to take care of them and manage their soldiers. In the guest room where Lord Jason rested in Winterfell, Lena and Bella stayed to take care of the adults after sobering up. The captain of the guard, D****K, took Kent, Reuben, and Chris 3 companions to guard outside the guest room. With the end of the banquet, the princes of the northern region were brought back to the guest room by guards and servants to rest. The originally noisy Winterfell had a rare moment of silence. During this sleep, Jason Liu slept until dark before waking up. D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris, who were standing outside the door, learned that Master Jason woke up, so they walked into the guest room and waited for his orders. Jason Liu pointed a finger to his forehead, sat on the bed, half leaning against the wall, feeling weak and still dizzy. Smelling the faint smell of alcohol on his body, Jason Liu felt uncomfortable and wanted to spit it out. He quickly ordered Kent and Reuben to get some hot water. He had to take a good bath, or he would be vomited by the smell on his body. Kent and Reuben asked for tubs from Winterfell's servants and brought back a few tubs of hot water themselves from the kitchen. Pushing Lena and Bella, who were blushing and wanted to wait for them to undress and take a bath, out of the room, Jason Liu took off his clothes, touched the temperature of the water in the tub with his hand, felt that the temperature was just right, and sat indirectly. Lena blushed, and she couldn't help complaining that Mr. Jason didn't let him serve. Although Bella is still young, the children of Westeros are all precocious, and girls can get married at the age of 12 or 3, so naturally they know a little about men and women. Fortunately, Lord Jason kicked her out, otherwise the little girl Bella would be too shy to be ashamed. After taking a comfortable hot shower, Jason Lou dried his body with a clean towel and put on a black metal dress, which was handed over to Lena and the others to wash. Soon, Lena and Bella came in with a small bowl of oatmeal and a plate of greens. "Sir, it's dinner time." Lena put the oatmeal on the table in the room, then walked naturally to Jason Lou, helping him organize his clothes and smooth out the creases. Jason Lou touched his stomach, feeling that he had no appetite. However, looking at the little girl Bella who was standing by the table and looking at him, Jason Lou still walked to the table and sat down, looking at the oatmeal and green vegetables on the table, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The people who came to Winter City also knew that he drank a lot of wine at the luncheon and wanted to eat something light. -0 for flowers. While drinking porridge full of wheat aroma, Jason Lou asked Lena about her drunkenness. It turned out that not only was he drunk, but even the countess from the north were helped back to their rooms. According to Lena, the adults of Amber's family, the adults of Tauha's family, and the adults of Kostark's family are so drunk that they still haven't woken up yet. Originally, Mrs. Caitlin wanted to invite everyone to have dinner with you at night, but seeing that everyone was still asleep, even if they woke up, they were lying in bed and didn't want to move, so dinner could only be delivered to everyone's room by the servants. "Where's Lord Ed? Is he awake?" Jason Lou asked after finishing his oatmeal. He couldn't drink it anymore. He picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his mouth. 0. If he remembers correctly, Ed Stark has been toasted a lot, and he must have drank more than himself. Lena shook her head. "I don't know, my lord." Think about it. Lena told him the news at most from those people, and the situation of the Duke of Winterfell was not something that she could know as a maid. "Kent," Jason Lou called out to the guest room door. "Creak." Kent, who was guarding the door, pushed open the door and walked in. After salute to the adults, Kent praised with a smile on his face. "As expected of Mr. Jason, you are so handsome and noble in such an honorable dress, even more than the young master of the Stark family. More like a nobleman." Jason Lou glared at this guy angrily. Compared with the honest D***K and the honest Reuben and Chris, Ken is a glib boy who always likes to flatter him. He is also the smartest among his 4 bodyguards. "Okay, I didn't call you here to praise my clothes." Jason Lou ignored Kent's flattery and continued. "Go to Lord Stark's guard Captain Jory Castle and ask if Lord Ed is free tonight. I have something to ask him and talk to him alone." "Yes, my lord, I'll go." In the banquet hall today, I have memorized all the bodyguard around Lord Eddard Stark and promised to recognize Sir Jory Castle. 7. Kent finished with a little smugness and then ran out of the room. Jason Lou burst out laughing, and sure enough, he chose the right person. Kent is really smart, except for being a little glib. Kent walked through the corridors of Winterfell Castle and asked the servants of Winterfell along the way, "Where is Lord Eddard's captain of the bodyguard, Sir Jory Castle?" and was told by a servant who served Lord Eddard, Jory. "Sir Castle is on duty outside the Lord's study." Kent nodded, and then, following the instructions of the attendant, found Lord Ed's study on the 2nd floor of the castle. Outside the study, the captain of the guard, Jory Castle, and 2 soldiers were guarding the door of the study. Kent walked towards the study, immediately attracting the attention of Jory Castle and the 2 soldiers at the door. Jory Castle subconsciously put his right Sanchi hand on the hilt of the sword and shouted in a deep voice towards Kent, who was walking towards him. "Stop! Who are you? This is Lord Ed's study. Don't rush in." Kent also saw Sir Jory Castle's right hand on the hilt of the sword, startled, stopped quickly, and explained from a few meters away, "Sir Jory, I am Jason Easterl's bodyguard, Kent. I came to see you on the order of my lord. My lord wants to know if Eddie is free tonight. He has something important to discuss with Eddie." Hearing Kent's explanation, Sir Jory's tense face relaxed, and he looked at the young boy, knowing that this was the guard knight of the Earl of Starfire City, who made a big splash in Winterfell today. So, he nodded and said, "Sir Kent, Eddie is dealing with affairs in the study. I'll ask you first to see if your lord is free. Please wait." Being called Sir Kent by the captain of Lord Stark's bodyguard at Winterfell, the young Kent flushed with excitement, half happy and proud, half embarrassed, and quickly said, "Thank you very much, Sir Jory." Sir Jory gave an order to the two soldiers outside the study, then knocked on the door of the study, and waited until there was a sound inside. And after entering, Sir Jory entered the study. Ed Stark holds the account in his hand, and the paper used for accounting is still white paper bought from Easter's store. This paper is much better than parchment and quill with the gel pen of Easter's store. This kind of paper and pen is now used in Winterfell to deal with daily affairs and write documents. The banquet celebrating the harvest this time, in addition to communicating with his vassals and discussing the issues of the former Prime Minister in King's Landing, is also the time when the fiefs in the north pay taxes to Winterfell. These statistical accounts, including wheat, oats, cattle, sheep, horses, and a portion of the money, had to be checked by him personally. After sobering up in the afternoon, Ed had been sitting in the study reading the accounts for several hours. Seeing his captain of the guard, Jory, come in, Ed put down the thick account in his hand, reached out and rubbed his sore forehead, and asked, "What's the matter, Jory?" Sir Jory bowed his head and saluted, then said, "My lord, Earl Jason East has sent someone to ask if you have time to see him tonight, and he says he has something important to discuss with you." Ed was slightly startled, pointed his finger to his forehead for a moment, and then looked at Jory Castle. "Okay, tell the person sent by Lord Jason. Just say I'm free tonight. Please, Lord Jason, come directly to the study room." "Well, I'll wait for him here." "Yes, my lord." Jory saluted again, then exited the study and passed on the words of Lord Ed to Kent. Kent thanked him again and trotted back to tell Jason Lew. Ed put away the thick account, put it on the table, got up and left his seat, walked to the window, looked at the bright rooms not far away, and couldn't help but smile. Those rooms belonged to Rob, Bran, Sansa, Arya, and Rickon. The Easter Lord sent them today. That kind of lighting equipment called the sun was installed on the children by Easter servants. Their room. Therefore, the windows of those rooms are so bright at night, just as bright as his bedroom and study. Thinking of this, Ed Stark turned to look at the roof of the study room. There was an energy-saving lamp emitting a dazzling white light on it, illuminating the entire study room brightly. The light was even brighter than the few candles he had lit before. And what's even better is that this kind of light, called energy-saving lamp, is not only very bright, but also has no peculiar smell caused by burning candles and lamp oil, which is really good. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder how many amazing magical items there are in his hometown. This man Jason East from a foreign land, .0. When it comes to this Lord Jason, Ed is a little surprised. He didn't intend to talk to him alone tonight, because he considered that during the luncheon, the young Lord East was drunk with a lot of wine by several counts, and he must be feeling uncomfortable in his stomach at this time, and he needs a good rest at night. Unexpectedly, the other party has already woken up, and it seems that the state should be in good condition, but he took the initiative to ask to see him. It just so happened that he also had a lot to talk about with the other party. Regarding Jon, he wanted to observe this young man up close and get to know him well. This morning was very short, and there were other people present, and they didn't talk at all, let alone know much about it. Although the first impression of this young man on him is very good, it is still impossible to judge accurately just by looking at the outside. Jon, the only bloodline left by his younger sister, is also the grievance between the two dynasties that brought Tanharry to the family and the Baratheon family, so he couldn't help being careless. Of course, he hopes that the secret about Jon's life experience can be hidden forever, so that the child can marry and have children in a new identity, and live in peace, and the blood of his sister Lyanna can continue, which is enough. Thinking of his dear sister Lyanna in 0.7, Ed couldn't help but feel sad in his heart, and the memory couldn't help but return to that bloody evening. The scene in the Tower of Elysium, where his sister was full of blood and grabbed his hand and entrusted Jon to him. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the study door, awakening Ed Stark, who had fallen into memory. He picked up his sad expression, regained the majesty of the Duke of Winterfell again, and said to the door, "Come in." Jory Castle outside the door opened the door, then stepped aside and nodded to Lord East behind him. "Master East, please come in. Lord Ed is waiting for you inside." "Thank you, Sir Castle." Jason Lew nodded his thanks to Jory Castle, and then stepped into the study of the North Guardian. Behind, Jory Castle closed the door to the study. Then he and the guards of the East family guarded the door together. Jason Lew walked into the study and saw Ed Stark standing at the window looking over here. He quickly picked up the expression on his face, showed a warm smile, and walked towards the other party first. "It was a great honor to be received by you, Mr. Ed. I hope my sudden request did not disturb you." Ed Stark, with a long and solemn face, gradually relaxed a little after hearing the words, nodded and said with a slight smile, "On the contrary, Lord East, I originally planned to invite you here to talk, but I didn't expect you, and I thought of being together. Maybe this is the tacit understanding between friends, although today is the first time we meet." Unexpectedly, the Duke of Winterfell, who has always shown a serious and dignified face, would actually make small jokes in private, and Jason Lew couldn't help but smiled in agreement. However, to be treated as a friend by the Lord of the North, one of the best noble dukes in Westeros, is truly an honor. If this is placed in the other major territories, those dukes are not as good as Ed Stark. "It's a great honor to have you as a friend, and to have the friendship of the Stark family, my lord," Jason Lew complimented. After all, no one doesn't like to listen to other people's compliments, and if you say a few more good words, you can get the other party's favor. Jason Lew is quite happy to do such a benefit without cost. "Please take a seat, Lord Jason." Ed Stark raised his hand and invited Jason Lew to sit down on the narrator's chair. He walked back to the chair behind the desk and sat down. Jason Lew sat in a chair beside him, facing Ed Stark behind his desk. He looked at the study of the Duke of Winterfell subconsciously and saw nothing in the room except for the bookcase with paper documents, a desk, a few chairs, and a round table with kettles and glasses in the middle of the study. A precious thing that fits Eddard Stark Duke's identity. Simple, really simple to the extreme. Anyone who saw it would find it hard to believe that such a simple study would be the daily office of the Duke of Winterfell in the north. Ed Stark also noticed Jason Lew's movement around the study room. He didn't feel that there was anything derogatory at all, and said frankly, "I prefer to put some useless things like medals and treasures in the study room. Looking at the room is simpler." Jason Lew looked back, nodded and smiled. "It's very simple indeed, my lord. With all due respect, this room looks very different from your identity, even a little shabby. It's hard for anyone to believe that this will be in North Korean, the study room of the Realm Master." You are right. In fact, several adults have already said this." Ed Stark put his hands on the desk, clasped his fingers together, looked up at the energy-saving lamp overhead. "Maybe after today, no one will feel shabby here again. Thanks to the adults, you brought such a bright light." Jason Lew looked up at the energy-saving lamps installed in the room and said frankly, "It's good if you like it. And you must have seen today, I will introduce the horse carriage and solar lighting equipment to you and the adults in the north. The purpose is not only to give you gifts, but also to sell such goods to them. Please don't mind, Lord Ed." Ed was a little surprised. He didn't expect this young man to be honest about another purpose of his gift-giving behavior. He couldn't help but have a better impression on him. This kind of smart behavior is not offensive. I also thank Mr. Jason for your gift. My family is very happy." Jason Lew breathed a sigh of relief. Not offensive is offensive, but fortunately he knew Ed Stark's character. He did not deliberately make excuses to cover up his obvious behavior, but honestly stated himself the goal of. In this way, in Ed's eyes, he established an honest and good image. After chatting a few more polite remarks, Ed Stark had a new understanding of the patience of the young man in front of him. He didn't mention him for his purpose, but the other party couldn't help but not take the initiative to mention it for so long. Ed is so out of temper. At this time, in this young adult, he once again saw the rare calmness of young people, and the stability made him feel that he was chatting with an aristocratic adult who was no younger than himself. Really not good at it and don't like to waste time on meaningless compliments. Ed Stark sat up straight, and his face became serious. "Okay, Mr. Jason, let's stop here. Let's talk about really important things like about Jon. I wanted to invite you to meet a long time ago. Just heard that you have your own plans for our first meeting. After speaking, Ed paused. The so-called own plan, of course, refers to this morning in the name of giving gifts to get acquainted with the great nobles in the entire northern region and to sell their products to them. Being stared at by Ed Stark's serious eyes, Jason Liu was also a little embarrassed. I couldn't help thinking in my heart, my face is still not thick enough. Isn't it just taking advantage of the opportunity to give gifts to the Stark family to hold a Northern Aristocratic product exhibition and promotion conference, and then let the owner see it? What's the embarrassment? Cough that. I have to ask you to forgive me. It's really rude to come to visit the North after a few months. Jason Liu apologized again, and at the same time concealed his embarrassment. Fortunately, Ed Stark didn't care about this. He didn't blame him, but continued the topic just now, which is what he most wanted to talk about with Jason Liu. When I heard from Rob that day that Jon was hired by you to be the head of the East family, I began to pay attention to you. Ed said. The muscles on his face twitched slightly before continuing. You must have heard of it at the time. After all, this is the case in the entire Winterfell and the Winterfell market town, and even the North and the entire Westeros is not a secret. Jon Snow is the illegitimate son of Ed Stark, Duke of Winterfell. Jason Liu nodded. There was no way to deny that. After all, Ed Stark, Duke of Winterfell, the guardian of the North, such a great. This was a big news that shocked the whole Westeros at the time. The dignitaries in Westeros who heard about this matter privately ridiculed him, that Ed Stark Lord was a big fool, and some people even swore to claim that the minds of the Northerners were made of stone. Otherwise, they would not have done it. Such a silly thing. Anyway, in those years, Ed Stark stared at the huge fishing reel and the pressure of his wife's family, not understanding, really embarrassed. Despite the fact that he, Ed Stark, lived up to the chivalry he professed, the honor he stood by was not tarnished. However, in order to fulfill his promise to his beloved sister Lyanna and bring up her son safely, Ed Stark had to swallow the blame from others. Among them, his wife, Catelyn's father, Horst Tully, Duke of Aegon, was the most serious. After all, Eddard brought his illegitimate son back to the castle, which was a blatant humiliation to his wife's family, and of course the old Duke of Horst was furious. However, in the end, due to the alliance between the Stark family in the north and the Tully family in Aegon, as well as Ed Stark's promise not to recognize the status of illegitimate children, this matter was settled. Therefore, the illegitimate child incident not only caused Jon to be bullied since he was a child, but even Ed Stark couldn't express the pain in his heart, so he could only bear this huge pressure silently and silently. Fortunately, he has survived for more than 10 years, and more fortunately, Jon has survived safely. Although, he is also very aware of the discrimination and injustice that Jon has suffered since he was a child. In order to protect Jon, he can only pretend to be indifferent, which causes the child to have a deep resentment towards himself. He is very clear about this, but he powerless to change. At least, under his secret care, Jon grew up safely, and his face became more and more like his mother Lyanna, and he was very similar to his uncle. Every time he sees Jon, he seems to see that his most beloved, enthusiastic, cheerful, youthful, and beautiful sister. This also eased his heavy heart slightly. Of course, all this is the biggest secret in his heart, and he doesn't plan to tell anyone in this life. His good brother, King Robert, hated the Targaryen family far more than he thought. To be honest, Ed sometimes wondered why Robert hated the Targaryen family more than himself. Is it really what he said, that his sister Lyanna, is the love of his life? Ed didn't dare to think deeply about this, because he was afraid that it would affect the friendship between himself and Robert's friends and brothers. If Jason Liu knew about Ed Stark's question, he would definitely tell him one thing. What you can't get is always a commotion. Lyanna was beautiful, but she wasn't necessarily so pretty compared to Robert's wife, Cersei Lannister. It's just that Robert has had countless women in his life. Before he got engaged to Ed's sister Lyanna, he had given birth to an illegitimate daughter with a commoner girl at Jon Arryn's castle. That was hilarious. At most, Robert's own beautiful fiancée, who had not enjoyed himself, was her ****D by Rhaegar Targaryen, and the jealousy of men in his heart, plus what he couldn't get was always the best psychological reason. So, we'll hate the Targaryen family. I feel that Lyanna must be the most perfect woman in the world, but it's a pity that Rhaegar's ****D took it one step further. To put it bluntly, it was jealousy and fantasy that caused King Robert to mistakenly think that he must be deeply in love with Lyanna. As a result, he couldn't look down on his beautiful queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei Lannister. Even the psychology will be compared again. If it wasn't for Rhaegar, the Lyanna that he would marry would definitely be 100 times more beautiful than Cersei. Therefore, there will be a discord between Robert and Cersei, and the conflict will become more and more acute. In general, Miss Lyanna Stark who was praised by her father Rickard Stark Duke as having the blood of the wolf in her body, the blood of the wolf in her pursuit of free love, destroyed herself and Rhaegar Targaryen, ruined her father and eldest brother. The Targaryen dynasty was overthrown because of the willful relationship between the daughter of the Stark family and the prince of the Targaryen family. Displaced, countless families shattered, and the follow-up bad effects of this incident are still continuing and will continue to continue. This is all thanks to the good sister Lyanna, in Ed's memory, and the Silver Prince of the Targaryen family. These willful, handsome men and beautiful women. A Song of Ice and Fire, also known as The Elopement of Men and Women, is a novel about a series of tragedies caused by two wayward young men and women who eloped. This incident tells us that the freedom in the so-called love freedom is definitely not unlimited freedom. Under the guise of love freedom, the scumbag who acts as a sea king will get his retribution sooner or later, the kind that kills his family. Jason Liu couldn't help but curse those time management masters with envy and hatred in his heart. This otaku, will never learn the basics of the masters in his life. A pity. I always feel the sour taste of lemon in my heart. However, he didn't stay sour for long, and only listened to Ed Stark sitting behind the table opposite and continued. Although Jon is an illegitimate child, according to the laws of Westeros, the status of an illegitimate child is as low as a thief and a robber. Disdain. But as a father, I still hope that he can live in peace. If possible, through his own efforts, he will make a career and gain his own honor. This is what I look forward to seeing. Master Jason, can you understand my heart as such an incompetent father? Ed, said Stark, looking at him with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Jason Liu straightened his face and looked at Ed with the same serious look. Sorry, my lord. I think I may not understand. Ed Stark looked at him in amazement and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable, strange feeling in his heart. Is this young man so upright? Can't you hear what I mean? I don't need you to understand at all. I just need you to agree with me. Agree with what I said and take good care of Jon. That's what I mean. Do you understand, young man? Seeing the unconcealed surprise in the expression of the Duke of Winterfell, Jason Liu chuckled in his heart. Finally, it's time for you, the stubborn rock in the north, to be unable to hold back, right? However, it was enough. After taking a few glances at the gaff expression of the Guardian of the North, Jason Liu quickly explained, the reason why I don't understand is because in my hometown of Tina Empire, people do not discriminate against illegitimate children. Most of them condemn the father and mother of the illegitimate child. After all, the child is innocent, so... Suddenly realizing that he was slapping his face in the face of the victim, Jason Liu carefully glanced at Ed Stark and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lord Ed, I don't mean to offend. It's just the customs and traditions of my hometown. Westeros is different. I don't mean to accuse you. Fortunately, Ed Stark is indeed very tolerant. He raised his hand to stop Jason Liu's apology, and his gray eyes were calm. You don't need to apologize, Mr. Jason. The child is innocent. This sentence is very true. In fact, I think so, although this is different from the mainstream concept of Westeros. But I didn't expect your country to be so enlightened. Seeing that he really didn't blame himself for hitting his face in the face, Jason Liu couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief and didn't dare to talk nonsense like that again. That's right, we think the child is innocent, so we don't discriminate against the identity of the illegitimate child, but treat him as an ordinary person. As long as he achieves success through his own efforts, everyone will congratulate him and praise him in words. Jason Liu said, his voice changed, and he began to praise Jon. When I first met Jon, I felt that this young man is very capable and learned that he has learned from the Winterfell coach Sir Roderick. It took Jin several years to invite him to help me train the newly recruited farmers. It turns out that my vision was right. Jon has done a good job in this matter, and I am very satisfied. That's why the canonization Jon was later named a Knight of the East family. Having said that, Jason Liu glanced at Ed Stark, who had a mild expression on his face because he praised Jon, and continued, "Originally, this matter had to get your permission first, but we were also excited at the time. I was really excited. I am optimistic about Jon, this young man, and feel that the two sides have a tacit understanding, so I directly canonized him as a family knight. I hope you will forgive my rudeness, Lord Eddard. And to say something offensive, I also saw Jon feel extremely sad and painful because of some bad rumors about him and Rob in Winterfell, which is really uncomfortable. Tolerance. So he helped him avoid those very hurtful rumors." Jason Liu pretended to be angry and shot, with a righteous expression straight to Ed Stark. He said with eloquence and righteousness, "Jon is a very good and very capable young man. He should not be viciously attacked by others. Can't just sit back and watch your friends get hurt." Well, yes, Jon and I have become great friends since then. The reason why Jason Liu dared to overtook Ed Stark so blatantly was because he knew that the relationship between Ed and Jon was not a real father and illegitimate son. If Jon was really Ed's illegitimate son, he wouldn't dare to beat him in the face in front of Ed's face. After all, the other party is the Guardian of the North, the Duke of Winterfell. Although he has a good temper, he is not a pseudo-noble who has no roots in Westeros. To put it bluntly, it is to bully Ed Stark, honestly, sigh. Indeed, Ed Stark did not embarrass Ed Stark with Jason Liu's sharp remarks that seemed to blame the illegitimate father, because Jon is really not his illegitimate child. Although he thought that only he knew this secret, he would never have imagined that the seemingly honest, upright, and righteous young man in front of him had already seen him through. So he dared to accuse him so recklessly. What Ed was thinking at this moment was that some time ago in Winterfell, there were indeed many vicious rumors about Rob and Jon coming of age, involving the title and inheritance of Winterfell. A tinge of guilt rose in his heart. After all, this was his father who was on the surface, but was actually his uncle who was not well protected and could not even reveal his basic concerns too much. 0 for flowers. Otherwise, the rumors about Jon throughout Winterfell will be even more intense the next day. Those servants don't think so much. They will only follow Lady Catelyn and Master Rob, who is the orthodox heir of Winterfell, by expressing disgust and abandonment of the illegitimate child to gain the favor of the mistress and the future master of Winterfell. Good feeling. Even Maester Luwin, who is known for his neutral attitude, is not exempt. At this time, Ed Stark, who felt guilty, couldn't help showing a hint of helplessness and pain in his eyes. After being silent for a while, he said, "Thank you very much for your attention to Jon, Mr. Jason. In fact, I'm very grateful that Jon can serve as your family. Knight, I'm still very happy. Really, I was really happy when I heard that you didn't care about Jon's B********** D status and knighting him." Ed Stark said sincerely, "Jon is a very hard-working good boy. We all agree on this point. He really shouldn't be able to start his new life because of his identity. It's not fair to him. Well, as you said just now, the child is innocent, and it is wrong to give birth to his parents in the name of an illegitimate child. Such a mistake should not be borne by this innocent child." Eddie, who was agitated, lost his temper. It could be seen that his heart was full of resentment towards his sister and Rhaegar, who eloped. What Jason Liu can do, he can only sit and listen carefully to this big guy. Fortunately, the owner of Winterfell also realized his gaffe and quickly stopped talking to him about his depression. "I hope, Jon can serve you and your family faithfully, and I hope this child can have a bright future under your command." Ed finally expressed his gratitude. After this conversation tonight, Ed Stark has identified with Jason Lew and feels that this young earl is similar to the rumors and is indeed a noble person. Noble man. This is Ed's true assessment of Jason Lew. Also a noble man, Ed Stark was also comfortable handing Jon over to him. 7. So, in order to express his gratitude, Ed Stark finally said, "So, after talking about Jon, please tell me what you are here, Mr. Jason. If there is anything I can do for you, please don't be polite. After all, you not only gave me and my family so many precious gifts, but also helped me solve a worry. So please say, as long as if you can do it, I will promise you." After Ed Stark finished speaking, he regained the dignified expression of the Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North, to prove that what he said was serious. Although he had never heard of the saying that when you bow down to someone, you must ask for something, but the principle is the same. Ed Stark can see the implied meaning of the other party from so many precious gifts sent by Jason Lew, that is to ask for something. Looking at the gifts that are very popular with his wife, and 1 since 7 children, as well as the relationship between the Stark family and the East family connected by Jon, Ed Stark decided in his heart that as long as the request is not too outrageous, he will agree. He was so bluntly asked by Ed Stark to tell his intentions. Jason Lew blushed slightly, but it was only for a moment. He cleared his throat. "Cough, Lord Ed. There's only one thing I ask you to agree to. This incident is definitely a good thing for you and the Stark family." Ed Stark's expression didn't change at all, and his gray eyes watched Jason Lew quietly, waiting for him to continue. Whether it is good for him and the Stark family, he will have to wait for him to judge for himself after listening to it. Just relying on what others said, Ed would not easily believe it. "I would like to ask you to allow me to rent a few hundred acres of land from you outside the Wolf Forest, which is less than 10 kilometers south of Winterfell, to build a logging farm." As he spoke, Jason Lew secretly observed Ed Stark's expression, but unfortunately, the other party still had a serious face, as if you continued to say that I was listening. "No way." Jason Lew had to continue. "I hope you can sell me some of the trees in the Wolf Forest. I will pay you according to the size of each tree, and then recruit people to cut down the trees by myself. This process does not require you to pay any fees. I will pay you a sum of money for every tree cut down. You only need to send someone to check the number of trees cut down." Ed Stark was really surprised after listening to it. There is such a good thing in this world to make money while lying down. So, he couldn't help but ask, "Master Jason, you mean you want to buy the trees in the Wolf Forest outside Winterfell? How much do you need? And if the quantity is not too large, I can directly give it to you." "That, sir, you may not understand what I mean. I mean to build a logging farm outside the Wolf Forest, the big one, that is to cut thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. A tree." Jason Lew emphasized the words, especially in the logging site. Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Ed was shocked to hear that the other party might need so many trees. "No offense, Lord Jason, but are you sure you're not joking?" Ed couldn't hide the doubts on his face and reconfirmed, "Hundreds of thousands of trees are too many, and what's the use of you wanting so many trees? Build a house, build tables, chairs, bed cabinets, etc. Even if it is the whole, I'm afraid the northern border won't be able to use so much, right?" Jason Lew pretended to be troubled, and his words flickered. "Sir Ed, please forgive me. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this is related to the business secrets of the East family, so I can't tell you what I want for so many trees." Seeing the shock and doubt still on Ed Stark's face, Jason Lew once again reiterated his favorable conditions. "You only need to send someone to count the number of trees cut down at the logging farm and calculate the amount of money according to the corresponding price. We will pay you the calculated amount faithfully. You don't have to worry about the construction of the logging farm, recruiting staff, cutting trees, and transporting the work. Just leave it to me. You and the Stark family just need to wait and collect the money." After finishing speaking, Jason Lew looked at Ed Stark eagerly, waiting for his reply. Ed Stark was blown away by this pie from the sky. Unexpectedly, the endless stretch of Wolf Forest outside Winterfell City with hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, can still bring such lucrative benefits to the Stark family? You know, there are so many Westeros forests that trees are worthless at all point zero. Building houses, bed frames, tables, and chairs, in addition to hiring people to cut down trees, transportation, and carpenters' processing costs, can't make any money at all, worrying that the price offered by the other party is too low. Even if a decent person like Ed Stark is concerned with the interests of Stark and the family, as the patriarch, he must ask clearly, "I don't know, Sir Jason, what price do you plan to buy a tree at?" After all, trees can be big or small, thick or thin, and there must be a corresponding price. Jason Liu has considered this issue for a long time and said directly, "We will try to choose large trees to cut down, as long as the diameter of the tree exceeds 30 centimeters, and the diameter is between 30 centimeters to 50 centimeters, according to the price of 1 silver deer per tree. If the diameter exceeds 50 centimeters, it will be calculated as 2 silver deer each." After finishing speaking, Jason Liu looked at Ed Stark. "Sir, what do you think of this price?" "How? This is simply too good." Ed Stark, Lord of the North, was stunned by the high price of trees. At this moment, he looked at Jason Liu, who was sitting across from him, as if he was looking at a human-shaped gold mine full of light. It is confirmed that the family of Lord Jason East is definitely the top noble in the Kai Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant, making him the Duke of Winterfell, the Guardian of the North, feel like he was going to be stunned by money. Can a tree sell for 10.7 to 2 ginza? Are you sure what you say is true? There are countless trees in the wool for you to cut down at will. Ed Stark felt that his heartbeat could not help speeding up, and he sold 1 million trees at random. That is 10,000 golden dragons, which was equivalent to the income of Stark's family for several months. After all, there are few people in the north, and there is little arable land. As the Stark family of the Duke of Winterfell, their income is only tens of thousands of gold dragons a year. If you sell it casually, you can get a lot of income, and even he feels jealous. This kind of good thing, no matter what it is, everyone has to promise it. "No problem, Mr. Jason, at the price you said. I will let Caitlin and Director Wei Yong take charge of this matter." Ed Stark agreed without hesitation. "And I'm going to tell my wife about this great thing tonight, hoping to make her happier." Caitlin was already delighted to have received this gift from Lord Jason. Jason Liu is equally happy to have Ed Stark's approval. Can you be unhappy? A tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters to 50 centimeters actually only needs a silver deer, which is equivalent to the price of a bar of soap he sold. That is, a tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters to 50 centimeters was bought with a modern 0.5 yuan. Roughly calculate, take an average, a tree with a diameter of 40 centimeters. Assuming that a log with a length of 7 meters can be obtained, the volume is about 0.88 cubic meters. The geographical location of the north is similar to the far east of the modern Maoxiong family. Most of the trees in the forest are coniferous pine, such as larch, sycamore pine, white pine, Korean pine, etc., and other trees only account for a small part. Logs such as larch and sycamore pine have imported more than 1,200 yuan per cubic meter this year. Calculated according to 1,000 yuan per cubic meter, 0.88 cubic meters is 880 yuan. For a piece of soap of 0.5 yuan, 137 directly bought a log worth 880 yuan, and after deducting the cost of recruiting people to cut down the tree and transport to the warehouse, it is roughly calculated that it has made at least 1,000 times a profit. 1,000 times the profit. How many industries in modern times can achieve such a high profit? High-end medical industry? Pharmaceutical industry? Probably very few. So, this business is really profitable. Jason Liu was even a little worried. If he suddenly shipped too many logs back to Hyundai, would it knock down the market log prices? Of course, he just thought about it. Not to mention the international timber market, but to talk about the domestic timber market, it has reached nearly 800 million cubic meters this year. That's at least 1 billion trees. If he can transport back 1 million trees every year, he conservatively estimates that if he earns 800 yuan per tree, that is 800 million yuan. If we work harder and build 10 million trees a year, that's 8 billion. It's easy to lay down and earn dozens of small goals. Even Jason Liu can't help but be shocked. If he does it well, he will soon become a billionaire, and it's pure cash. Of course, if the assets, surge too much, Jason Liu is also worried about the water meter being checked by the relevant departments. Furthermore, if the amount is small, it's fine. But if the amount is particularly large, if he doesn't want to be found out, he has to find a way to solve it. How solve it? Jason Liu has nothing to do with this time. After all, he was just a worker who enjoyed the good news of 996 a few months ago. Forget it. Build your net worth first, and you can naturally find a solution when you encounter problems later. Although money is not omnipotent, money has 9,999. As long as there is money, other problems are not a problem. If there are problems, you can only show the number of money problems. To put simply, more money. After thinking 10 billion wealthy life, Jason Liu and Ed Stark get all they wanted. Both sides are happy to reach a deal. Jason Liu's satisfaction excused from a study directly with guards, and 2 girls left Winterfell. Ed Stark had promised him, let him in Winterfell 10 kilometers south of the city. The selection of wasteland near a forest wolf, construction sawmill, warehouses, construction of workers' housing, and the like, and then the 2 sides in accordance with the agreed price way. Every tree count should pay. Ed Stark manages the affairs of the entire Northern Territory, and Jason Liu did not have time to talk about the details of the deal personally, so he put the matter to his wife Caitlin and Winterfell Explorer responsible. Jason Liu and his wife Caitlin decided evacuated, as well as Weiyang Explorer chat sawmill thing. Tonight he returned to Winterfell Castle outside the city to avoid the small market town in the winter, and immediately found a map to the Northern Territory, convened 7 knights around him, and Lena, Martha them several women, everyone around the table north position on the map, looking for the right place. The first sawmill not far from Winterfell, because cutting down trees, transport is an extremely hard manual labor, requires a lot of workers, which means a lot of food, vegetables. Within 10 kilometers of Winterfell is a very appropriate distance. They can easily avoid the Wintertown monarchs from outside the city to buy food and living materials delivered to the sawmill. And from the past, but also easy to Jason Liu carriage rides to and from the store and logging camps at both locations. Determines the distance and terrain is the location just outside the strip Knives Winterfell tributary of the river, Lena built. It touches do not worry about water shortages. Fortunately, the Northern Territory is more than wasteland. They quickly at Winterfell south along the King's Road, 8 kilometers away, found an open space Linha. The large open space, enough to build up in the maid's room, etc. sawmill, warehouses, building a fence to take a series. Residential workers certainly be fenced in to prevent wild animals come out at night in the forest wolf attacks on humans. Marked on the map, north position, good position. Jason Liu consider the time to go and see tomorrow. The weather has been too late. Jon they have to leave, back to their barracks soldiers to live. Jason Liu wash Lena lay their hot tub in the bath, then lay back on the bed to sleep also. Today, noon to drink wine, and now some faint, so soon in bed sleep in the past. The next day, Jason Liu to get up early, after the wash, eat breakfast waiting in front of the storefront. Because yesterday he and those adults appointment Northern Territory nobility, today want to buy stab-resistant clothing, wagons, and solar lighting equipment, since you can shop talk. He was ready from these local tyrants' family tradition for hundreds of years of ruthless profit from the. Barlow told the bike carriage only 3M*2M small wagon, put on 2 horses, parked in the open space outside the shop, and Big Coach stopped his bike together. 1 large and 1 small, 2 types of carriage. Be to all of you great people more choice. After all, he is engaged in service as well. That is so close. Even the warehouse that accumulated more than 20 sets stab-resistant clothing, he also took out, ready to sell them at high prices. He recently just to engage in logging camps, but also a large number of hired hands. This expenditure can earn more from these oil-rich lords they had. Did not let him wait long. Winterfell, there were already out of the dozens of large and small nobility, The head of the Northern Territory is the largest of more than a dozen, my lord. Those other viscount, baron and knights, small elite, only surrounded by a large aristocratic side. Yesterday's luncheon, and they are eligible to sit on a table, and only earl job title. Other small elite can only sit below. Today, the Northern Territory princes who get up early go to the store appointment adjacent adults who look at each other. In addition to talking about the price of the stab-resistant suits, carriages, and lighting equipment as agreed yesterday, they also plan to buy a batch of pen and paper and soap. After all, it's too expensive to buy from those greedy merchants. Although they are wealthy and have hundreds of years of heritage, who would think too much money if they can save money? Welcome to the Easter store, all of you, and I hope today's trip can satisfy all the distinguished adults. As the owner, Jason Liu walked out of the store first and greeted him with a smile on his face. Looking at this group of tall and dignified or wealthy nobles in the north, as if looking at a walking golden man, the smile on Jason Liu's face is absolutely 100% warm and sincere. Lord East, we're here, as we said yesterday. Hurry up and show me the light stab-proof suit you gave to Lord Eddard. Finally, the loud voice of Big Jon, the Lord of Hearth City, relied on his height, and easily pushed aside the little nobles and knights around him, and strode to Jason Liu. Lord East, there should be more here. That kind of stab-proof clothing that has a protective ability comparable to iron armor and is lightweight. Jason Liu was approached by the tall Jon Amber Earl because the opponent was over 2 meters tall, making him look a little petite in front of this little giant. At this moment, Jason Liu had to look up at the strong man with a hard beard, trying his best to keep a smile on his face. Of course, Lord Amber, I guarantee that all the counts here can at least buy one. 2 pieces except for the color Ed and the adults. The same stab-proof clothing in other respects. Master Amber, please step aside, or let Master Easter quickly instruct the servants to take out the things. Everyone is waiting. Ricard Ka Stark, Earl of Cahor City behind, stepped forward and patted Jon on the shoulder, urging him continuously. The Stark family of Caho City. This family is said to be founded by the Stark family thousands of years ago. It has a very high status in the north, and its strength is also ranked among the earls. Count Ricard Ka Stark is relatively old, with a beard under his jaw already all white, tall, strong, and tough, and he looks like a fierce warrior. Ha ha, you are more impatient than I am, Lord Ricard. Big Jon laughed and stepped away from Jason Liu. As Jon Amber took a step back, Jason Liu only felt that the depressing hill in front of him finally disappeared, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He, a little man of only 1.77 meters, is too depressing to stand with a little giant like Big Jon. What's more, Big Jon used to follow Ed Stark to fight everywhere, and his savage and fierce aura made Jason Liu, who lived in a peaceful era, unbearable. Not wanting to get too close to these gangsters in the north who only drink and cut people, Jason Liu then ordered his servants to go to the store to get the chance to get stab-proof clothing, and kept away from Big Jon Earl Ricard without a trace. A strong man. He stood beside Earl 7, who looked rather mild, and Earl Wyman, the fat eel. Earl Wyman was nicknamed Fat Eel because he liked to eat eel. Of course, no one dared to mention it in front of him. Seeing that he was far away from Big Jon and stood beside him and Earl 7, Earl Wyman's chubby face suddenly showed a smile. Master Jason, if you have time, please come to White Harbor City as a guest. The Mandalay family welcomes you. Your arrival. Jason Liu said that he glanced at the Earl of Bygang from a different place and did not understand why he was so polite and warm to him, but the smile on his face was equally affectionate. Under the management of the Mandalay family, the wealth is no less than the old town of the Hightar family in the south. If there is a chance, I will definitely come to visit you. Being praised that the White Harbor under the control of his family can be compared with the famous old town in the Reach, Earl Wyman's chubby face was flushed, and he was very happy. Mr. Jason, you are too flattering. The old town, is the most prosperous city in the southern end of Westeros. Even the school city is located there. My White Harbor City can't be compared with the old town. Looking at the fat eel in front of him, his big belly was full of laughter. Jason Liu also snorted and couldn't help complaining. You still have self-knowledge. How could it be possible to rely on such a poor area as the North? Is it comparable to the old town of Gangsheng, which controls the rich river bay? -0 asking for flowers. Soon, Baron and the others took out more than 20 sets of stab-proof suits in the store and stood behind Jason Liu, looking at more than 20 sets of light stab-proof suits comparable to iron armor in front of them. The earls who were standing at the door of the store chatting closed their mouths one after another and turned their eager eyes towards this side, wishing they could take these more than 20 all sets of stab-resistant suits were received under his command. Even Ruth Bolton, the Earl of Terror Castle, who was standing at the very edge of the crowd, who was not very gregarious, and whose face had always been calm, saw so many sets of stab-proof suits. His pale eyes also lit up with longing. Compared with good weapons, excellent armor is even more rare. What's more, this kind of stab-proof clothing like clothes, not only the defensive effect is not inferior to the iron armor, but also it is lighter to wear on the body, and it will not affect the movement. Simply perfect. Jason Liu satisfactorily looked around the eager eyes of the big bosses in the north, and then said, because the number is limited, each earl in the north can only buy at most 2 sets, each set of 50 golden dragons. Jason Liu didn't dare to ask for the price of the stab-proof suit, because he had inquired that the ordinary iron armor in Westeros was only about 1 gold dragon, and the price was already 50 times. Moreover, the stab-proof suit was not the real commodity he used to harvest these powerful men, and he didn't want to make a lion's mouth on it to give the other party the impression of being too greedy. He's going to crocodile on carriages and solar-powered lighting, 2 clearly top luxury items. First, give these nobles some sweetness to make them feel happy, and then quietly pick up the sickle to cut the leeks. I want 2 sets, Big John shouted loudly after hearing the price, and shouted at his son, Little John, hurry up and bring the purse and pay Master Jason. Little John obeyed in front of his father, and hurriedly took down the heavy purse from his waist. Today, he came to this Lord Easter's store. Their father and son brought all the golden dragons on them. 7. I want 2 sets too. Give me 2 sets, I have money. Don't crowd, Lord Siwon. Didn't you say it all? Isn't the number here enough for 2 of us? Jason Liu asked John, D***K, and the others to collect the money, while Baron and the others sent 2 sets of stab-resistant suits to each of the counts. Relying on his height and strength, Big John was the first to get to the front and got 2 sets of the largest stab-proof suits. He was happy to wear 1 set with his son, Little John, and wore them directly over the gray wool sweater. Bang bang. Big John patted the black stab-proof suit that was clinging to the upper body with his thick palms, moved his arms, and said with satisfaction, It's great. It's not as heavy and bulky as iron armor at all, and it's very light. Little John was also full of joy, constantly stroking the stab-proof clothing on Sanchi, grinning with a big mouth and a ding-ding. The other northern earls also got 2 sets of stab-proof suits, but they were not as impatient as Amber and his son. Stand up. Every earl of the north is very satisfied. They can get 2 sets of stab-proof suits, where 1 for themselves and the other for their heirs. This kind of protective effect makes them very reassured. Although the Countess Ballet of Huangjiaten doesn't know how to fight, she also knows that with these 2 sets of light stab-proof suits, the 2 most loyal and best soldiers will have a greater chance in battle. Survive. Such a good thing, of course, to buy. The widow looked at the earl, Mrs. Lisa Flint, who also took out 100 golden dragons without blinking an eye, bought 2 sets of stab-proof suits, and planned to return 1 of them to her son, who was also her heir. The happiest were Maggie Mormont, Earl of Bear Island, and her daughter, Daisy Mormont. Although they are women, they are even more powerful female fighters. Putting on these 2 stab-proof suits, their combat effectiveness will be stronger and their movements can be more flexible. Jason Liu is, of course, also happy. With just over 20 sets of stab-resistant suits, he has earned more than 1,000 golden dragons. Of course, this is still a small head, and the real big head is in the latter 2. My lord, since everyone has stab-proof suits, let's take a look at the 2 different models of luxury 4-wheeled carriages I have prepared for you. After Jason Liu finished speaking, he waved to Barlow, who was standing beside the carriage. Barlow and a few young grooms immediately led the horse on the carriage and walked slowly towards this side. This carriage is much smaller than the one next to it. Mrs. Kyflint looked at Jason Liu suspiciously. Lord East, this smaller four-wheeled carriage can also be bought from you. Of course, Mrs. Leshan. Jason Liu walked to the small carriage, and Barlow immediately stepped forward and pulled the carriage door backwards. The interior of this small carriage is exactly the same as that of the large carriage except for the large and soft bed, with excellent shock absorption, bright crystal lamps and horse lamps at the four corners of the carriage, a solid steel chassis, and a sturdy carriage. Window panes, etc. All these guarantee the absolute safety of this carriage. As Jason Liu introduced, he invited Mrs. Lisa, Mrs. Ballet, and Mrs. Maggie Mormont, her long-legged and beautiful daughter Daisy Mormont, to experience it for themselves in this small carriage. Barlow sat in the groom's seat in front of the carriage, and after being signaled by Lord Jason, he lightly and two horses pulled the small four-wheeled carriage and ran briskly. Rumble. The specially widened wheels, as well as the solid rubber tires on the wheels, all drove very well on the uneven road in the Winter Market town, and the extremely countess sitting in the car did not feel too much vibration at all. The townspeople of Bidong Market Town gathered around 100 meters from a distance and watched carefully here. They didn't dare to get too close. The people standing here were the most powerful nobles in the entire Northern Territory. If they accidentally offended an adult, it would be over. So, even though they were curious about what happened in front of Jason's shop, the townspeople didn't dare to approach. What's more, the guards and entourages of the princes in the north are also deliberately driving away and blocking the approach of these untouchables. When Barlow drove, the female nobles in the carriage walked around the streets of the Winter Market town and returned to the front of the Easter store again. The Countess G, who got off the small carriage, had an even more expression on her face. Satisfied. 0. Several other male counts were also invited by Jason Liu to take a small carriage for a test lap, so that they could personally feel whether it had the same excellent shock absorption performance as the large carriage, as he said. Very comfortable. Like that kind of large carriage, the carriage runs on rough roads, and sitting on it does not feel too much bumps at all. It is very comfortable. If you go out to play in such a four-wheeled carriage every day, it will be a very comfortable thing. The adults in the north were also full of praise for this small carriage. You must have seen that, yes, this small carriage is more suitable for short-distance travel and driving in the narrow streets of the city. Because the body is smaller, it is more convenient to turn in the streets of the city. Jason Liu said to the large carriage that belonged to him parked next to him. And this kind of large four-wheeled carriage is more suitable for long-distance travel. Just like this time, the adults came from their castle to Winter City to participate. Celebration banquets. If you have a large carriage like this, you can sit comfortably or lie on it. There is no need to worry about the bad weather of wind and rain. And if you use 4 horse-drawn carriages, even on rough and muddy roads, the speed is several times faster than that of the 0.7 rough and bumpy wooden carriage in your home. Not to mention comfort. The wooden carriage can't compare with this all-steel carriage. Seeing that all the nobles heard what he said, their faces showed approval, so he took the opportunity to sell. Now, you can place an order with me in advance. Each large carriage is 1,000 gold dragons, and small carriages are 700 gold dragons. As long as you place an order today, I guarantee that within 7 days, you will be able to send someone to pay to take away your own luxurious all-steel carriage. So, gentlemen, if you want to buy this sturdy, comfortable, and safe luxury steel carriage, please come to the store and place an order now. The sooner you place an order, the sooner you can enjoy this extremely comfortable luxury. The carriage. Think about it, my lords. Such a luxurious and comfortable carriage, with its superior performance, will surely become popular among the elites of Westeros. If you place an order now, you will be able to enjoy it earlier than the great nobles in the south, or even the kings and imperial ministers in King's Landing. What are you hesitating about? Hurry up and place your order. As Jason Liu spoke, His voice unconsciously raised a lot, and his tone was full of seductive magic. In particular, I will enjoy it one step earlier than the great nobles, kings, and important ministers in the South. This tempting condition is put forward, and it is even more troublesome. The big nobles who like to brag and show off when they get together on weekdays itching. Many people's eyes were slightly red, and their breaths became heavy. The thought of being able to enjoy such a luxurious and comfortable all-steel carriage earlier than the cowardly nobles of the Yankees who despise their own barbarians. The northern princes really completely moved. Master Jason, I want 2 large carriages and 2 small carriages. Please make them for me as soon as possible. After I return to Bygang, Tin will send someone with the money immediately. Owning the largest and most prosperous port city in the north, Lord Wayman Mandalay, Earl of White Harbor, is really rich and rich. He stretched out his 4 chubby fingers and shouted loudly, I want to place an order for 4 carriages. Please hurry up. Write it down for me. Of course, Lord Wyman. Your 2 large carriages and 2 small carriages, a total of 4 carriages, will be manufactured as soon as possible. And when you send people from Bygang to the winter market town, I guarantee that the people you send will be able to see the 4 carriages that belong to the Mandalay family. Jason Lew smiled and agreed with the Earl of White Harbor, and then instructed Jon Snow, who was acting as a bookkeeper, John, write it down on the bill. Lord Wyman of White Harbor wants to order 2 big, 2 small 4 carriages. Because Boris was surrounded by a group of bachelors and was busy explaining medical knowledge to them in the hospital, only Jon Snow was able to write proficiently under Jason Lew. So, of course, Jon was temporarily caught doing this. By the way, I would like to remind everyone here, because I don't know what kind of family decorations on the carriages you like, so as not to make you dissatisfied, all the sides and outer tops of all carriages you ordered are there won't be any decorations. Then after you bring the carriage back to the castle, you can find a family decoration that you like most in Humanities. Jason Lew didn't want to order the carriage from the GoT carriage factory, and he had to have the family emblems of all the families in the north, and even the family emblems of all the families in Westeros, decorated by the carriage factory. If you do this, fools will feel suspicious. So, simply, he intends to tell these nobles directly what decorations you want to make on the carriage, and go back and find someone to do it yourself. As the name suggests, I am afraid that I will make you dissatisfied, so I specially consider it for you, and let you find someone to get you what you like. In this way, hello everyone, and both parties are satisfied. Have you ever felt that I am very caring? Hee, that's another saving. I'm such a thrifty, shrewd man. Regarding this Lord Jason's statement, the princes in the north didn't feel anything wrong. They felt that the other party was very thoughtful, fully respected their wishes, and they were all satisfied on their faces. Looking at Jason Lew's eyes also became kind, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart, I didn't expect this young Earl of Spark City to be so thoughtful. The truth is, the other party is indeed a great noble from the Kaina Empire. Etiquette is something that people never forget. Since you feel satisfied, you adults must not be left behind. Otherwise, wouldn't it make people look down on their family as a poor ghost? East, my lord, the 7th family ordered 2 large carriages and 1 small carriage. The Earl of 7th City said loudly. Lord Amber was not to be outdone. I also want 2 large carriages and 1 small carriage. The reason why there are so few small carriages is that these male nobles subconsciously feel that the small carriages are for women, and for such dignified manly warriors, they must choose a bigger and more luxurious carriage. The widow-looking Flint family ordered a large carriage and 2 small carriages. Mrs. Dishflint liked small carriages very much and felt that it was very convenient to drive in the city, so she bought 2 at one time. Not to be outdone, the Countess Ballet of the Dustin family in Huangjiaton was even as arrogant as the Earl of White Harbor. The Dustin family ordered 2 large carriages and 2 small carriages. The Lord of Caho City, Count Stark, raised his gray-bearded chin and said loudly, the Stark family of Caho City ordered 2 large carriages and 1 small carriage. I hope you can do it when I send someone to deliver the money, Lord Jason. And the Stark family's carriage was made. Of course, please rest assured, Lord Ricard, and we will ensure that you will get on a comfortable and luxurious steel carriage as soon as possible. Jason Liu replied with a big smile on his face. The Tauha family in Torrent Square City wants 2 large carriages and 1 small carriage. Earl Herman Tauha twitched his beard and announced his order loudly. Lord Harris Horwood, Earl of Horwood City, stretched out 3 fingers. The Horwood family will also order 2 large carriages and 1 small carriage. The Glover family in Deepwood has ordered 2 large carriages and 1 small carriage. Earl Gabbert Glover was bleeding in his heart, but on the surface it seemed that nothing would come out, and he shouted out his request with great vigor. The specified number of carriages. Compared with several other families, Shinlenburg, which lives deep in the Wolf Forest, is actually not richer than them. Even Earl Gabbert felt a pain in the flesh when he took out the money for these 3 carriages. But he couldn't lose face in front of other counts of equal status, so Gabbert could only grit his teeth and report 3 cars. Maggie Mormont, Earl of No Island, although she also wanted to save face, and called out 3 carriages like the other counts, but unfortunately, No Island is a place of bitter cold, and even the Glover family of Deep Forest Castle not as good. After struggling for a moment, Mrs. Maggie shook her stocky body and stomped her feet under the expectant gaze of her daughter Daisy. The Mormont family ordered a large carriage and a small carriage. The other nobles in the northern realm were not surprised by the number reported by Madame Maggie. In fact, they were both vassals of the Duke of Winterfell for hundreds of years, and they all had a general understanding of the financial and strength of other families. Everyone knows that No Island is a bitter and cold island, and it is not comparable to these families with vast fiefs. There is no such thing as laughing at each other's stinginess. To tell the truth, they were surprised for a while when they heard that Mrs. Maggie, Earl of Bear Island, had bought a large 1 and a small 2 carriages. This fierce, fighting Mrs. Maggie really made a lot of money. The last person to speak was Ruth Bolton, Earl of Dreadfort. The lord had a calm face, and his face was not impatient or impatient. He patiently waited for the other earls to finish their orders, and then said in his usual soft voice, "The Bolton family wants 2 large carriages and 2 small carriages. The carriage. As for the money, I will send someone to send it when I return to the Dread Fortress. I hope that, as you said, Lord Jason, the person I sent can bring the carriage back to me." "Of course, my lord, I promise." Facing the ruthless old flayer, Jason Liu said with a smile, "The Castle of Terror is worthy of being one of the most powerful families in the north." Looking at the calm appearance of Lord Bolton, it seems that 3,400 golden dragons are just insignificant money, and they placed 4 orders without blinking an eye. The level of arrogance is comparable to that of the Earl of White Harbor. Well, the Countess of Ballet and the Wild family is also very good. The feudal lords in the north are not bad, and they are very generous. I just don't know if the richer and richer southern nobles will be more generous than them. Jason Liu is privately looking forward to it. The richest and most powerful great nobles in the north have placed the order, and then it is the turn of these small families who are attached to the great nobles, such as the Kessel family, that is, Ed Stark's captain of the bodyguards, Ser Jory Kessel, and the Winterfell headmaster, Ser Roderick Kessel. The Kaisuoff family is not big, and the inheritance has only lasted for more than 200 years. He gritted his teeth and ordered a small carriage. No matter what, since all the princes in the north bought it, if his family did not buy it, would he admit that his strength is too weak? After meeting with other adults at a banquet and being mentioned by others, it would be embarrassing. In order to save face, even if it is painful to bleed, I have to buy a small. The other Cern family, Moran family, Marcy family, Stow family, and more than a dozen small families just ordered one, either a large carriage or a small carriage. Jason Liu was still curious about why the Reed family living in the gray waters of the swamp didn't show up. Later, he heard about these low-lying swamp people living in the swamp. It's a big thing. For example, in the Battle of the Usurpers more than 10 years ago, the Earl of Greywater Watch, Holland Reed, once followed Ed Stark with a long fork. He even followed Ed Stark in the Battle of the Tower of Bliss. and finally became the only one who survived with Ed Stark. He is also the only person in Westeros who knows Jon's true origin other than Ed Stark. However, even if the Reed family came, Jason Lew didn't expect them to buy their own carriage, because the neck was a large swamp, and there was no need for a carriage. In the end, Jason Lew sold a total of 21 large carriages and 26 small carriages to the northern nobles present. In all, there are 39,200 golden dragons. It's more than double his total income from selling pen and paper, soap, toothbrushes, and other small things for the past few months. No wonder those who are engaged in luxury goods in modern times are so rich. The money is so good too. Everyone agreed that in 7 days, the carriage they ordered would be made and placed in the Easter store until they sent someone to pay to bring the carriage back. Having made such a big business, Jason Lew was in a good mood. He let the princes of the northern border, who had been standing for a long time, enter the store to take a rest and drink some water, calm down, and wait to be harvested again. As soon as they sat down and drank some water to calm down for a while, the nobles in the northern realm who had just placed their orders immediately felt a little pain in the flesh. After all, a carriage of 1,000 gold dragons is really expensive. It doesn't matter that each of their families is an ancient aristocracy that has been passed down for hundreds of years, even thousands of years, but after so long, plus the luxurious life of the aristocrats, wars, tax payments, etc., each family can only afford down tens of thousands, more than 100,000 golden dragons. The Fortress of Dread is relatively wealthy and has a long heritage, and the cash in the treasury is almost like 200,000 gold dragons. Like the poorest island of No, if there are 20,000 gold dragons in the treasury, it will be heaven. Otherwise, Ura Mormont wouldn't have sold the capture poachers to the free city-states across the sea as slaves in order to support his wife and violated the laws of Westeros, and then be convicted by Ed Stark, scared himself to flee to the other side of Esso's mainland wandering. Maggie Morehouse took over the position of Earl of Bear Island. In the past 10 years, she has only torn down more than 20,000 golden dragons by living frugally, and she has to pay 1,700 gold dragons all at once. After calming down, she also regrets it a little. However, Bear Island women, like men, will never regret what they say, even if they regret it in their hearts. The most easily present are the most powerful and richest Earl of White Harbor, Earl of Terror Castle, and the Dustin family of Huangjiaten. A few thousand golden dragons, compared with their family property of several 100,000, still doesn't feel any pain in the flesh. Let these aristocrats drink some water and eat some fruit to calm down the feeling of wanting to use their hands after impulsive consumption. Jason Lew whispered to Baron behind him, and then got up and walked to the counter in the store. Ladies and gentlemen, after the carriage, let's talk about this amazing solar lighting device. Jason Lew looked behind him with a smile on his face. I saw Baron brought the solar lighting equipment installation team employees who had been light for a few years, thanks Zhao, and the two of them carried a large cardboard box and moved the remaining 3 sets of lighting equipment in the warehouse to the adults. Last night in Winterfell, everyone must have experienced the energy-saving lamps installed in the room. How bright the light is it much stronger than the lighting effect of candles, lamp oil, and torches? Jason Lew walked over to the box with solar lighting equipment, reached out, and patted it. As long as you install such lighting equipment in your castle can be as bright as day at night. With such a bright light, only the black solar glass panels that are illuminated by the sun during the day can ensure the lighting in the castle. As long as the solar panels are not damaged, the energy-saving lamps installed in your castle can be used for nearly 10 years. Think about it. It can be used continuously for 10 years, and the light is as bright as day. And there is no smell of burning candles and lamp oil. It is clean, and you can save money on buying candles and lamp oil. What a bargain. A set of solar lighting equipment comes with 3 such energy-saving lamps. Jason Lew opened the cardboard box and took out 3 LED energy-saving lamps from the inside. This set will make all 3 rooms in your castle enjoy the light of day. Lighting effects. The adults in the north were once again attracted by the energy-saving lamps in Jason Liu's hands and his alluring words, completely forgetting the remorse that he was bold when he bought it and wanted to make a good hand after buying it. As long as 2 sets of 6 energy-saving lamps are arranged in your banquet hall, your spacious hall will be completely illuminated at night, and you can enjoy the fun of banquets with your guests. If you install a lamp like this in your study, you can work in a bright room at night, and, at the same time, protect your eyes from the weak light of candles. As long as you order now, I guarantee that this lighting equipment will be ready within 3 days, and someone will personally deliver it to your door and help you install it. You just need to wait for the bright lighting at night. Such top-level and luxurious lighting equipment can only be enjoyed by the adults in the north, and those big nobles in the south of 137-. Master Jason, that's enough. Don't say more. I want to buy 10 sets. Please tell me the price. The Earl of White Harbor raised his fat hand and hurriedly interrupted Jason Liu, who was trying to use the southern aristocracy to stimulate the northern princes. Loudly, the other adults, who were blinded by Jason Liu's seductive language just now, were interrupted by the shouts of the Earl of White Harbor, and suddenly came to their senses one by one. Immediately, he secretly scolded this young Earl of East in his heart. He was indeed a cunning businessman. He used a single rhetoric with 2 sides, and he fooled them into their hearts. Even without knowing the price, the urge to buy has already arisen in my heart. Jason Liu was slightly dissatisfied, and secretly glanced at the white port fat eel Sama, who interrupted him. "What are you doing?" "Before I finished speaking, you interrupted me in such a hurry. Is it great to be rich?" However, when he heard the Earl of White Harbor shout out 10 sets, the dissatisfaction in Jason Liu's heart disappeared immediately, and the sun was shining again on his face. It turns out that having money is amazing. The fat eel Sama's disgusting and obese appearance looks naive in his eyes. "Lord Wyman, thank you for your support. Such a set of solar lighting equipment with 3 LED energy-saving lamps. As long as 100 golden dragons, you can light up your castle at night and ensure the light in the castle to the whole buy gang. You can see the city." Jason Liu said the price with a smile, and then looked at the other nobles expectantly. The North Territory, who was present for a while by his gaze, suddenly jumped, and the water fell. This time, Earl Roosburton spoke first. "Fortress of Terror requires 10 sets, and there are 30 such energy-saving lamps, which are enough." Big John put down the half-hearted apple, reached out and wiped the cider on his beard. 8 sets. The last fireplace Hearth City will install 8 sets. The castle in Huangjiaten needs 8 sets. I hope Mr. Jason can send someone to deliver it soon and install the castle of the Dustin family. I'm looking forward to holding a banquet and handling territorial affairs in a bright room at night. The lady's charming face showed an expectant smile. I bought a set of cards from the Stark House in Caho City. The Tauha family in Tornfang City asked for 6 sets. 7 City bought 7 sets. Horwood City bought 7 sets. The widow wanted 8 sets. The Glover family in Deepwood bought 6 sets. Bear Island Castle is small, only 5 sets. In addition to the more than 40 sets that those small families bought sporadically, Jason Liu sold nearly 120 sets of solar lighting equipment this time. This is 12,000 000 golden dragons. This time, the carriage and solar lighting equipment were harvested perfectly, and a total of more than 50,000 golden dragons were sold at one time. That's definitely a lot of money. After talking about the business, the princes of the north bought a batch of paper and pens, soap, toothbrush, and toothpaste in the Easter store. These didn't cost much, and there were more than 200 golden dragons in total. No matter what, the princes in the north have spent a lot today. Horse-drawn carriages and solar-powered lighting equipment are expensive, but the nobles of Westeros will definitely have them in the future. Even though the heart is bleeding from the pain, it is so uncomfortable to have to pretend to be calm on the face. Whether these local tyrants are uncomfortable, Jason Liu doesn't know. Anyway, when he sent these adults away, none of these people didn't smile. Since there's a smile on his face, it means that he is very satisfied with the goods he is promoting, and he must be very happy in his heart, and can enjoy these two top luxury goods that are unique to Westeros in advance. Thinking about those Southerners who always look down on their Northerners, who still ride in such bumpy wooden carriages and use dim candles and man-eating lamp oil for lighting at night. The Northern princes finally have something in their hearts, a sense of superiority. The pain of spending a lot of money has also eased slightly, saying goodbye to the local tyrants in the northern region who have contributed a lot of golden dragons to themselves. Jason Liu has not had time to take a breath, and Boris and the scholars in the northern region, who were waiting anxiously next door, immediately surrounded him. East, Earl, what exactly is the penicillin that you inject into the human body? Yes, that kind of penicillin that can cure almost all diseases. How is this magical medicine made? Please tell us, Lord Easter. What about those white pills? What's the main ingredient in it? And can it be made in Westeros? Lord Jason, the tool that can see tiny bacteria and viruses, called a microscope, can you really bring Westeros? The Shueching will definitely be very interested in the medical knowledge of the Empire from your hometown. Please make sure to visit the Shueching when you have time. Lord Jason Easter. Jason Liu was surrounded by these dozens of old maesters, so that 4 bodyguards, D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris, surrounded him like a big enemy, struggling to resist the maesters who kept pushing in. If it weren't for the fact that these old guys in gray robes and exuding all kinds of weird smells are all bachelors in the castles of the northern princes, they would not cause harm to Master Jason. D***K and the others must have called the soldiers of the East family long ago and arrested all these guys. His ears were buzzing with the noise of these old maesters with curiosity in their eyes, and Jason Liu had to shout, "Quiet! Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet and listen to me. Please be quiet. After all, everyone has read books, and their quality is definitely not comparable to those rude townspeople in Bidal Market Town." Jason Liu shouted, and the more than 20 bachelors present immediately quieted down. Jason Liu rubbed his ears, pushed away D***K, Kent, and the others who were in front of him, indicating that he was okay. Don't worry, these bachelors will not hurt themselves. D***K and the others stepped aside, but still stood behind Master Jason, staring at these bachelors with vigilance on their faces. It was just that these bachelors who should be high in their eyes just acted so crazy that they had to be careful. These people will hurt Jason adults. Come on, dear fellows, let me sit in the shop first, and let's talk slowly. John, you bring the bachelors into the store to sit down and rest. Jason Liu directed towards Jon, McCann, and the others who were crowded on the periphery. Yes, my lord. Jon nodded, and the soldiers from McCann, Bud, and Marbu, half assisted and half pulled, invited these bachelors into the store. As long as the Count of Starfire City is there, the scholars do not care where they are, so they obediently walked into the store and sat down on the chairs that the nobles from the north just sat down. Lena, Martha, and the others took some young girls and gave each maester a new glass of water and added fresh fruit to the table. Looking at the bachelors in the north who walked into the store, Jason Liu pulled Boris over and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? Didn't you have to deal with these people first in the hospital? Why are they all running to me? Are you blocking me?" Boris wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled wryly. "My lord, I really can't stop them. Yesterday, the scholars in the north asked to meet you, but you were in Winterfell and the princes of the north to participate in the Stark. The banquet at home, so they're willing to wait patiently. It's not because you have negotiated business with the princes of the north, and now it's all right. They ran out of the hospital and came here to contain you." When Boris said this, he also had a headache. "I will be quarreling with them for the past 2 days, and I will tell them the medical knowledge you told me about your hometown and repeat it to them several times. But there are many questions that I really can't answer." Jason Liu rested his chin in one hand, thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Let's first go and see what these bachelors have requirements. Maybe they can help you a little bit, at least get your bachelor's qualifications first." "Done. Me? Bachelor?" Boris was stunned, and his face immediately flushed with excitement. "Sir, are you saying that you want the city to grant bachelor status? Can this be done?" Jason Lu shrugged and said lightly, "It depends on the weight of these northern maesters and whether the city is interested in the medicine in our hands." He reached out and patted his eyes with excitement, and a tool doctor who was worried about gains and losses on his face. Jason Lu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Boris, you're the one I chose. The future bachelor of Spark City is you. And I put the hospital director to entrust such an important position to you is to value you. You have to work hard. Don't let me down. Otherwise, he will have to change the tool person to do it," Jason Lu added in his mind. Boris, who was excited by the encouragement of a few words, immediately said loudly, "Please rest assured, my lord, I will definitely study medical skills well and make good use of those magical medicines you brought from my hometown to ensure that the hospital is well managed." Jason Lu patted Boris, a very conscious tool man, kindly again, and the two walked into the store. "Lord East, Lord Count, Master Jason East." Seeing Jason Lu walk in with the assistant bachelor Boris, who asked 3 questions and 3 questions, the bachelors in the north who had just sat down all stood up and saluted Jason Lu. "Dear maesters, please take a seat." Jason Lu showed his good manners as a great nobleman and walked to one end of the long table with a smile. Everyone sat down. Seeing this foreign aristocrat sitting down, he couldn't wait for one of them to come from Torrhen Square City. The eldest, gray-haired bachelor first introduced himself. "Master East, I'm from Torrhen Square City." "Maester Reed, mine is 0 for flowers." "Hello, Maester Reed." Jason Lu nodded politely. Maester Reed's dry hands were folded in his wide, academic robe, and his eyes full of wisdom stared at him. "I want to know if these excellent medicines you brought from your hometown can be used in Westerland." Luo formulated it. "If these medicines can be formulated in large quantities, many people who are suffering from illness can be saved. I'm sorry to tell you, Bachelor Reed, with Westeros backward medical level, it's really difficult to do." Jason Lu, to tell the truth, this kind of crystallization of modern medicine is not backward Westeros, produced by Luo Nong. Hearing this, Maester Tride's old face couldn't help showing a deep disappointment. "Lord Count Jason, I'm AI, one from Card City, and serving the Stark family." This bachelor AI one is chubby, with a bright forehead but very clear eyes. "You told Assistant Bachelor Boris about bacteria. Is it true that small creatures, such as viruses, can cause infection?" "Yes, that's what I told Boris." Jason Lu admitted with a nod. "Then, the kind of tool you said that can observe this extremely tiny creature is called the microscope also exists, right?" Lu Wei, Bachelor of Arts, was excited. Jason Lu smiled and said, "The microscope does exist. If possible. I'm planning to bring one from my hometown. Would you mind spreading the more advanced medical knowledge of your hometown in Westeros?" Another bachelor with short blonde hair couldn't help but said, "I mean, would you like to impart medical knowledge to others, such as the bachelors, assistant bachelors, and apprentices in the city? The whole Westeros service, which is great for all Westeros." Boris softly introduced the bachelor in his ear, and the other was the Ornette who served in Seven City. Jason Lu took a sip of water from the glass, put it down, and replied, "I wouldn't mind spreading the medical knowledge of my hometown in Westeros." 190th chapter's talent is the first. That's your time to visit the old town Shiueching you, presumably Shiueching of the scholar who, to hear that you brought us advanced medical knowledge, will warmly welcome you. Austrian Knight, Bachelor him, impatiently send invitation. Sorry, Austrian Knight Bachelor. I regret to tell you that, for some reason, I cannot leave the Northern Territory. So I went to invite Shiueching, you can only refuse it. Joke, Old Town Shiueching as far away as the southern tip of Westeros. Winterfell thousands of kilometers away. Even from the Port White boat. Not a 20 days can never expect to arrive. He ran all the way stupid will learn city. Austria, and other Knight Bachelor degree, who hear Jason Lu's answer, cannot help but cheeky regret down the color. However, Jason Lu was transferred to a voice of their new hope. Although I cannot go to the old town Shiueching, but Shiueching can send Bachelor 7, Bachelor Apprentice Assistant even come to me just to learn advanced medical knowledge. I opened a special hospital to treat patients, currently consists of Boris with a few apprentices in the care. But because of those few apprentices are near the village's children, fully understand writing, to teach them has been slow. I want to know how to read and write. If sent bachelor assistants and apprentices by the etching, they will be easier to learn to me personally and Boris professor of medical knowledge. The human body temperature is normal range. You know how to measure body temperature? Human blood is divided into different types, how they detect, These medical knowledge are the foundation was also very important and should be personally taught by me. Adults, you have personally taught several of my medical knowledge to the apprentices do. I do not remember how. If I was every day pestering you ask, you do not remember there is such thing as a hospital. You say this is the case. It does not hurt the conscience of it. And what is the normal body temperature range is? What the hell is blood type? I do not remember how you gave me about these things. Boris used eyes looking at their own honor. He used to listen to that taken from the many unfamiliar medical terms. Forever these learned bachelor who, Fudge was looking faming one, but not at appearance. Boris whole people do not feel good. My heart could not help but worry that if they're really etching sent a large number of bachelors and assistant apprentice to learn medical knowledge, adults you really have the time to personally teach it? You are not said to myself, do not understand medical knowledge? Now how clearly and logically speaking, I even heard of a lot. It turned out that you are also single-handedly keep it. Thought of this. Boris resentment eyes more. I'm not that good, do you most value? Not that good, with the most important hospital management due to me? How medical knowledge is so important that you do not teach me to do? Do I stupid? So Jason adults do not want to teach? Yes, definitely so. After all, I'm almost 31 years old, actually just a bachelor assistant, did not even get a bachelor's degree. I'm still too aggressive. A certain tool man finally fell into deep self-doubt. Jason Liu doesn't know yet that the tool man standing behind him, Boris, has become frustrated with self-doubt. He vigorously encouraged the scholars from the north who were sitting on both sides of the table and immediately wrote a letter to etching, asking them to send a large number of people to come to him to learn advanced medical knowledge. Respected bachelors, please rest assured, for everyone who comes to my hospital to study, whether as a bachelor, an assistant bachelor, or an apprentice, I will pay everyone a salary, including food, clothing, and at least 20 silver deer per month, the hire of the bachelor. In order to plan talents from the academy, Jason Liu used his unfailing banknote ability and then looked at the maesters expectantly. After listening to Jason Liu's proposal, the northern maesters present were immediately stunned. How could they still have such good conditions? You must know that the school sent people to come here to learn medical knowledge. I didn't expect that this Lord Jason not only didn't charge money, but instead had to cover food and clothing and pay a high salary every month. If such a good thing is really spread back to the academy, I'm afraid it will attract many people to come. Master Jason, are all of what you said true? You have food, clothing, and even a monthly salary. The eldest bachelor Terry, the corners of his mouth trembled with excitement, and he couldn't help but confirm again. Road point 0. Of course, I swear in the name of the East family and the Earl of Starfire City, everything I said is true. Everyone present can testify. Jason Liu raised a hand and said seriously, "We trust you, my lord." Yes, you don't have to swear. We believe you. You are a noble and kind noble. The other maesters praised him one after another, and they flattered him. The scholars in the north who were present finally believed in the rumors in the north that this Lord Jason East was really a generous, kind, and upright person. Jason Liu is happy for them to think so, and hopes that his name of kindness, generosity, kindness, and integrity can spread more widely. After all, a good reputation may be useless in ordinary times, but at some critical times, it may play a role that you can't imagine. Looking at the excited bachelors in the audience, Jason Liu's heart is higher than them. These people may not understand that talent is the foundation of all careers. In this sentence, if you want to do something in this backward feudal era, these bachelors, assistant bachelors, and apprentices who can read and write are the most important things. At least, if he has a large number of bachelors, assistants and apprentices who know a lot of skills, Jason Liu can worry a lot less. For example, 0.7 will build a logging farm recently, and the management of the logging farm will require a lot of knowledgeable people to do it. There is no doubt that there are really many such talents in Xueqing, because Xueqing education is not a single knowledge, but a comprehensive knowledge. The most obvious example is that the bachelor who could be recognized by the academy basically masters 2 or more knowledge. If the academy can send such talented people with knowledge, Jason Liu will be sure to keep most of these people. After all, in a few years, troubled times will come. If you don't take the opportunity to recruit talents now, there will be no chance for the whole Westeros to fight in the future. Respected bachelors, it is up to you to jointly write a letter to Xueqing and ask Xueqing to send people to study. Is this no problem? Jason Liu asked again with a smile. Please rest assured, Mr. Jason, it is recommended by our joint name, and Xueqing will definitely pay attention to it. Bachelor Terry said seriously. After all, medicine is one of the pillar disciplines of the Xueqing. There is an opportunity to greatly improve the knowledge of this discipline. The Xueqing simply cannot refuse such a good thing. Then, regarding Boris's bachelor's qualification, Jason Liu began to put forward conditions and said with a sullen face, "You also know that if Boris cannot obtain the bachelor's qualification, I am afraid that the bachelor's assistants and apprentices, it's hard to believe him." Hearing that Mr. Jason made the conditions for Xueqing to become a bachelor, Boris was falling into self-doubt. Although he kept his head down, his ears were pricked up for fear of missing every next word. Hearing Master Jason's proposal to grant the assistant bachelor Boris the bachelor status, the bachelors present looked at each other in dismay. Then there was a whisper of whispers, and after a few minutes, they finally came to a conclusion. For the oldest and most educated bachelor of Seven City, Terry, he first glanced at Boris, who bowed his head and pretended to be submissive, and then said, "The city has strict requirements for the bachelor's status granted, and it is not possible to do so. Easily changed. First, to show the seriousness of the city's program of granting a bachelor's degree," Bachelor Reed continued. "If you really want Boris to become a bachelor, then let the city send someone to assess Boris's medical research progress. If it really meets the requirements, the city will naturally grant Boris bachelor status. Come on, Boris, are you willing to accept the assessment of the city?" Saying that, Maester Reed looked up at Boris. Jason Liu didn't expect to study so strictly. He didn't even agree to this small request he raised, and he still had to pass the assessment. What a hell. No way. Jason Liu had no choice but to look at Boris, hoping that this guy could be recognized by the academy for his medical knowledge. In any case, the tool doctor I chose had 5 assistants with him some time ago, but he ran free clinics for more than a month. His medical knowledge will definitely improve, and maybe he can pass the Xueqing assessment. I am willing to accept the assessment of the academy, Maester Reed. Boris held his head high, still confident in his heart, and he didn't want to rely on Lord Jason's face to get the bachelor status. It is better to be able to obtain qualifications by his own abilities, and it is also more convincing to others. I, Boris, have the confidence to do it. Seeing that Boris expressed his acceptance of the assessment, Jason Liu had no choice but to agree. He turned his head to look at Master Terry. Then, please send a letter to Xueqing as soon as possible for you and the bachelors. I look forward to their sending someone. Yes, my lord. We will go to Winterfell to borrow a raven later and jointly send a letter back to the academy. I believe that in less than a month, you will be able to meet the people sent by the academy, said Bachelor Terry. Jason Liu nodded with satisfaction, then said to Boris, who was standing behind him, "Boris, I'm here, my lord." Boris bowed slightly with a questioning look on his face. "Give one of the medicines for treating colds and fevers in your hospital to the bachelors in the north, hoping it will help them in their treatment." Jason Liu instructed with a smile, then turned his head and looked surprised with a smile on his face the northern scholars. "I hope you will like this gift from me." "Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. This is a wonderful gift. Thank you for your generosity, my lord." The bachelors present were very happy to be able to get this kind of medicine from Mr. Jason's hometown, which has a very good effect on treating colds and fever. After all, they're the advisors, assistants, and doctors of the princes in the north. If anyone in the noble family they serve is sick, most of them are colds and fevers. With the medicine given by Mr. Jason, they will definitely be able to better treat the nobles of the castle. As for the commoners, this depends on whether they have the ability to enter the bachelor tower of the castle to see him. Otherwise, they will not be able to get the assistance of the bachelor. After all, who gave the maesters priority to serve the lords of the castle? Boris nodded, then returned to the hospital next door, instructing the 5 young apprentices to prepare a copy of aspirin and yin-xiao tablets for each bachelor, enough for 20 people to treat a cold and fever, and patiently instruct them on these medicines' dosage for patients of different ages. The maesters in the north listened carefully to Boris's explanation, and then carefully put the package of medicines into the pocket of the maester's robe and put it away. Thanks again to Lord Jason Easter, the maesters in the north left Easter's store contentedly and returned to Winterfell. They're going to find Maester Luwin in Winterfell and use the Ravens of Winterfell to write to the Academy, urging the city to send people to learn the advanced medical skills of the Empire. If possible, they hope to buy a lot of them, into the magic medicine from there. In the evening, I almost forgot to send someone to assess Boris, the assistant to the director of the East Family Hospital. Although many bachelors couldn't help but slander in their hearts, Boris was only a mere assistant bachelor, and he could be valued by Master Jason and impart advanced medical knowledge from Kina. What a lucky fool. 137 Master Luwin, who was busy handling the accounts of the recent banquet in the Bachelor Tower, looked at the bachelors from various castles in the north together from a distance. After hearing the purpose of their coming here, Maester Luwin couldn't help but be surprised. Maesters, can you really be sure that the Lord Easter served by Boris has medical knowledge beyond the Academy? I don't doubt that you are in medical knowledge, but some are not sure. Maester Reed nodded and did not mind Maester Luwin's words. We have been staying with that assistant bachelor Boris for the past 2 days, and we saw him bring a few apprentices to Easter Hospital. Patient treatment, what about East Hospital, Maester Luwin, you know? Although I have been busy and haven't had time to go to Boris's to see it, I have heard people say Easter Hospital. The word hospital is also the name from the hometown of Mr. Jason Easter, referring to the A place to treat the sick. Maester Luwin said he had heard of Easter Hospital. Maester Reed then continued, in Easter Hospital we have seen with our own eyes how they wash, bandage, and treat the wounded, and inject medicines into those who have a fever and a high fever with a tube with a needle, and take medicine. Those drugs are really effective. Many patients with severe fever recovered completely the next day. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there would be such a good drug in the world. At the end, Maester Reed's old face flushed slightly with excitement. It's really great. Those medicines are nothing short of miracles. Although it's disappointing to say that, the truth is that the medicines formulated in our academy are not at all comparable to the medicines in Easter Hospital. That's why we all stayed at Easter Hospital and waited for Lord Jason Easter, hoping to talk to him about medicine and medicine. Luckily, we had a good conversation just now, and the result was also very impressive. Excited, Master Jason promised to let the city send bachelors, assistant bachelors, and even apprentices to come to East Hospital to learn the medical knowledge adopted. Not only is it free, but Master Jason also promises to bear the accommodation and clothing of every bachelor or even apprentice who comes, and also pay a high salary every month. After Master Luwin listened to the words of the Northland scholars, the whole person was stunned. Although he had heard that East Hospital's treatment methods were very good before, but because he was busy assisting Lord Ed in the administration of Winterfell, he didn't have time to go to the hospital to take a look. Now that he heard the unanimous praise of these knowledgeable colleagues, Maester Luwin realized that perhaps he really underestimated the medical skills and medicines brought by Mr. Jason from his hometown Kina. He made up his mind to find an opportunity to visit Easter Hospital as soon as possible, and Bachelor Luwin also agreed that the city would send people to learn advanced medical knowledge. So they jointly wrote a letter, tied it to the raven's feet, and let it fly. If all goes well, the raven will be able to fly to the duck house in the academy and deliver the letter in 6 or 7 days. After finishing everything, the princes of a northern realm also bid farewell to Lord Feng Juned. They are all great lords of the north. After attending the harvest banquet this time, they naturally have to rush back to the fief as soon as possible. In addition, the scholars from the castle have also followed. I am afraid that there's a backlog of government affairs in the domain during this period of time. Take the back to deal with it. But there's no time to stay at Winterfell any longer. So, starting from the morning, the adults of various families in the northern region rode their horses and led a convoy out of Winterfell. Of course, they all sent greetings to Jason Liu, saying that after returning to the fief, they would send someone to bring the money, hoping to see a luxurious carriage in their castle as soon as possible, with bright lights as bright as day. Jason Liu, of course, said that there is no problem and he will definitely make it as soon as possible so that the people they sent will bring it back. Thinking of this, Jason Liu directly teleported back to the modern warehouse. He picked up the mobile phone in the warehouse, turned it on first, and saw a few text messages because he told people in the company that the signal in the place where he was traveling was not good, and he sent text messages when something happened. After browsing the text messages, Zhou Yunheng, manager of the purchasing department, sent a message saying that the previously purchased paper and pen, soap, and the second batch have been stored in the warehouse. Jason Liu turned his head to look, and sure enough, he saw dozens of large cardboard boxes piled up in the warehouse. In this batch of goods, 400,000 toothbrushes and 900,000 toothpastes were purchased. Another 200,000 gel pens were sent, and Westeros had about 360,000 in stock. 1 million refills were sent, and about 1.87 million were in stock. 200,000 pieces of soap were sent, and about 330,000 pieces were in stock. 1 million pieces of soap were sent, and about 1.05 million pieces were in stock. 1 million sheets of A4 paper were sent, and about 2.3 million sheets were in stock. 100,000 sheets of AL paper were sent, and about 170,000 sheets were in stock. Jason Liu once again sent the newly arrived shipment back to the warehouse in the castle in the winter market town of Westeros. Because the traffic is too inconvenient, the merchants in the 7 territories take too long to go back and forth, which causes his sales of these goods to be slow. And those small merchants with a large number, because many people are purchasing such goods for the first time, they're not so bold, and they do not buy much at one time. Therefore, after they have traveled a long way to sell and sold out, it will take 20 days or even a month to come back to buy. No wonder people say that to get rich, build roads first. The transportation conditions are too poor, and business really can't prosper. I don't know about King's Landing, Storm's End, Highgarden, Sungon, Eagle's Nest, Casterly Rock, River Run, and the free cities of Bravos, Vosker, Pintos, Valanis at all. Have the big businessmen in these cities noticed the modern goods sold sporadically by small businessmen in the city? If they can notice, with the strength of these big businessmen, the quantity of one-time purchases can definitely clear his inventory. Forget it, don't worry. Anyway, they will notice sooner or later. After all, as long as they make money, businessmen have very smart noses. They will react sooner or later and then come to their store to buy a lot. At that time, the goods he brought from modern times will really sweep the entire Game of Thrones world. Unlike now, it is all small businessmen who ship at high prices on a small scale. After shaking his head and answering the modern warehouse, Jason Liu called Zhou Yunheng of the company. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Are you back?" Zhou Yunheng was surprised when he received a call from his boss. The big boss hasn't heard from him for many days. "Manager Zhou, now I'll give you the phone numbers of GoT Car Factory and Jetchin Solar Panel Company. You can contact them. I need to order," said Jason Liu. Stopped. "You better take notes." Over there, Zhou Yunheng hurriedly returned to his workstation, took out a pen and paper, and quickly said, "Mr. Liu, tell me. I'll remember it." "Good, Zhao. If you contact those 2 companies, say I asked you to contact them," Jason Liu said, and began to report the number of goods he wanted to purchase. "Order 100 large 4-wheeled carriages and 100 small 4-wheeled carriages from GoT Carriage Factory. It's the same carriage I ordered before. You just tell the people from the GoT Carriage Factory, and they will understand." I'll send you the phone number of the director of the GoT carriage factory, Zhao, later. Jason Liu ordered a total of 200 four-wheeled carriages at one time, so that when he sold it to other nobles later, he would have the goods in his hand. What kind of GoT carriage factory? What kind of large and small four-wheeled carriages? Although he was confused, Zhou Yunheng just always listened to the boss's instructions and carefully wrote down every word he said. Yes, Mr. Liu, I have you memorized everything. Do you have anything else to order? The purchase price of each large four-wheeled carriage is 100,000, and the purchase price of each small carriage is 70,000. This is the price I negotiated with them last time. You could just give them this. However, I told them to make 30 large carriages and 30 small carriages in a hurry first, and the other 140 will be completed in batches later. I only gave 1 day, and within 7 days, I must complete the production of these 60 carriages and send them to our warehouse. Jason Liu calculated the time it would take for the princes of the lower north to return to his castle, and then send someone to the Easter store. This would take 10 days at the fastest. He would give the carriage factory 7 days to manufacture and then transport from the nearby Sioux City to Zheng City. Time is completely sufficient. Yes, Mr. Liu, I will ask the people from the GoT carriage factory to make 30 large and small carriages within 7 days, and then send them to the company's warehouse, and the other 140 carriages will be produced in batches. Zhou Yunheng repeated once again. It means that he has carefully memorized it. After calculating the amount of funds to be used in his heart, Zhou Yunheng had to remind him, Mr. Liu, according to the order and price you placed, the funds in the company may not be enough. Jason Liu thought for a while, and indeed 137 was like this. So he decided, don't worry about the money. I will add another 10 million to the company account, enough to pay for the purchase of the carriage. Oh, then there's no problem. Mr. Liu, you continue to say. Zhou Yunheng breathed a sigh of relief and was also amazed in his heart. His own boss is really rich, and with this sum, the company has invested 30 million. After getting the order from GoT Horse Depot, you then contact manager Li of Jiuchen Solar Panel Company to order the solar lighting equipment I bought last time. He knows, buy 500 sets first. Jason Liu thought about it and purchased directly a big deal. What is the price of each set? Zhou Yunheng asked quickly. The last time I bought it was 1,500 yuan. You can see if you can get the other party to lower it a little more. It depends on your negotiation with him, but this must be purchased as soon as possible and shipped back to the warehouse. Knight Jason Liu doesn't care much. This price, but I can't let my subordinates do nothing, so I said to let Zhou Yunheng bargain with the other party. Yes, Mr. Liu. I remembered that the purchase price will definitely be lowered. After all, if we buy so much at one time, we will definitely be able to negotiate the price. Zhou Yunheng said confidently, Bah. Jason Liu encouraged him, and then asked, what's going on with the company recently? What's going on with Chunsheng Wood? There is nothing major in the company. Chunsheng Wood has now resumed work. Manager Lin and Manager Jiang are busy reopening the sales channels of wood. Zhou Yunheng reiterated what he had learned. Jason Liu is not surprised. After all, the company really doesn't have much to do, and nothing can go wrong. Arrange for Zhou Yunheng to contact the procurement as soon as possible, and Jason Liu hung up the phone. Then he called the vice president of the branch of ICBC in Zheng City and asked the other party to transfer the 10 million in his account into Yuanson Trade's account. The other party said that there was no problem. They exchanged a few words of greetings and then hung up the phone. Jingle bell. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiaohan called. Mr. Liu, are you back? Did you transfer the 10 million transferred from the company account? Well, yes, I asked manager Zhou to purchase a batch of goods, so I paid another 10 million to the company. Jason Liu is not surprised that Lin Xiaohan called so quickly. After all, she is in control of the company's finances, and the company's account suddenly increased by 10 million. She must find out what happened. Oh, I see. Lin Xiaohan's voice sounded a little tired. When will you be back from business trip? Chu Chu and I are recontacting Chu Yesheng's sales channels, and it will be completed in a while. Okay, I get it, but you guys pay attention to rest. Don't be too tired. Jason Liu comforted a few words dryly, and finally didn't know what to say, so he just said a few words and hung up the phone. In the afternoon, he still has something to go to Winterfell, and Mrs. Caitlin has sent someone to tell him that he hopes he could go to Winterfell to talk about the lumber yard in the afternoon. Mrs. Caitlin was really surprised and delighted that she could sell the boundless, worthless trees in the wolf forest outside Winterfell. When her husband told her about it that night, she couldn't believe it was true. There are really fools who want to buy trees everywhere at high prices. Well, yes, Jason Liu is the fool Mrs. Caitlin thought she was. Except for him, no one in the whole of Westeros or even the continent of Essos on the other side of the narrow sea would do such a stupid thing. It's hard to come across a big head. And of course we have to negotiate this matter. So, Mrs. Caitlin sent someone to invite Jason Liu to talk the next morning, but learned that the princes of the north were all in the Easter store, and Lord Jason Easter was busy entertaining, so he changed the time. By the afternoon, although she is considered a fool by Mrs. Caitlin, Jason Liu doesn't think so. Is lousy making a lot of money? 1,000,000 trees with a diameter of at least 30 centimeters or more only have 10,000 golden dragons. And when they're transported to modern times, he can easily earn 800 million. Was the 10,000 golden dragon given to Winterfell? Anyway, he earned it with cheap pen and paper, soap, toothbrush, and toothpaste. There is another advantage. Since the Stark family has taken so many benefits from themselves, they are invisibly tied to their own interests. If there is any obscure noble in the north to trouble him, the Stark family will also pay for the proceeds from selling the tree. Help him solve it yourself. In this world, only the relationship between the two parties that is tied with interests is the most reliable. After all, many people do not recognize their parents for the sake of benefit, and their brothers cannibalize each other. It is a huge temptation to see the benefits. During the period of peace in Westeros, with the Stark family in the north to support him, the unfounded Earl of Starfire City, Jason Liu doesn't have to worry about someone daring to attack him for the time being. As for the secret methods, this requires him to develop his own strength to protect himself. Ed Stark is a noble man, and he should not do anything to benefit the Stark family. In this way, his development in the north is temporarily guaranteed. But this is also temporary, because within 2 years, the whole of Westeros will be in chaos. He doesn't think he has the ability to change the plot line of Game of Thrones. As long as there are Varys and Littlefinger, two of Westeros' biggest conspirators plus shit sticks, in King's Landing, Westeros still wants to calm down. It's gonna to blow the dog's brain out. Jason Liu thinks that he is an ordinary person with an IQ, and he must not be able to handle those too. So, let's be honest and let go of your wealth. In the afternoon, when he came to Winterfell with a map of the north, and was taken to the small parlor by his servants, he unexpectedly discovered that not only Lady Caitlin and Chief Vine were there, but also Sansa and Arya, the two young ladies of the Stark family, exist. Mrs. Caitlin, Miss Sansa, Miss Arya, Director Wei Yong, Jason Liu, although he was a little strange about what these two little wolf girls were doing here, greeted them politely with a smile on his face. Easter, Your Majesty. Winterfell's director, Wei Poole, bowed slightly and saluted the Earl. Mrs. Caitlin nodded in greeting. Mr. Jason, I'm really bothering you to come here on purpose. Sansa Bai's delicate little face turned slightly red. Holding both sides of the blue long skirt in her hands, she squatted down slightly and gave him a ladylike salute. Hello, Mr. Jason. Arya reluctantly imitated her sister Sansa and saluted, but her movements were too non-standard, and she didn't study it well at first glance. The little girl greeted with a smile on her face, Master Jason. Lady Caitlin reluctantly gave Arya a warning look, then smiled and invited Jason Liu to sit down. Jason Liu sat across from the round table. Director Wei Yong stood behind Caitlin with a respectful look on his face. Sansa and Arya sit on the right-hand side of their mother. Sansa looked like a good girl, with a smile on her face without saying a word. Arya was like a bug crawling on her body. She sat on the chair and looked around from time to time. If she hadn't had something to do today, she would never be sitting here listening to their boring conversation. Yesterday I heard from Ed, Lord Jason, You're going to build a lumber mill outside the wolf forest, and you're going to buy trees from the wolf forest from Winterfell, Mrs. Caitlin bought with reason. The restless daughter, Arya, directly said what she cared about most. Selling trees is a big business. If the deal is concluded, Winterfell will have an important income in the future. Mrs. Caitlin couldn't help but take it lightly. Yes, Madame, Etta and I have talked about this in general, and we have negotiated that each tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters to 50 centimeters will be paid to Winterfell at the price of 1 silver deer, and each tree over 50 centimeters will be paid 2 silver deer. So, Jason Liu once again said the price negotiated last night. From the mouth of this big Jason Easter, Mrs. Caitlin really believed it, and her beautiful face couldn't help showing a smile of excitement. No problem at all, Sir Jason. I represent your price. Winterfell agreed. But have you decided where to build the lumber mill? Yes, ma'am. That's why I came to you today. As he spoke, he spread out the map of the north in his hand on the table, and then pointed to a clearing outside the wolf forest less than 10 kilometers south of Winterfell along the King's Road, and said, just here on the west bank of the tributary of the river, a flat wasteland near the wolf forest, I intend to build a lumber mill here. Director Wei Yang got closer and bent slightly to look at the location marked on the map. Mrs. Caitlin also lowered her head and took a closer look. In fact, she didn't know much about this wasteland on the map, so she turned to look at Director Wei Yang, who was beside her with a question in her eyes. Of course, Director Wei Yang understood what Mrs. Caitlin meant, so he nodded and said, this piece of land is indeed a flat wasteland, which is very suitable for building the logging yard that Mr. Jason said. Hearing Director Wei Yang's words, Mrs. Caitlin understood what he meant. This piece of land is a useless wasteland, and the other party can build a lumber mill here. So, she looked at Jason Liu with a smile. Okay, Mr. Jason, you can build a lumber mill here. If you need any help, you're welcome. Thank you, madam. With the agreement of the Stark family, Jason Liu is not surprised. After all, it is a wasteland that is useless. Also, the construction of the logging farm and the future tree cutting and transportation will require a lot of manpower. Winterfell will allow me to recruit in the nearby villages. Caitlin thought for a while, looked at Director Wei Yang, and then said cautiously, you must ensure that you will not delay the farmers' planting and harvesting of wheat, and then other free time, those farmers can go to your logging farm to work. After all, in the barren north, food production is very important. No problem. I promise you, it will never delay farmers planting and harvesting. Jason Liu nodded and assured, Zero seeking flowers. I'm going to visit this selected construction site in person this afternoon. I don't know if Director Wei Yang is free. We can go together, Jason Liu said, looking at the director of Winterfell. Of course, Lord East. I'd be happy to accompany you to see that piece of land for yourself. Manager Wei Yang quickly agreed. Very good, then. Here's the matter about the lumber mill, said Mrs. Caitlin, with a happy and somewhat helpless expression on her face. Master Jason, I would take the liberty to delay your time for a while, and you'll give it to me and Sean. Shah, Arya's gift, some things we don't quite understand how to use, so. Look at this, Mr. Jason. What's the black stuff in this box? How do I use it? Arya, as soon as her mother finished speaking, she jumped up from her seat and stretched out her hand from her clothes pocket. He took out a cardboard box and took it to Jason Liu and asked curiously. Jason Liu glanced at the box in Arya's hand, which was a black mask. No wonder Mrs. Caitlin and her two daughters didn't know each other. Seeing that the matter about the lumber mill had been finished, Mr. Wayan resigned to Mrs. Ketterly, saying that he was going to make arrangements for the afternoon, and he would go to the selected one outside Winterfell with Earl Jason Easter later. Look at that land. East, my lord, I will go to your store to meet you later, now. Please allow me to retire first. Jason Liu nodded in agreement, watching Director Wei Yang walked out of the reception room calmly. Now he has to deal with Caitlyn's mother and daughter's problems. Madam, two ladies, this is a kind of skincare women's cosmetics called Mask in my hometown. Just stick it on your face every night before going to bed. Keep it for dozens of minutes, and then take it can effectively maintain your skin and make your cheeks more hydrated and radiant. Jason Liu modified it slightly according to the introduction on the mask box and told Caitlin and the others. Facts have proved that beauty is a woman's nature. Hearing this kind of black mask, called mask, can make your face more moist and radiant. Definite gleam of interest in Lady Caitlin and Sansa's pretty eyes. Arya pressed the mask box in her hand and turned it over, but she was not very interested. After all, she was still young and her face was smooth enough to not use it. Perhaps she felt that Lord Easter was gentle and polite, handsome and noble. Sansa put aside the shyness of the girl's family, took out a delicate glass bottle of facial cleanser, and asked curiously, "Master Jason, what is this thing for?" Jason Liu took over and looked at the instructions for use. Facing the big blue eyes of Sansa, the beautiful girl, he introduced with a smile on his face. This is a face-cleaning product called facial cleanser. When it is necessary to wet the face with water, then pour out some cleanser, gently rub the foam with both hands, and then rub the face fully 137 for a few minutes, to ensure that the skin on the face is covered by the cleanser. Although Jason Liu was reading according to the product instructions, the three big and small women, including Mrs. Caitlin Lynn, listened to this kind of thing very seriously, so that Jason Liu had the feeling of being a teacher himself to tell the students. The illusion of the subject. Fortunately, those beautiful dresses, evening gowns, and other clothes, they don't need him to explain. They will wear them too. Thinking of that dark red evening dress that she liked very much, Mrs. Caitlin couldn't help blushing. It was too revealing. It is unimaginable how the women of the Cena Empire, the hometown of the Earl of Starfire City, dared to appear in front of people wearing such revealing clothes. This thing is absolutely not dare to wear out, so I can only wear it secretly in the bedroom and show it to my husband. Fortunately, Jason Liu had foresight and didn't give away such things as women's underwear. Otherwise, wouldn't he look too obscene? Can't show Lady Caitlin and Sister Sansa how to wear lingerie? Don't be considered rude. After all, Westeros isn't open enough to talk about it among men and women. In addition to facial masks, cleansers, moisturizers, lipsticks, and other cosmetics that need his guidance, perfumes, clothes, and bags, Mrs. Caitlin and her daughters know how to use them. And the snacks and toys given to the two youngest sons of the Stark family, Bran and Rickon, do not require him to teach them. After spending nearly 2 hours, Jason Liu finally finished talking about the uses of these cosmetics. Mrs. Caitlin and her two daughters also exclaimed that they were amazing. They didn't expect so much attention to the items on the face. It was incredible. Mrs. Caitlin, Miss Sansa, Miss Arya, I think you all have used these cosmetics. So, I won't bother you. Jason Liu is still waiting with Director Wei Yong to personally see the selected lumber mill. Land. Only then did Mrs. Caitlin realize that she and her daughters had delayed Lord Jason for so long, and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, for delaying you for so long. Thank you very much for your patient explanation and gifts. Go get busy. If there is anything I can help, please don't be polite. Then I'll retire." Jason Liu bowed his head to the three and left the Winterfell reception room. After he walked out of the reception room, he vaguely heard the voices of Sansa and Arya scrambling from behind. Grown-ups. The four guards, D***K, Kent, Reuben, and Chris, who were guarding the door, saw their lord come out and quickly greeted him. Let's go. Let's go back." Jason Liu nodded and walked out of Winterfell under the escort of the four. Walking through the long castle corridor and through the courtyard in front of the main castle, when they passed a mottled high wall, a burst of laughter suddenly came from above. Jason Liu and the guards didn't care either and continued to walk out. Hee, Mr. Jason, are you going back? Maybe it was because the other party didn't see him. A little boy's voice came again from not far above. Hey, Master Jason, look this way. I'm on the wall. Hearing this somewhat familiar childish voice, Jason Liu stopped and looked up curiously. My lord, up there, Reuben exclaimed, pointing to the upper side. It is a mottled city wall with a height of 5 or 6 meters. Because of the erosion of the years, this city wall is full of gray-brown moss and cracks, which seems to be telling the age .0. A handsome and cute little boy in a fine silk coat is sitting on the wall at this time, with his legs hanging outside the wall, swaying gently, looking down at them with a smile, holding a bag of something in his hand. Stuff kept stuffing into his mouth. It's Master Bran from the Stark family. Kent couldn't help exclaiming after seeing the other's face clearly. How could he sit there? It's too dangerous. Be quiet, Kent. Don't scare him, Chris reminded his companion nervously. D***K was equally nervous for fear that Bran, who was sitting on the high wall with his legs swaying, would fall. Jason Lou looked up at the wall and found Bran, the little boy with a smug smile on his handsome and cute face, holding a bag of potato chips he gave to him and his brother Rickon in his hand. While eating, he was sitting on the edge of the high wall, his legs dangling leisurely on the edge of the wall, making his eyes twitch. Too dangerous. How did Ed Stark and Catelyn take care of their children? They actually condone this little brat who is only 9 years old, climbing such a dangerous high wall at will. If he accidentally falls down, he will break his arm and break his leg. Light. Bran sat on the wall and looked at the nervous 5 people below with a smile on his face, as if to show off his climbing and balance ability. Open 0.7 hands, then trot along the high wall towards Jason Lou and the other 5. Hiss. This scene made Jason Lou feel that his heart was about to stop, and he didn't dare to breathe for fear of irritating this daring bear child. The 4 guard were also frightened, and their faces turned pale for fear that the most favored young master of the Stark family accidentally fell from the top, and they could not tell. Fortunately, under the frightening gazes of Jason Lou and the other 5, Bran trotted to the top of the high wall closest to them and sat down again. Looking at the frightened Jason Lou and the 5, Bran felt very proud and put the potato chips in his mouth. It's all white, so funny.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.